to the Boise State Esports Arena as we continue into day 2 of the Esports State Championships. Yesterday, we got to watch all of the Idaho Valorant teams battle it out to see who could get the top seat in the entire state. And today, we continue our coverage, but this time with the Overwatch teams. My name is Audrey Norris. Casting with me in the studio will be Danner Hill as we catch all the action today and get ready to see our first matchup, Blackfoot versus Jerome, which is going to be our precedent-setting match for today, the 3rd seat versus the 6th seat, with some interesting little details about these two teams, as this is not their first time at this state championship.
No, not at all. I mean, we've seen these two teams compete in this championship for the past, several years since we've been going, and it's always fun to see these teams come in, play their rounds, and continue to make names for themselves as we go along.
Yeah, and so it's going to be an interesting matchup today because, with some of the teams that we saw last day, it was actually a team that had just gotten to this tournament for the first time that ended up making the 2nd place. But this time around, as we're getting ready to check in with the rosters, we do get to see 2 classic teams as well as a couple others that are going to be showing up today. As you can see all of the quarterfinals matches with Bishop Kelly and Skyline going up against each other, Bora and Compass, and as well Rigby High School and Timberline, who is a new addition as Meridian Technical Charter High School was not able to join us today, and so Timberline is going to be jumping in to try and take a crack at it as well.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird not seeing MTech here because Meridian Technical, they were the top dogs in Overwatch for several years, always winning the championship, taking home those banners and trophies. But to not have them this year, it's going to be a little different to get a new team in that 1st place spot.
Yeah, and I mean, it gives Timberline a chance to maybe go for another medal, as they did take 3rd place yesterday in Valorant. But for Blackfoot and Jerome, that will be the first match that we're checking in on. And, we heard some interesting things from Jerome High School. Not only is this team all in the same friend group, but they're all seniors, too. So this is going to be their, final hurrah to push and see if they can get a medal out of this.
Yeah, and I think, this is the best time to do it. I mean, you're all seniors. This is one last hoorah. Time to just give it your all. Play the best Overwatch that you've been playing all season, even if your whole high school career. Just go out with a bang, try your best. I mean, you're the 3rd overall seed coming into this thing, so why not be the 3rd overall seed walking out or maybe higher?
True, but there's nothing to scoff at with Blackfoot. Although they are the 6th seed overall, they did have to face off against 4 teams to vie for only 3 spots to go into the actual competition overall, which is going to make it a pretty tough match to get through. But as we're getting ready to get in, of course, we do need to actually go to the desk and see where we're going to be going. But before we do that, we do need to get some predictions out of the way. Who do you think is going to take it today?
I think the team of seniors, I think that they're going to really start off this bang of a run here with a win.
Yeah, you think Jerome?
I think
Jerome has a really good chance, though Blackfoot is pretty strong. So for the sake of having, the 2 sides here, I'm going to say Blackfoot. They had to fight pretty hard to get here, but I'd love to hear what the desk has to say on that and what their thoughts are on this upcoming match.
Thank you, guys. My name is Bryce Jensen, and I'm joined with Kaz Phoenix here on the desk today, and we have a exciting game of Overwatch prepared for you guys tonight. We're starting off with the Tigers versus the Broncos. Not the Boise State Broncos this time, but should give us just as much of a show as what we're used to seeing here. And honestly, I got to kind of agree with Audrey on a few things here. I think this team of seniors has a lot of stuff going for them going into this game, and they got a pretty good shot. They've been playing this game ever since Overwatch 2 came out, I think Overwatch 2 is 3 years old now, which is really weird to think about.
Yeah, and it's nice for sure now that these teams have had some more time with the game. It is a very different landscape than Overwatch 1 was, but it's, I think, much better for the esport as a whole, and to be able to grow up with this game in the way that these teams have is truly an honor. I'm sure it is. Jerome, in particular, with being 3rd seed, I believe, are technically the favorite in this matchup, but obviously numbers don't mean everything. Blackfoot has some pretty strong personalities on their side of the stage, so I'm looking for very strong performances out of both of these teams today.
Yeah, and talking with a few of the players, they all have a lot of different things going for them. I was talking with Blackfoot a little bit earlier. 4 out of their players have been playing since Overwatch 1. Now, when you think of Overwatch 1 coming out in 2016, and these guys are the class of 2025 at the oldest, that would mean, let me do a little bit of math here. 2006, 2016, they'd be 10 years old when they first started playing Overwatch. That is 8 years of experience.
Born for the game, to the game, nothing else for him. And that is the way that it should be, that love and passion that these players have for the game, hopefully to carry them to a victory in this series. But let's talk about the series itself, right? We're going into map picks. See Control coming up first, and Oasis being that first map. A map I don't particularly see as first pick for a lot of teams. You play it a lot weirder. There's a lot more choke points that you need to hold, especially on University and City. So very interested in seeing how these teams aim at taking this map.
Yeah, but before we jump into this matchup, I would just like to give a thank you to our sponsors at Dairy West for providing a lot of chocolate milk for this event tonight and being really great sponsors. They've helped us so much grow this program, and we could not be more grateful to them. Plus, we have a lot of chocolate milk just hanging around, and we encourage you guys all to get a bottle or two before the match starts. Speaking of maps starting, it looks like we are going to be starting on City Center.
Yes.
From the looks of things. I could be wrong, though. This could just be the fly-through. You never know.
Never know. Again, as I was saying before, Oasis is a very strange map. A lot of the Control picks, because, you typically see a lot of Ilios. Is it a lot of people's Control preference? I'm not exactly sure where the inspiration for Oasis came from, but I definitely don't hate it. It's a map that's very underrepresented in the Control map pool, and allows teams to do a lot of different things. You see a lot of Far Mercy comps here. It's a great bomb map for those who are trying to practice. It allows itself very well to brawl, which from a lot of what I've talked to from these teams, it seems like Brawl is a composition that they're much more comfortable with. So it could make sense that maybe that's where the inspiration for the Oasis pick comes from.
Yeah, it does look like we had a little bit of issues going into that one, so we're not going to quite start it yet. But at the same time, we did see a little bit of something to look out for. Inari 71 on the Wrecking Ball is not something that we were kind of expecting.
Really?
From what I've heard and throughout most of the season, what I've been watching, Cow Power has been the tank main. So, I mean, we might see a little bit of a switch up. Maybe there's a little bit of a role change going through, and I mean, we've seen weirder things happen in Overwatch before.
Yes, we have. Hey, I wouldn't always say that the main stage is the time to debut new comps, but obviously things change during LAN, right? We get into a new state of mind. We get some new ideas. We decide to get a little funky, throw people off from maybe what they were expecting during scrims or what have you. So, again, out of both teams, very excited to take this, but while we are trying to figure out what's going on, I might as well just run predictions.
Yeah, I mean, predictions, honestly, I'd have to agree with a little bit of what our pre-show was saying. This team of seniors, most of them have been here before. I believe they only have one newcomer to the scene, and I feel like experience will win out the day. Sure, you've been playing for 8 years, but you get up on stage, it's a lot different environment. You've got, us talking about stuff in the background that you can still hear. You've got people cheering for you in the stage. You got cowbells that are kind of unanimous with Boise State and the Broncos arena at this point. And when you've had that experience, it's not as shell-shocking as, say, never experiencing something like it before. And even if you are the best player in the world, if you get rattled by something like that, it can lose you the day.
And sorry to any other Blackfoot fans and also Darren back at studio, but I do have to put my faith in Jerome here as well. I think there's a very good point about how experience is going to end up ruining the day. And I'm a stats guy. I look at the numbers. I see how these teams have performed. It seems so far, at least in Pacific, Jerome has just had a fairly easy time. One of 3 teams in that region to go 4-2, I believe. So they're nothing to scoff at this stage. I'm expecting just everything to go completely normal and nothing weird to happen at all. It's going to be a very easy 3-0 set.
I honestly, I'm not going to agree with the 3-0. Here's the thing about Blackfoot. They are kind of a dark horse, and I do not mean that as a pun, since they are the Broncos. I mean that mostly because they do have a lot of experienced players. Even if they haven't played here, sometimes that's all you need. For using a little bit of an example, Jerome was able to beat Meridian Tech to get into this. So, with that being said, there is a good chance that another Titan in the Tigers is going to be toppled. Anything can happen in a game of Overwatch. Someone can cut out. Something can go wrong. Somebody can push forward a little too fast. In my opinion, I don't think anybody in Overwatch is out just on the premise of the numbers alone. There are so many factors that can go in. Somebody accidentally Kitsune rushing out of spawn for a little bit of a rollout. Somebody using the Lucio sound barrier and getting Mauga stomped out of existence. There's just so much that can happen.
You
it's
think we're
really
gonna see an
hard.
Ajax today?
Honestly, I think if Lucio is on the table and Ajax is on the table, I just think it's synonymous. Like, every single game of Overwatch you see with a Lucio, there's a 50% chance that Lucio Ajax is in a game. I didn't make the rules.
In my ELO, it's more like 75, but
I mean, you see more Lucios die in lower ELOs before they get their sound barrier off than actually Ajax it entirely, because most people are just like, shoot the Lucio before he comes down.
We're hoping nothing like that happens today. But outside, potential comps, potential literally anything that could happen in these games, what would you say are some initial words of advice for either of these teams as they go into this map?
To be honest, as long as they stay flexible, they can probably get something done. This map lends itself really, really well to dive, brawl, and poke comps depending on what you're playing in. You're going to play University a whole lot different than you're going to play something like Gardens or City Center. So being able to sort of reverse the flow, be able to go against what other people are playing is an incredibly important skill. But I'll tell you what else is really important. Thanks to ICCU for their continued support of Boise State Esports. Boise State Esports has won multiple national championships and piled up over 1,500 wins because of the support from ICCU over the years. ICCU, looking after your daily balance. And go to ICCU.com if you have any further questions about this program. We once again want to say a really big thank you to Derry West as well. And milk is always on the table.
Yes.
Literally and figuratively. But jumping into this game, it does look like Cass is going to be rolling out on the Junkrat, moving towards the center. Jerome rolling out on a pretty standard Junker Queen comp. Oh, don't we seem to have... Oh, no, here we are. We're back. Inari taking up on that high ground, shooting at the Mercy, dealing a lot of damage. That Cassidy is really dangerous, but not if that trap goes through, and luckily for him it didn't. Looks like he's going to get a pick on Pig in the Tub. Oh, Pug in the Tub, that's what it is. And Cass is going to go down, but he's going to trade out for Inari. That is going to be an early point lead for Jerome, pushing the rest of Blackfoot off.
Yeah, Blackfoot is really going to have to carry that Cass. They already did get that pick a little bit earlier, but with so many characters that can be caught off guard with the Junkrat, with the Mercy, and sometimes even the Bastion if they don't have that pocket, that is going to be a lethal force that might lead to a lot of fight losses to Blackfoot. But right now, Jerome holding down the point and getting that capture progress up. I will say, I do think this is exactly what Jerome should be doing on this comp, on this point. They'll giving themselves the Junker Queen and the Reaper, allowing themselves to hold these chokes down really well. That broadcast,
being able to play fast is really, really important. But moving into this, Inari getting a really quick kill on Pug in the Tub, who's going to be rested immediately by Robin. Prestige going down to Cass. Inari finding his match in Bet Money. Dumb Cass is going down as well. Cow Power holding down the fort. Pyggy 7 is going to get a kill as well. That Bastion being pocketed in the corner is going to do a lot of damage, but Mama J is not going to stand up to Rampage. Pug into Tub finding their second death of this point alone, and it is just up to bet more money, and he's going to go down to the combined might of 2. The rest of Jerome made it. Those first 2 picks were important, but they just were not able to finish it up. That Junker Queen sustain is a lot, especially if you're not prepared for it.
I mean, unfortunately, you're playing into a lane. You're letting Junker Queen get so much damage, and playing behind cover, playing into these really tight chokes is where JQ excels, especially since they were able to get Rampage up and just completely about the rest of the
Cass
team.
is going down immediately, and out comes the Death Blossom. Suzu goes through, but it can't save Pug in the Tub. Mama J goes down as well. Prestige ripping through, ripping and tearing until it's done. This isn't Doom Eternal, but it's getting pretty close with the shotguns.
Blackfoot is not finding any room to breathe. Jerome and the Deadeye coming out to stagger the team just a little bit more. You do see that orbital coming out of spawn for Blackfoot, but it's not going to be enough. They're already too far staggered to get back onto point, and that's going to be that first point for Jerome High School.
Yeah, Jerome ran the really brawly in-your-face composition. I think the only way they could have done that faster is if they subbed out Piggy 7 for maybe a Lucio instead of a Moira. But, I mean, just letting the Reaper go through, the Suzu is going to help a little bit, but it's just not going to do a whole lot when you have a character like Bastion, whose hitbox is just so big he's going to be hit by just about anything.
Again, especially with that cast right behind Junkrat for having the largest head hitbox in the game. It's, you know, you're playing against characters that are super aim dependent, and, you know, if Inari is hitting his shots consistently, that is going to be a pretty bad time for Blackfoot, I'm sure.
Speaking of a bad time, out comes the Sojourn on what I believe is Inari playing the coveted hit scan Sojourn. Cow Power running up the side with the Junker Queen, not quite willing to push in, but we do see a little bit of a swap up from Bet Money 1. But Mama J is going down to 1 health, gonna back out to heal up just a little bit. Nobody's gone down, but everybody on Blackfoot is incredibly low. No one can really push out, but out goes Mama J. Not going to be in for very much longer, but Bet Money is going to be able to trade with Pikey 7. Cass is going to go down to Prestige, though, with the Hanzo, and Winston is going to have to come out really quick. Pug in the Tub, unfortunately not able to stand up to the 2 shotguns. Neither Bet Money.
Bet Me One was literally just 1 HP. Did get some time to peel back and get a reheal to try and stall that fight a little bit longer, but it was over before it even started for Blackfoot. And now already having to recoup for a little bit longer than they would like. Their ult timings aren't in great spots. They don't really have too much pressure on this main choke. Seems like Junkrat is going to be enough for them to walk through, right? Those mines aren't really easy to kite. But Inari...
Yeah, getting the pick early on onto Mama J. Cass, though, flying up in the air, up to 4, down to 28, taking tons of damage, but luckily for him, he's got a good support in his back pocket, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Bet Me One is going to go down. Same with Pug in the Tub, and now it is just Robin Boo to get out of there. Luckily, they didn't stagger it, but unfortunately for Mama J, just not being able to get any ult charge from any of these fights, being the first one to go down.
Yeah, and that has been the consistent factor with Blackfoot, right? In each of these fights, it always seems like that Juno is going down super early and not having that other support for the majority of these fights.
Dragon Strike comes through. Nothing comes out of it, though, but I will say Cass taking a lot of damage. The Roadhog pick is an interesting one here, trying to get him out of place, but Cass is going to do it all on his own, giving an easy kill to Cow Power. Looks like Inari with the overclock sliding in, takes out Pug in the Tub, and Mama J once again finds themselves as the only one left and is going to go down as well.
Oh wait, no. First alive or last alive?
Oh no, he wasn't. It was Bet Me One who was the last alive. He was able to hit it. He was able to hit his vape for just a little bit longer to stay alive.
But what's, I think, really becoming Blackfoot's downfall is not being able to die together in these fights. They keep getting themselves staggered between these fights, which means longer time to regroup. Longer time to actually push forward, and the bad rampage coming out from Cow Power. Jerome comfortably taking that first map.
I feel like the biggest downfall for Blackfoot there was, I mean, them not dying together was definitely a really big thing. But I'd say the biggest thing was that they could not find a pick. They found one at the beginning of the second round, and then nobody else died. And when you have such survivable characters like Junker Queen, even if you take out one support, Juno is such a good support on her own that you can pretty much keep yourself up, especially with the self-heal from Junker Queen. And Jerome was just able to run onto people, steamroll over them, and then it would either force a back out or just die. And I feel like Blackfoot just could not figure out a real counter to that.
And Unfortunately, that does just come down to the hero selection. I think the Junkrat and the Bastion are more so front-facing characters to hold down the line for Blackfoot. But they didn't need to hold down the line because they couldn't get past it. They need somebody to be able to slip through the cracks, to be able to get damage onto areas of Jerome to split them up so that they can push in further. And, you know, so far, Jerome has been able to show that they've been able to do that really efficiently, and I feel like if Blackfoot wants to find success in these later maps, they're going to need to figure something out on that front, because unfortunately, Junkrat is not the offensive hero we all want him to.
You know, I will give the defense to Junkrat, though, because he can put out a ton of pressure, especially on a submap like City Center, where you can shove a lot of pipes down the center of the, basically towards the objective, and force the pressure out, especially when you have characters like Moira who have that resource-based healing. If you stay out of range, don't let them heal, it puts all that pressure onto Juno, and then you run in and roll over the Juno and you call it good. But the big thing is they need something to finish off those kills. They need a Cassidy, they need an Ashe, something that can do 2 shots, you're dead, go back to spawn for 10 seconds.
And unfortunately, with how vulnerable of a target Bastion is, he's consistently always taking too much damage to really push in on those low health targets, right? Either you step in and your support doesn't look at you for 2 seconds, that could be the end of your life as a Bastion. Even if you are able to get that kill, it just doesn't end up being super valuable. I do hope that things end up changing a little bit. I know that I said that Jerome was going to win the whole thing. That doesn't mean I don't want it to be competitive, right? I'm sure that Blackfoot has something in them that's going to be able to fight much better into what Jerome has put up thus far.
I mean, they do have next map pick, and it is going to be hybrid, so it'll depend on what they're comfortable with. I mean, we've seen a lot of Kings Row. Of late, we've seen a few more odd picks when it comes to hybrid. Of course, not in the high school scene, but more in the college scene.
Of course.
But, like, you never know. We might see a Pariso. We haven't seen Pariso in a year, I don't think. I don't think I've ever seen Pariso unless it was picked beforehand.
That is true.
Which I don't understand because it's a fun map. But I guess there's so much verticality that some people just don't want to play it. But it looks like Eichenwald.
Yeah. Talk about a map with verticality.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Eichenwald, goated map, not going to lie. I mean, you pretty much have to play Reinhardt on this map. It's kind of like the bro code between tanks. You got to play Reinhardt.
Exactly.
See who's the better big man with the funny hammer?
Well, I mean, in all seriousness, Eichenwald, again, going back to what I was talking about before, while this map lanes itself very nice into Brawl, it also leans itself very nice into Poke. I mean, after you cap, right, and you're moving into first area, there is a lot of vertical pressure where characters like Junkrat and Bastion actually excel a lot. More so, the issue ends up becoming, will Blackfoot get the opportunity to hold that defense? Are they going to be able to hold down first point? Are they going to be able to hold down first area? There is a lot that can go wrong so fast on Eichenwald, and these players need to make sure that they are absolutely on the top of their game through each and every part of their both offense and defense.
The hardest part of Eichenwald is that first little push under that bridge, because it's pretty much just one way through. I mean, you got a few doors, but I feel like that's where characters like the Junkrat and Bastion really shine when it comes to this team comp. Because, I mean, what are they going to do? Go around?
Exactly.
You can't, because there's a Junkrat spamming down that corridor. You're going to go under the bridge? Well, good luck with that when you got Bastion shooting 500 RPM right at you.
I feel
so
like
it's kind of a lose-lose.
The easiest and kind of only way, unless if it's like a Tracer going in and getting a pick or getting enough damage to force the rest of the team to peel, is to, like, sim TP and force your way through the choke, which doesn't always work because with a high damage output comp as Blackfoot has been running, you can kind of get melted the moment that you come out of TP.
But you know what does always work? Ideal Idaho. Ideal Idaho's 529 Educational Savings Plan is a great gift any time of year. Give the gift of education by opening a 529 savings account today at idsaves.org. Ideal, Idaho's 529 Education Plan. And proud sponsor of this tournament.
Yeah.
But moving in, it does look like we are going to see a Reinhardt from one side. I believe that is Jerome. They're honoring their side of the bro code. Or I actually don't know if this is Blackfoot or Jerome, but whoever it is, they're honoring their side. So will the other side return in part? Will they forsake the Reinhardt duel?
The honorable.
Oh wait, no.
1v1.
That looks like a Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that's a Winston. I think that's a Winston. I can't quite tell.
think the Winston actually isn't a bad pick on the Eichenwald.
Yeah, it's honestly not terrible.
You can either force yourself through just really tough comps like Malgasoj or something like that. You charge in, you force the team to peel, the rest of your team can walk in. Or you run the raw and just try and melt the Rhine, but it doesn't really look like they're going to get the opportunity to do that. Prestige taking out Dumbcast very early on.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate, and fortunately for Bet-Me-One, he's also going to go down to the junk trap. Both teams wanting to put the spam in Eichenwald. Inari back on the Cassidy, and looks like Pug into Tub is going to be playing a little bit of a different character on the Sojourn this time. Trap is going to be broken, unfortunately. But now that it's up here, the Ramatra might not be terrible, but Pug into Tub is going to go down quick. And the Riptire perk has been added to Prestige already on perk 2, and Mama J goes down 2. This is what Dumbcast wanted to be doing the first round. But now Prestige can just rain bombs to his heart's content, but unfortunately Cow Power goes low, but Inari is able to take that Ramatra off him, and then Prestige once again handed out
Prestige POV.
Handed out concussion mines like confetti.
After one Prestige. I did not know that they were goated at the Junkrat like that.
I didn't know that he'd already reached max level to get Prestige. I mean, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
He's Prestige 1, and Prestige 2 is on the Rocket League team here at Boise State. I mean, we gotta get a 1v1 between them, but it looks like the Riptire is going to come out. Oh, it broke! The boost wasn't quite enough. Unfortunately, I don't know what hit him, but something dealt a lot of damage. It might have been the anti-grenade. Inari did a ton of damage. Actually, maybe. I don't know, but something dealt 80 damage. Cass going down low. He's going to get so low, dead-eyed. Oh, unfortunate. Pug into Tub also going down as well. He has gotten the short end of the stick in just about every regard this round. Oh, and now the cleanup happens. Robin Boo and Mama J both going down.
It's unfortunate to see this coming out of Blackfoot, especially because they're playing something much better for that front line. Anna to keep the Brig up, Brig to keep basically everybody else.
No, Pug, win, Pug. Okay, he got away. That might not be a win, and Bet-Me-One might have gone down, but Pug did not die first this time. And we're seeing improvement.
There have been so many times as well where Blackfoot has just gotten Cow Power down enough to maybe get things moving for them, and then a million damage right into Bet-Me-One.
Yeah, but now ults are on the table for Bet-Me-One, Mama J, and Robin Boo. Nano Annihilation is not anything to scoff at. Mama J forcing Cow Power back just a little bit with the whip shot, but Prestige sitting up there. He has the tire. Oh, wait! Oh, he got it!
Whip shot!
He got it with the whip shot! And out comes the Nano Annihilation, but the pin takes out Mama J, and Nari goes down to Bet-Me-One, but it is Cow Power in the back line, goes down to Bet-Me-One, and that is going to be a pretty substantial tick on the point for Blackfoot. What a whip shot!
Oh no! Cow Power wasn't able to hold that down. They didn't have the deep or the rally to counter the Nano Annihilation. It just allowed a Bet-Me-One to completely walk through, but now that we're seeing some of Jerome trickle in, maybe there's a chance at that defense, but that point is going to be captured fully by Blackfoot, allowing them to push into that first point. And now, a real chance at an offense here.
A really good shot. We're seeing a lot more life out of them than in the last round. They're starting to feel themselves a little bit more, and they still got 3 ults on the table. Same with Jerome. Cow Power looking really close to Earthshatter. Bet-Me-One trying to shield off the Prestige bombs flying in, dealing quite a bit of damage, but not really finding a pick, and he's going to be forced out relatively early. Deadeye comes through, and Gas goes down again. He has found himself at the worst part of all of those.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Inari has more so just been trolling Dumbcast with his Deadeyes. So it seems like every time that they've popped it, this map is just to finish them off.
Yeah, but I mean, you could argue that the first one was for a few players, but
of course.
that one was really hard to argue.
We do see the outside. We do see the rally come out from Blackfoot, but they are already down.
Just not a whole lot you can do to that. You can try to keep yourself up for a little bit longer, but unfortunately when you pop rally that low, it's not a sound barrier. It's not going to let you live through anything. Cow Power does get antied, but he's able to get out relatively easily. Looks like Pikey just sitting there with the Moira. Prestige taking up his perch, taking up the mantle of the Junkrat in the air, the AC-130, if you will. But both tires are online. I'm surprised no one has used them yet. But out comes Prestigious and finds Mama J. And Pug in the Tub, quick to fall too. Cass still has theirs.
And another one that's both three.
Jeez.
Both support and the take for Prestige. Looking for that
maybe a third?
Inari's going to be the one to finish it off, but those staggers are going to be absolutely lethal to Blackfoot's offense. Not really getting an opportunity to stay on the cart for too much longer.
1 minute left in this round. Blackfoot needs to make something happen. The shield goes up from Cow Power. 3 in sight. He finds both supports, and that's going to end the offense for Blackfoot. Annihilation does get popped with Riptire and Overclock. Both go through. Oh, Annihilation finds Oliver too. Prestige finds 2. It is a 2v1. Coalescence gets popped. What's going to happen? Pug in the Tub is staying up. 30 seconds left in this round. What is going on here? Pug in the Tub not waiting for anything, but he's trapped. Prestige can't do anything. He is thoroughly pinned down.
Oh, what an ult fight. I think we saw at least 4 or 5 go out between these two, including support ults. Oh my goodness. That immediate dive coming out from BetMe1 to help melt basically all of Jerome. That is going to be a team kill for Blackfoot to get them a little bit further down first air or second area.
Yeah, now they're pushing into overtime with only 1 ult currently on the table. That nano boost, Mama J has not been able to build up Orbital Ray, but we might see it be built really fast, especially with that dive from BetMe1, but Cass is going to find Inari. That is a huge pick with the Reaper. Prestige looking to set up his own Riptire to hopefully make something happen. Cow Power looking low. Four on the Riptire! And BetMe1 is off the point! What a way to end the round. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I wish I had more reasonable words to speak about that play. It looked absolutely winnable for Blackfoot, but what can you do about a 4K Riptire?
Yeah, they're just sitting there. Everything's all good. Everything's fine. BetMe1 comes back, gets healed a little bit. He jumps right in. They shoot at Prestige just a little bit. They're like, oh, nah, he's not going to do anything. He's totally cooked. And then, bang, 4 kills.
4 kills to immediately end that fight.
I feel like the junk tires have been like the deciding factor in this match. Like we saw it to take the first point. We saw it to take that first bit of the first push. And then to end it off, of course.
And I mean, if anything, it's more so just how these teams are working to find these picks. Obviously, Pug in the Tub and Inari have been very good at finding those entries for either team. But those tires and the multi-kills that they've consistently been finding has always been enough for either of these teams to break through these really tough walls that they've been basically bashing their heads into.
Yeah, I mean, if you bash your head into a wall enough times, I mean, physics says that there is a non-zero chance that all of your cells phase through the wall.
That is true.
So it's got to work eventually. Moving in to the second half of the round, Jerome has to make a pretty decent push into second point in order to get things done. Cass setting up in a very similar position, but Cow Power with the Winston going down immediately. And Inari on the Tracer is forced to use recall, but Pug in the Tub is going to go down to Prestige. Currently even in the end players, but Cow Power being back and having that spawn advantage is going to help out just a little bit. But looks like Jerome's going to be on the receiving end of what they put Blackfoot through last game.
Cow Power, both times, have tried to walk through this fight and is taken too much damage from that Junkrat. Do not have enough armor or sustain to keep themselves up. It's all up to their supports. Keep that tank alive. It doesn't look like it matters.
Oh no, it doesn't. Tank or not, we're still going to run through you. And it looks like Prestige on the Reaper is going to be enough to get the team kill. A lot faster cap than Blackfoot, so they're going to have a lot more time to work with to get to the bridge.
And a lot less distance to push through. I mean, mind you, they only got to about where the corner was for the cart. In 5 minutes and 30 seconds to do that leaves Jerome with plenty of time. It is going to be very essential, however, for Blackfoot to really be working on finding those picks sooner for Pug in the Tub to find those essential rails on squishies to keep things down. But look at how pushed up Blackfoot is here. They find a couple. Prestige does find one for his trouble, but
yeah,
they need to play this as aggressive as possible, and they know that.
Yeah, I mean, you play it aggressive and you can keep on going through, but unfortunately you put yourself at a disadvantage. Ana is kind of the antithesis to Winston in a way, because the second you dive in, you just wait, you walk into the bubble, and then bang, you can't be healed.
Or if they try and go for the dive, you save your sleeps and just cancel their plans for whatever play that they were trying to go for. So I honestly don't even hate swapping off of the Winston here.
Cass goes down early. Wow. Prestige going for the health pack, just lets him slide right on by. Cub hugging the tub is also going to go down, and Robin goes down to Inari. Just the backline pressure has been a little bit too much with the Tracer and the Reaper. Mama J is going to get the pick on Inari, but with Prestige right back in the fight with the self-heal, it's just going to allow him to stay in the fight a lot longer. But Cass is back, and you can't out-heal that.
No, you cannot. But you see how immediately after the Diva swap, all of Blackfoot kind of scrambled. They didn't really have an answer right away. So as soon as one pick went down, Jerome was kind of able to topple the rest.
Oh, but the tire!
Bet me one.
The tire goes down. The winning trump card is gone. But Pug in the Tub does get Pikey, so I mean, it's a decent trade.
Oh, Prestige with the 3K.
3K.
Right after
tire or
that
not.
Death Blossom. Looking for the pivot on it at 4.
Team kill for Prestige. Team kill. Oh,
they
it goes
want
down.
it so bad.
Yeah, he's got this. He gets the team kill. 5 kills for Prestige, and I believe that is going to be it for the offense, unless they can get there in time. Pug in the Tub goes down. Mama J is able to pop Orbital, and they are contesting. Looks like Juno trying to get through, but it's just not enough. Prestige gets bumped off the map, but he gets back. Robin wasn't quite able to do anything there, trying to stay on the point, but he just can't. The shotgun's dealing too much damage, and Soul's healing him even more, and looks like Bet Me One isn't going to be able to get back. Jerome takes round 2 in a nail-biter of a final fight.
Oh my god. That's all I have to say is, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Obviously, huge hero plays from Prestige from that 5K a little bit earlier. So far, it didn't really seem that Blackfoot had many options to fight into that Reaper. It was either hard focus him and kill him before he was able to do anything and let the rest of Jerome pretty much melt the rest of your team, or kind of let yourself die to the Reaper. It's a very lose-lose situation a lot of the times that Prestige had a flank TP, had Death Blossom, had the Junkrat in their arsenal as well. It definitely did seem that a lot of those power plays were coming out of Prestige for Jerome, and it has so far been doing big things for him.
You know, I think we're also underestimating the impact of Diva on that final fight,
Oh,
too.
yeah.
I mean, we saw the sleep dart come out of Ana, and it just could not hit because, I mean, can't sleep through a defense matrix.
Yeah.
Plus, just so much damage that was blocked that would have honestly killed if it weren't for a well-placed defense matrix at the right time. I mean, Anti went through, but you sort of expect that as Reaper, and I mean, you have Wraith form to get out of it, so what's the big deal?
Yeah, I mean, you have either of your abilities too, of course, Wraith, if you have it up. But Prestige has been able to utilize those TPs very well. As you saw literally in the last fight, TP'd up to the doorway, and Blackfoot wasn't ready for it. It allowed them to take out their Sojourn in like 2 seconds. And I think having that extra damage down so soon is what led to Blackfoot toppling in that last fight.
Yeah, not to mention the Lucio boop. I got the Reaper, I got the Reaper. It
And he just TP'd back up.
Pulls up behind you, puts his hand on your shoulder, and is like, you ain't that guy, pal. You ain't that guy. Well, we are on match point currently. We are once again on a Blackfoot pick, and we're going into push, I believe, this time. So, what's going to be the push pick? I mean, all 4 push maps are relatively even. I mean, there's not like one that's significantly worse, especially with all the reworks done to Coliseo to make it an actually playable map. Because let's be honest, it was not very fun on launch.
No, those windows still haunt my soul to this day, and it was the best day of my life seeing the announcement that they took that glass out. But no, I think that push is a very important map to have this in this part of the series, right? This is the thing that can make or break the series for either of these teams. Obviously, Jerome looking to proceed, go into that top 4 qual, and for Blackfoot, a chance to turn this series around. I for one, have definitely been upset on push many times before in fashions that you would never really expect, which is why having it here is so exciting. So the real question about that, though, is you kind of have to make a separate prediction for push, right? This series has been going extremely well for Jerome. Has been majoritively in their favor for, I mean, I don't even think there was a second where I doubted them in the way that they've been playing thus far. But do you think that Blackfoot has something up their sleeve to maybe turn this around and take this map?
I mean, from what we just saw, it does look like Pug and Tub is going to be getting subbed out. At least I believe it was Pug. I'm not 100% sure who it was. It just looked like Pug. But maybe they have a hit scan that is the best hit scan ever. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can go on, and everybody has their own hero preferences. So maybe Sojourn just wasn't quite working for Pug, and maybe they have a better Sojourn player who's a little better. Maybe they thought Bastion would work going into it and just didn't quite end up in their favor. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong. There's a lot of stuff that can go good, especially in push being such a back-and-forth game mode, even more than something like Flashpoint is going between all the maps, because it's one of those game modes where it's really hard to get the lead and then keep the lead, because that means winning team fight after team fight after team fight, and it's really
finding
difficult.
the snowballs and finding those momentums. Maybe on some maps it's definitely easier than others. I'm hoping to see Coliseo come out for that exact reason, right? It's much harder to do those snowball fights, to find team fight after team fight to allow yourself to full cap. I think like the push map difficulty is like Coliseo, New Queen Street, and Esperanza.
Yeah.
So worst case, we see Esperanza played, and maybe Jerome has a really good time. But also, again, maybe a couple fights don't work out in their favor, and Blackfoot is able to turn things around in the series for them.
You know, you were talking a lot about snowballs, and you know what map is really good for snowballs? Toronto. Oh, wait, no. New Queen Street.
Yes,
I don't know why
exactly.
I thought Toronto. I mean, it is in Canada.
It is, yeah.
But
it is in Toronto.
And I think it would work really well with their play style. It looks like BetMe1 really likes that Ramatra, really likes that Winston. And you can do a ton with both of those characters with all the flank routes. I mean, New Queen Street is a pretty typical push map. You got like almost like your mustache build for the map itself, but it looks like it's going to be Flashpoint. I was wrong.
Okay.
It is going to be Saravasa, which can't really complain about it. It's a pretty solid map.
It is one of my favorite maps in the game. Very pretty map as well. But I think what
Saravasa is really good at for either of these teams is really showing just at a very basic level who has their team fights down. And so far, Blackfoot really hasn't been bringing that much competition to Jerome's play field. Obviously, Eichenwald wasn't the sweep that I'm sure Jerome was looking for, but still,
it's pretty hard to sweep on Eichenwald.
Yeah. Saravasa, however, I've seen that go terribly for some teams who are entirely expected to win.
Yeah,
anything can happen.
It's a really hard map to just get going, but I'll tell you one thing that isn't very hard to get going with, whole being massage, combining the best of the day spa experience with effective therapeutic massage. Check out their multiple styles and expertise today. Whole being massage, supporting your health and well-being through holistic, personalized bodywork.
I know I was pretty stressed out in the studio yesterday watching Valorant, and I'm sure it's going to be the same thing at the desk for Overwatch, so I'm probably going to need that.
Yeah, you might have to go ask them for a little bit of a nice back rub before this next round starts.
Well, going in to Saravasa, mind you, it's weird because now we don't have to talk about sides. We just get to talk about how teams are fighting it out. And it really does come down to these really tiny little things that teams have to think about in between every single fight, in the neutral play, in between points. Everything matters.
Yeah,
neutral Flashpoint.
Neutral play, and especially in a map like Saravasa, where there's so many tight corridors, the second you get split off from your team, you're probably going to die. It's just statistically more likely to happen. And when that happens, you get split, and then you can't really play with the rest of your team, and it really tends to struggle. These maps really separate good teams from bad ones, and what allows teams to play well together? Can you stay together for a fight? Can you get yourself into a position where you can win? It does look like we are going to see Mama J on a little bit of a class swap, and Vanderlei is going to be playing on the support role.
Yeah, I think I've seen Mama J actually play each role now. Or no,
they haven't played tank.
No, so at least DPS and support. So interesting to showcase that flexibility, but as they're going into this, Blackfoot is really going to need to think about how do we position ourselves. I think those tracers, for reasons I'll explain later, are going to be incredibly important, but I'll bring that over to you, Darren.
Yeah, Cow Power doing a lot of poke in the front. Looks like the Bet Me One dive is going in, but not a whole lot, and he misses the jump. He's going to go down early, and a point capture for Jerome is going to give them a lead. Cass goes down, but almost takes out one with him. Trades back and forth. Mama J finds two, not quite able to stop the res, but Jerome still in control of the point. Mama J unable to stop Cow Power from destroying Vanderlei and Robin Boo, and Mama is forced off the point.
Now, back into how essential the tracers are on this map for either team. Tracer either has to duel each other or weave through each other to actually do damage to the other team, to split teams up, so that Blackfoot or Jerome can get in and finish a dive. Right.
Yeah, and Prestige taking out Vanderlei is going to be a real big hamper. Looks like the damage boosted Junkrat isn't doing a ton, and there's only so much you can really do on the Mercy. Back to Mama J. Looks like Pikey's going to find two on the Moira. Really embracing the DPS Moira playstyle that we've all come to know and respect out of the character. But Prestige, working his magic, got his Death Blossom. And now the real question is he going to use it right as they come out of spawn, or is he going to wait a little bit to use it?
I think it would be very funny if he egoed and used it right out of spawn, but I'm sure that Jerome doesn't want to take any risk in the first round. Anything, again, can happen on Flashpoint, and just make the rest of the map or the rest of the series go absolutely terrible for you.
Bet Me One is going to swap over to the Malga, probably a little better pick into the Winston since they tend to be struggling, but Mama J losing out the duel to Prestige. Cass going down as well, but Bet Me One's going to take out Prestige in turn. Cow Power getting low, but luckily for him, he's got a pretty good support back line, and Bet Me One is just going to deal tons of damage. Cass gets dove on. Cow Power is going to go down, but Robin is forced to use the Valkyrie. Cass goes down as well to Inari. It is two left on the point, Prestige and Inari, and a lot of ults being used by Blackfoot. Vanderlei and Robin Boo using both of their support ultimates, and it looks like Cow Power is going to be forced onto the Malga.
Yeah, I mean, playing the Malga into, or
Junk
playing
Queen?
the Junker Queen into the Malga. Actually, a comp I like better, but obviously Winston in the Malga isn't a great time, especially with that damage boosted pocket. You're going to get melted every time you go for a dive, because Bet Me One doesn't really have to go anywhere. He can kind of just stay clumped up with his supports with the rest of his team, peel when he needs to. But using those charge situations is going to put you at quite the disadvantage. Obviously, you see Jerome pop in the orbital to walk through main, topple the rest of the team, and if you don't have that charge to counter their pressure, you're dead. Your whole team's dead, and you just have to fall with the boat.
Not a whole lot that you can do with that, especially because Malga has the biggest hitbox in the game. Reaper is going to have a field day with that. Looks like Cow Power taking the scenic route around the point. Prestige lying in wait.
Oh, yeah. I know exactly what he's waiting for, too.
We know what's going to happen. Does the rest of the team? Bet Me One doesn't. Neither does Robin. And that's two with the Blossom. He got his one, and Inari's going to finish it up. Oh, the tire comes through. It does find one. But unfortunately, it is not enough. 57 and counting, passing Blackfoot's percentage, and Jerome is on their way to the second point victory.
Now, so far, that one orbital push, and it wasn't even just the orbital, it was because, again, Bet Me One couldn't try and walk past it, right? He had to stay with his team. He didn't have that charge to work with. Now, you're kind of letting Jerome walk all over you. You're getting too tripped up. You're letting them get in your head just because of how good the defense has been from them thus far.
But, I mean, Prestige going down to Robin is a pretty big pick, but Inari finding Bet Me One. In the end, it doesn't really matter since the point went to Jerome. But Prestige does go down. Inari finds his Deadeye. Same with Pikey with their Coalescence as well. But Bet Me One, he's got his cage, and he's ready to fight. But, I mean, it could go bad for him because Coalescence does go through shields.
That's true. Jerome, so far, anyway, I feel like has been very good about their ult usage, and that is something that Blackfoot has also been struggling with. Right now, we're super low on that tire, super low on Sunstrike, obviously because we just switched Alari. But you don't consistently have a lot of ults to play with and push yourself into situations that Jerome
Rampage comes
going to take
through.
advantage of
The
every
worst
time.
thing for Bet Me One just happened. One ult is enough to secure the point for Jerome with a 5K. Inari and Prestige taking that anti and just running with it.
Well, at least they all died together and no one staggered.
That is true.
That is the most that you can ask for from this team now.
Yeah, Mama J has given up on the Tracer and is on the Venture, a character we haven't seen a whole lot of. But, I mean, Venture's always a fun one. But the Blossom comes out. We're not going to be seeing much Venture right now. Does look like Vanderelli and Robin are both going down in Prestige. Once again, tearing up the dance floor.
That you can't let that happen. I'm just so sorry. Really, Blackfoot was even, I heard from the stage, was even surprised that Prestige lived through that Blossom, right? Bet Me One had the stomp, and it looked like it was going to hit him, and it just completely missed.
Yeah, the stomp is really odd, but what's also odd is Cow Power running straight into him. Cass goes down to Inari on the Cassidy, and he's going to fall to Bet Me One, but taking out one in the process. Pikey finding Vanderelli and looking to find the second, but Mama J is in. The drill run comes through. Bet Me One goes down. Oh, Mama J as well. It's just Robin. Prestige with the clutch. He's got to hold on the point, and he's got it. Prestige, if you're going to give MVP to anybody, give it to this man.
Oh my goodness, man of the match. Prestige solo clutching a 1v3 against a tank in like, what, 2 supports?
I mean, granted, giving Bet Me One credit where credit is due, he was on like 100 health.
Oh, for sure.
But winning against 2 supports after that? That's crazy. That's kind of crazy.
Soul Orbs orb, which honestly is not even a perk I see used too often from Reapers. Usually I like to take that longer range right click, but to show that the Soul Orbs do have some use case in situations like that where you're super crit, you're trying to live for as long as you can, he made it work and he got it done. Impressive plays from both teams all around in this series, but Jerome will be moving on through the bracket to qualify for that top 4. Blackfoot, unfortunately, out of contention for that top 4 final bracket.
Yeah, Jerome is going to be playing the winner of RHS and Timberline once that is resolved, and good on them for moving forward. It is not over for Blackfoot, though.
Of course.
They do have at least one more game in them before their bracket run might be over, but at the same time, there's a whole lot that can happen going forward. They're not the bottom seed. They still got a really good shot. Now, let's move back over to the desk with their thoughts on this invigorating 3-0 Jerome win.
Welcome back to the studio, and I mean, wow, what a matchup to start off the day. A solid win for Jerome going forward into the rest of the season, well, just the day. And I mean, we were talking about it in the studio this entire time, how many surprising moments we saw of just insane plays and coordination from them throughout the matchups.
Yeah, it was very entertaining to watch. I mean, just the way that Jerome played, it was a lot of Cow Power and a lot of prestige coming out of the gates here. And I especially think that on that hybrid map, we saw a lot out of those two really on the defensive side, holding that point. They did a really good job overall, and I think Jerome just played out of their minds.
Yeah, not to forget Inari either, who we were talking about it. Where like he was on Cassidy most of the time, but for every thing that he did, he was always backing people up, and there was a lot of really good shots to just keep things going. And also the Junkrat plays from the previous in Eichenwald. We mentioned that, which Blackfoot got a little bit of revenge there when they got to go on defense. The instant knockout of the tank, but like we were talking about, most of the time it was in Jerome's court. Overall, they were able to hold strong on the defense and have a lot of really good wild card plays. I mean, we were talking about how we could hear just how surprising some of those Reaper Death Blossoms went through. And just overall, a lot of just really, really strong coordination from the Jerome team that Blackfoot just wasn't able to break through.
Yeah, and that's nothing against Blackfoot as well. I mean, they played awesome. I mean, there was a lot of times where we thought, okay, here we go. Now they have some momentum going. I feel like on a couple of those flashpoints, so they had some momentum built, and even on the hybrid, like they were making some push on it.
I mean, hey, if not for the rip tire on Eichenwald, we were both agreeing that could have been a great moment for Blackfoot. And, you know, just taking a look at some of these moments here, there was just a lot of those moments from specifically Prestige and a couple others on the team that just held Blackfoot back here in these points. Just overall really strong play from Jerome all around. And, you know, they're going to be able to continue forward into the tournament with their first win under their belt. And, yeah, just, once again, just a lot of strong play here.
Yeah, especially this control map. It was very, I'd have to say, one-sided. I mean, I don't think Blackfoot touched the point once. I don't think so. I don't think they got a single %, and that just says something to Jerome. I mean, they were held down, and then coming into this hybrid here, like we were just talking about. This is a good moment
for Blackfoot, though. They do get the Junkrat off the map. Yeah, Prestige did get knocked off, so that was the one moment. That was the revenge moment for Blackfoot, and they were able to break through, but this was, like we mentioned, they just had to commit more resources.
Yeah, and I think it was a combination of like 2 ults here that ended up getting them the wipes that they needed, and then getting onto point, getting it captured, and then they starting their push, which ultimately they did get it really far until the bridge.
Yeah, they were able to hold on, and like again, we mentioned the rip tire in that moment.
Yeah.
You know, they were stuck at this spot for a moment. They were able to, you know, push through, but they kept getting knocked down, and this is the faded moment that we were mentioning. You know, they had a really strong presence on this spot. They were looking to hold on. They were, you know, in such a dire moment, and the rip tire took it all away because being stuck in overtime, they needed to push to that point. If they didn't get it to the point, they were going to lose it, and you know, Prestige took that all away with the rip tire here. But I do also want to call out this really good play here from Cass. Just the instant knockout on the Winston. You know, Jerome wanted to be a little bit like goofy, jump in fast and like try and take that bridge, you know, but they shut it right down. And so I think that Blackfoot had some really good defense moments. They just weren't able to hold it as strong as Jerome.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like Jerome, offensively and defensively, it was a powerhouse. Prestige on the offensive side, especially when he was playing Reaper, was tough. You couldn't really get past him, and like we were talking about earlier, there's a lot of those Death Blossom moments where we're like, how is he still alive? How is he still going through this? How is he still getting kills? But he just persevered through all of that, and you can just see him getting kill after kill right there. 3K, looking towards it, there's the 4, and then he ends up getting the team wipe on Sumatra here.
Yeah. Prestige was definitely their bastion, you know, besides the character, of course, you know, holding down the points for them in a lot of situations. So that will be dangerous for Jerome going forward, though. If they go up against teams who are able to get the picks onto Prestige, they might have a little bit more struggle with that. Though we'll have to see as we get to check in on the next matchup soon here between these teams, as Jerome will be going forward to face their next opponent with the win under their belt here, which it's going to be between, I believe, Timberline and Rigby. Is there one of those two will be going forward to be their opponent. Yeah, taking a look at this next one right here. Yeah, this was what I mentioned with Inari too. Like, he was always there to clean up when the rest of the team had used all their abilities, were out of util on cooldowns. Inari was the one picking up and cleaning up for Jerome there.
Yeah, and they were always on Cassidy, and it's like I feel like a lot of these players, they were switching between characters, getting some different comps going. But for him, it was always Cassidy, and for him, it was always good. He was always getting picks, he was always getting frags, and he was making sure to clean up, like you were just talking about on these offensive ends. He was making sure to get those last kills. Overall, great player, and I feel like the DPS really did well here for the side of Jerome.
Yeah, don't fix what's not broken.
Seriously.
Yeah, but as we were talking about, yeah, that's just kind of the name of the game for this. Like, all of these teams are, you know, coming up to clash against each other for the first time. Well, not the first time, but like for the first time in a setting like this, and so this is going to be a big back and forth. But Jerome has set the precedence 2-0 going forward, and as we're getting ready to see the rest of the matches, we will go to a quick break, and we will see you soon.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Life happens. Lucky for you, the new ICCU Central Plus checking account comes with benefits, including cell phone protection.
Wait, through my ICCU checking account?
That's right. Along with a whole lot of other benefits you might need. Because being human is a full-time job. Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. Is finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great. Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase one. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net.
welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena as we continue our coverage of the Esports State Championship. We just watched Blackfoot versus Jerome, where Jerome took the match 2-0, and we're going to continue our coverage of the day going into round 2. Now, since Jerome was able to win, we're going to continue to watch them as they continue their matches, which we do see that they have an opponent on stage as they're getting ready for the next matchup. My name is Audrey Norris, calling all the action with Danner Hill as we continue to see how these teams match up against each other. Now, we are getting ready to get into it, and I'm curious to hear what you think, just generally we might see from some of the character picks in this. We saw a lot of Reaper in the previous match, but are there any characters you'd like to see come out in this next matchup?
I'm not sure. I feel like we saw a really good blend of a lot of characters in that match. As we saw a lot of Juno in the supports. We saw some Moiras. And then also on the DPS side, like Tracer. We saw one instance of Hanzo. Which is interesting. No Genjis. I feel like
Genji, yeah.
I feel like I see some Genjis a lot. We saw a lot of Reaper. Junkrat was a lot on that, especially on that Isengard gate, or Isengard map for the hybrid. And then Junker Queen, Ryan, and I feel like it was all the generic stuff. I do want to see Orisa as a tank.
You want to see Orisa? Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Orisa is a fun tank to watch.
She is always a fun tank. We did get to see a lot of different tanks in the matchup, but, I agree with that. I like her abilities, and her design is also just really fun. Yeah. She's a very unique tank in that. But, I think we've been eating good so far with the variety of characters. We've seen a lot of the new characters. Obviously, we're going to see Juno with just how strong she is. Mauga's been there, Ramatra.
Yep.
We saw Junker Queen, personal favorite of mine.
Yep.
But, as we're getting into it, that just goes to show, just how many characters and how much, comfort these players have with all of them with the different maps and recognizing strengths and weaknesses. We even got to see some Rhine. As, the desk mentioned, you kind of have to play Rhine on Eichenwald, and we've seen a lot of that variety. I kind of want to see more of Brigitte because of the whip shot we saw onto Junkrat. But as we're getting ready to check in, we can see now the results of all of these matchups here. We were here with Jerome. They were able to get the 3-0, and they're going to be going up against Rigby on the main stage, with Blackfoot and Timberline going up against each other as the outcome of that match. Then we've got Bora and Skyline, and Bishop Kelly and Compass Academy. All of these are getting ready to start for the semifinals here. Now, the determiners of these matches will be going in to see who's going to be going for the championships and the rest of the medals here on out.
Yeah, by the looks of it, we're seeing that BK Compass game already in progress. That'll be that #1 seed, that overall kind of that powerhouse of a team in BK. They're going to be going through Compass right now, and the winner of that will go to the grand finals, who will play the winner of the game we are getting ready to cover, Jerome versus Rigby.
Yeah, so let's talk about that a little bit, because this is going to be a interesting matchup. Just looking purely at the stats of these two teams, Rigby is the team to watch out for right now. Besides Bishop Kelly, BK, both of those teams went 18-0 in the normal season, and they are some of the highest teams skill-wise that people would expect to be going into these finals. So Jerome, who has if I remember, it was a much more back and forth season, and mostly got a postseason redemption. They're kind of getting will be one of their biggest challenges throughout this day.
Sure.
Either this is kind of their make or break moment. Either they beat one of the best teams, or they're not going to be able to get into those grand finals.
Yeah, I think, bouncing off, it was a 10-9 in regular season and then 3-3 in playoffs.
Yeah, and so fairly even in their win-losses comparatively to Rigby. So it's going to be a wild card of a team who was able to come back, Jerome, with a lot of unexpected plays, a lot of unexpected stuff. We don't know how they're going to shake out comparatively to a just tried and true tested team in Rigby, which is that unstoppable defense. So with how Jerome was playing against Blackfoot, which their defense was really solid, they're probably going to have to face something very similar to how they were playing against Blackfoot.
I think so, and I think that starting off that first round, getting that win under your belt, I feel like that's going to build a lot of confidence. It's going to build up momentum. And I feel like for this team, full seniors, it's their last hurrah. I think this is a great start for them going into this Rigby match. I think they can carry a lot of that momentum into this game and hopefully, get a round or two off and maybe even win.
But yeah, as we're getting ready to get into this matchup, of course, we got to take a look at the maps and see what we're going to be getting. We're going to be starting off with Nepal on Control, so getting some map variety. Love to see it. You know, yesterday in Valorant, we kind of only got the 3 same maps, so happy to see some variety on the Overwatch side here as we're getting ready to jump in to our new matchups. But yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Jerome. You know, they've come off their win, so they'll want to make sure that they don't get a little bit too excited and, you know, stay focused on the goal of going forward here.
I absolutely agree, and I feel like with this map change-up, I think it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to be seeing different team comps overall, so it's not going to be the same as what it was before, which is going to be nice. It's going to be a little bit of a change of pace, but it's also going to be curious to see is Jerome going to be able to keep up the same pressure that they had in the previous game? Is Cow Power and why am I blanking? Like Inari and Prestige. Thank you.
Yep.
Are they going to keep up their pressure? Are they going to be able to get those DPS kills and tank kills like they were last round?
Or are they going to get shut down? That'll be the question.
Or are they going to get shut down? Exactly.
Well, that's only a question that can be answered by getting into the match. So I'd love to hear what the desk thinks about this as we get ready to run into these next matchups here.
And welcome to the Boise State Esports Arena. We are almost ready for the second match of the day. Jerome going up against Rigby High School. And honestly, I gotta say a lot of the stuff that the desk were saying. I do think that there is definitely a power core when it comes to Jerome. You have that Inari and Prestige. I was talking with them a little bit more outside of it. They were just able to finish off a lot of what each other started. I mean, Cassidy's not really great at short range, but he thrives at long range. Reaper's kind of the opposite. And when you get that combo, you can't really do a whole lot. However, Rigby is the number 2 seed. They've had a fairly great season overall, and I guarantee you they have something in their kit that is a little bit more flexible than what we saw with Blackfoot. Maybe they have a Sojourn. Maybe they have an Ashe. Maybe they have something that can pick off the Reaper from long range. And it'll be interesting to see how they decide to tackle the Titan that is really the Prestige and Inari core.
Well, something also to note about the way that Rigby plays is that we're definitely not seeing a comp that is anything close to how Jerome ends up playing this. Some could say that it's a little bit more traditional. Some could say it's a little bit more creative. I do know that they have a Zenyatta in their backline, though. And the reason I want to mention that is having a Discord, having a support character that does all that damage is really, really good for dealing with problem childs like Prestige. Right now, I'm not saying that we're expecting like a huge humbling. I just expect this to be more competitive. I mean, this is the number 2 seed versus the number 3 seed. Of course, things are probably going to get a little crazy on stage.
Yeah, just a little crazy. And we are going to be looking at the Smash Bros. Tournament for just a little bit that is going on at the same time in a different building. We have a lot of the same schools here, a lot of teams here to compete. And as you can see, full house out there just playing Smash Bros. Enjoying their time in the spotlight. Does look like there is a little bit of a Pokemon trainer and Wii Fit trainer going up against one another. Does look like Wii Fit is having a little bit better time than the Squirtle, taking a lot of damage though. Ivysaur has to come out trying to get something done on the lower platforms. Wii Fit forced up really high, but is able to get the damage boost and heal off. Oh, Ivysaur with the edge guard. Not a whole lot that Wii Fit can do, but just try and get back onto the stage.
Seems like the Smash kids are having a very nice time in the theater, as are these brackets as part of the Idaho Esports Association and their many titles for at least the ones that we couldn't get here, right?
Yeah, but you know what else really helps is Doc's keys to the game. In Overwatch, take fights in unexpected places. You know that's important because it's written there twice. Never mind, it got changed. Play what you're good at. Position your supports, don't make positioning mistakes, and get good ult value. Doc's keys to the game are brought to you by Blue Ribbon Painting. Let us introduce you to the MVPs of painting. With over 90 years of combined experience, they're proud to be Boise's go-to team of multi-generational painters. Ready to level up your home? Visit blueribbonpainting.com for to answer more questions. Also, this stream is powered in part by ITC, partner for IT support, cybersecurity, and network solutions. When tech problems strike, ITC keeps your system running so you can stay in the game.
Yes, thank you to our sponsors, both for the Idaho Esports Association and for the Esports State Championships. Now, I don't know if broadcast plans on putting the cam back on desk, because I just want to see how long it takes Bryce to realize. But very much anticipating this matchup that we're about to watch today, right? Oasis was great as, a little surprise to open things up. I'm surprised I still haven't seen Ilios, but Nepal is also a little bit surprised.
We might get your Ilios dreams because that is up next, from what I've heard.
No, it's not. Unfortunately. I know, it's so sad. I'm so sorry to the Nepal fans. It's just not my favorite map. Mostly just it's a difficult map to play around. You have to be really creative on this map. Whether you're on Shrine in a weird, almost open but almost closed spot to the other. I think it's Sanctum is the inside point. I don't remember the full name for it.
Yep, it is Sanctum. Sanctum and Village.
Sanctum is quite a map. Now, from what I've seen from Jerome, because I didn't see how Rigby's game went earlier, of course, it seems like those kinds of tight choke situations, dashing through, shouldn't be that big of a problem, but I also don't know how Rigby plans to play this into them as well.
Yeah, but getting into the map, the Discord Orb goes on really fast. The Orisa does come out. I bet you someone's happy on the desk. Both tanks are down, and Widow's going to find Prestige. Jerome finds himself in an early deficit, and with a pick onto the supports, it is just up to Inari to try and pick things up, but unfortunately, not a whole lot you can do in that scenario, and Rigby is going to get the first point flip.
That's a team kill for Rigby.
We have been saying almost all semester that Orisa is meta, and Nazo seems to know what's up.
Orisa is important on a map like this unless if you're a bum and you play Roadhog. So sorry to all my Roadhog players out there.
I think you just dissed like a third of the Overwatch player base.
Because having a character like Orisa that isn't Malga, that does the exact same thing.
Goes down, but Prestige also quick to follow by Widow. Cow Power left low with no shield health, barely able to hold on. Widow just able to do a ton from that top point, and Hanzo, not the character, but the player, is just able to fire on the rest of this team. And plus, Mei is just a strong character against almost anybody. And looks like the Rhine Pin is going to come through. Nazo does get the healing orb, so he's not going to take a whole lot of damage, especially with the fortified popped. Piggy is not going to be able to out DPS the soldier, unfortunately. Prestige trying to find picks in Hanzo, but unfortunately, Cow Power goes down before anything can happen. But Inari with a pick onto Widow. It is a 2v2. Both supports.
Both supports versus a DPS.
Oh, 2 DPS.
Yeah, this could not be any worse unless that happens.
Oh, but
unless
Prestige.
That happens.
Oh, he got him. And the point is not going to be flipped quite yet, but there we go.
For Prestige to lock that down.
Living up to his name.
Jerome is able to get things together somewhat. Right? It did seem like for a while that Rigby had very tight control over the fight, but for the most part, Jerome has really done a good job holding down that line. You have to really give credit to Cow Power and their Rhine play for how long they were able to survive, how long they were able to keep the pressure so that Rigby couldn't comfortably fight on point, so that Rigby couldn't comfortably just put
Death Blossom forces out the Transcendence, but still finds Green Punk. That is a huge pick and the main source of healing for this team, but with enough ults on the board, it looks like Terra Surge is coming out. It's going to find Cow Power, and the entire core for Jerome goes down. Only one ult spent by Rigby, and now they're actually fairly even when it comes to ults. Cow Power really struggling to find his own ult here, but Piggy and Oliver matching the Hanzo and Green Punk ults, so it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. We are reaching final team fight territory for this point. Cow Power pushing forwards. Got to be careful with that Blizzard, though, and the Orbital Ray comes out.
Oh, that is... appears.
It's just you just hate to see it, and both supports are going to go down since they did not have the Orbital Ray to protect them. But Prestige in the backline is going to find one to sort of even things out, but Green Punk is going to pop their own Ray, and that's going to help them stay in the fight. And it looks like Rigby is going to have a fairly powerful showing. With that being said, Jerome was able to get a few points on the board, so it was not free by any means, but they might have to adjust their strategy just a little bit.
Rigby has so far
far been a terrifying team into these choke points, into a lot of the stuff that Jerome was able to get away with while they were in their last series. Whereas, you know, playing into the Orisa, playing into the Zen even, is a Reaper's worst nightmare. And if Jerome plans on depending on the heroics of Prestige to push them through a lot of these fights, they might not see as much of that on this map here.
The thing is, the Reaper can work into Zen very well. You just can't really run up to him like we've come to expect. Does look like the Orisa mirror is in the cards moving forward. We're still seeing the classic Zenyatta. That seems to be the staple pick for Rigby. Prestige already dropped down incredibly low. Inari taking some pop shots onto Widow, but nothing quite to show for it. But Inari's going to be bursted down by Widow. No one's watching the off angle for the Soldier. Cow Power with the Orb of Discord. Widow is just able to get out of there unpunished and already has their third perk online. Pygie is going to take a ton of damage, and it just looks like the rest of Rigby is going to pile drive into Jerome.
A great first fight for Rigby. I'm pretty sure that obviously ended. Obviously, they wanted the cap, so that ended pretty much the exact way that they would have wanted it to. But the way that Widow was able to get in and out, do the damage needed to find a pick or to let somebody else finish somebody off, just the coordination that Rigby has on this point and playing off of each other is not what Jerome wants to see right now.
Especially because they know how to peel for each other. That Zen is a really vulnerable target, but it doesn't really matter if no one's going to go for him. But the ice block does get forced out. Hanzo does take the pick that allows him to freeze other people while in ice. So it's going to force off the Reaper. Allier is going to go down low. No one helping, especially with the Sub-Zero coming through. Inari trying to get a pick here. Cow Power and Pikey going down. And the Reaper Blossom comes out, finds two. It is up to Nazo, but he goes down for the second Reaper 3K of the day. And the first point flip for Jerome.
At least for this second point, Shrine is quite the point to be playing some of these characters on. But I'm glad that Jerome is starting to find success and probably going to look to find a little bit more. Obviously, we do see that Trank online for Rigby. We do see that Terra Surge. But we also have about at least two more ults soon, and that orbital
he gets canceled.
Stay alive. Widow is going to be the one to find that. That Terra Surge does get caught by Nazo, but it's too much pressure for Rigby. The rest of Jerome is falling to destroy to Widow. Can't find their composure on the point, and that's going to be a reflip for Rigby.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really do a whole lot if you just let the Soldier really run rampant and do whatever he wants. Same with Hanzo, just being able to sit on that side and deal all the damage he'd like. It's going to chip you down really fast, especially when you have characters like the Moira and Juno, who can't really heal themselves super effectively. Widow gets taken down low by Cow Power, but quickly forced out. Just not dealing enough damage quite to get his abilities yet. It looks like Fortify is going to come out. Coalescence used in order to not counter, but sort of complement the Orbital Ray. Nazo does go down to Prestige. The Destroy in the backline is going to be a little bit of a nuisance. Out comes the Blizzard. It's going to get Inari. Piggy's going down as well. Ollier trying to do a little bit of a Juno 1v1, but it is not quite going in his favor. Destroy is going to take out Prestige, and with Ollier with the Discord Orb, it is going to be incredibly difficult for him to take it. Cow Power goes down, and Rigby takes the first round.
Oh, that was so rough. But Orbital being online for Rigby sooner than Jerome is absolutely what gave them the advantage in that last fight. Able to do so much. And you really have to give credit to both of these teams' ult timings, but especially Rigby knowing exactly when to throw that Blizzard, when to throw that Trank out to keep the team alive. There is nothing that is stopping Rigby from just walking all over Jerome right now. And as much as I want to see these guys succeed, it definitely seems that Rigby has the upper hand on these maps so far.
Yeah, I feel like it's a difference of play style. I mean, you have Widow, who's a hit scan, and he's proven that he's a pretty good hit scan.
I mean, did you see that tracking?
I honestly think that a lot of Jerome's play style when it comes to their supports is, oh, I'm Juno. I'm in the air. They cannot shoot me in the air accurately, so I'm going to live. But you can't really use that same philosophy when up against a Soldier who can affordably miss a lot of those shots, so you almost have to change up your play style on your back line as much as your front line. Sure, I mean, Prestige was struggling, and so was Inari, but not nearly as much as the backline was. They were consistently getting picked first. They were consistently finding themselves in awkward positions with the DPS on off angles. They just could not keep themselves up in a fight.
Yeah, the sustain is so important, and it almost seems like a little bit of a mirror of what we were seeing on first map between Jerome and... Why am I already Blackfoot? Yeah, where, Mama was dying at the beginning of every fight back on Oasis. Definitely seemed like that was something similar that had happened towards the end of Nepal, where Ollier ended up falling pretty early on, couldn't farm that orbital, gave Rigby so much time to build ults, to build sustain for their backline, and pretty much just walk over Jerome for the rest of the map. But enough on Nepal. We're going into map 2. We're going into hybrid. Ladies and gentlemen, Kings Row is coming out to play. A very curious map, one that's very brawl dependent, but also, could be very big for dive. And right now, it definitely seems that either of those composition types could really work for Rigby, right? We did see that Orisa come out on Nepal, and they were really strong with that, but I have no doubt that we could also see a D.Va come out, and that would, also end up really well in their favor, unless Prestige locked it in.
That is true. I mean, there's a lot of nooks and crannies that you can hide in as not only the Reaper, but also the Junkrat that he's been pretty fond of for the entire time.
That's true.
There's a lot of weird, awkward places that you can hide and sort of get stuff done, and I honestly think that was the best pick that they could have made. They can play their Reinhardt, their Junker Queen, whatever dive or whatever brawl they want to play. However, it also works well for Rigby, too. We've seen a lot of the Orisa come out from them, and that's sort of their bread and butter so far. So it could really go either way, this map. It really just depends whose backline can stay alive longest, who makes the least amount of mistakes, and overall, which team is finding the most valuable picks, especially with their ultimates, because ultimates were few and far between in the last game on both sides.
Those ult timings are going to be incredibly important just between fight and fight, who is sufficiently healing, who is sufficiently getting enough damage, and who is able to get those ults up for success, especially if both teams decide to run that Juno. Orbitals definitely have seemed to be the win condition in a lot of these fights between both of these teams. So now, each team kind of knows, but I'm hoping especially Jerome knows, we need to farm taking a lot of damage so that Ollier can heal off of us so we can get that orbital up faster.
Or you just need to keep your Juno alive long enough so that you can heal throughout the fight.
That's true.
Because the biggest problem with them wasn't that they were taking too little damage. It's that they left the Moira alive, but they killed the Juno all the time. And Coalescence is a good ultimate. It can deal a lot of damage. It can heal a lot. But it's not area-based, and it's not giving your team a damage boost as well. I mean, Orbital Ray is essentially a moving Kitsune Rush that can't be blocked. I mean, Kitsune Rush, one of the best ultimates in the game. However, you put up a Hazard Wall, a Mei Wall, and there's not a whole lot you can do. But it's all going to culminate in this second round. Tigers versus Trojans, round 2.
Yes, Jerome looking to keep things competitive in this matchup, and Rigby, of course, looking to show why that number by their seed name does in fact matter. Once again, thank you to Dairy West for both supporting the Boise State Esports program as well as helping sponsor the Idaho State Esports Championship.
And for all you guys in the building, we still got a lot of milk to get through, and believe me, it tastes good. I'm on my third one right now.
Yeah, I haven't had any today, so I'm not doing my part in getting things done, but believe me, I will be helping. I hope some of you guys will be helping too. The milk helps stay energized and focused throughout these long days, and here I am like a bum drinking a zero sugar monster at the desk.
You know, all this milk, really, the calcium helps me make skeleton jokes.
Oh.
Would you like to hear one?
I would like to hear one, yes.
What is a skeleton's favorite snack?
I don't know.
Spare ribs!
I love that as I age and continue to go through life, I just never will escape these bad jokes.
Hey, I mean, bad jokes are a part of life, but you know what else is part of life? This point unlocking, and we are just about ready to go. Jerome, starting off on defense, looks like Widow is going to be playing Widow. I mean, form fits function, I guess. Nazo trying to push forward a little bit with the Mauga, not really seeming to find any good way to push up. It's a little bit better now that Mauga's health is around what it should be at the 725. He won't be blown up quite as quick as in the last game, but looks like they are just letting him walk forward for free, and Prestige is going to be the first to go down to Nazo. That is a huge pick that they're not going to be able to do a whole lot with. Discord Orb does go down, but so does the Immortality Field from Pyke on the Baptiste. I do think the Baptiste is a little bit better, but oh no, Mauga's way too far in, and he's going to go down to Inari. Cow Power with the Hanzo pick on Hanzo this time. Destroy is also going to go down to Ollier, and Rigby is not going to find the capture quite yet.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, why is Widow there?
You do not see a pin on Widow very often, but when you do, it is always an entertaining time.
Yeah.
I do think that the swap, the two support swaps from Jerome were the right picks. Widow, though, is going to be going onto the Bastion, hopefully to help with the Rhine shield. Nazo, though, has been able to just tear through every little bit of health. Prestige, though, taking advantage of the tight corridors to deal a lot of damage, but also getting that headshot. Hanzo off of the Hanzo, though. I mean, it no longer matches. Nazo is unfortunately going to fall. He booked a solo hotel room and unfortunately wasn't able to keep himself up, but out comes the Deadeye. Doesn't find anybody. Still up. No one really in sight, but Prestige is going to find it on Widow, and the rest of the team is going to have to back out.
Despite having a better floor comp for Rigby to kind of walk in and supposedly just melt half the backline, it doesn't seem like they've been able to do that too easily.
Oh,
we do see the cage fight come out. A bunch of the backline for Jerome is already falling, and in a moment I try to say anything positive, it all goes to the pooper.
Yeah, that cage fight and orbital rate combo is going to tear through just about any composition. Widow is going to swap to the Pharah just to maybe help out a little bit more with the projectile, but I'm a little bit surprised that they swapped off of the hit scan entirely. Cow Power still running the Reinhardt, even with the immense amount of damage coming through. Prestige trying to find something. He has his Death Blossom. Speaking of ults, just about everybody on Jerome has their ults. Hanzo is going to go down early to Inari in the choke point, and it just looks like Prestige is holding down that top corridor, and Nazo is not quite able to get a lot of damage pushed on without getting a ton given to himself. Inari popped down, the Immortality Field comes out, does go down to Widow, out comes the charge, it stops the Deadeye. Oh no, it doesn't. Deadeye's still up, but it missed. Unfortunately, doesn't get any value out of that. Two dead, Piggy and Prestige both down. Inari and Ollie are soon to follow, and Cow Power goes down as well. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, and they are just rounding the first bend.
What a rough first fight for Rigby. I definitely thought that they would be able to do a little bit more with that first stomp from Nazo, but, you know, they got it done, I guess.
Eventually.
Is the important thing if you're a Rigby fan. You don't worry about how long it took. It's more so that they got it done. Now,
they also got the cancel on the Death Blossom, too. That is a really big ultimate to cancel. And it's unfortunate that Deadeye wasn't quite able to pick up the slack in that regard. Nazo, though, kind of has to focus on two different things. You have Prestige hanging out in the backline, just kind of being an overall mosquito, not really able to do anything. Cow Power does get stunned, tons of damage coming through. Immortality Field is able to save him, but the Blizzard gets a 5! That's a 5-man Blizzard and a team kill, and a third point from Rigby.
I was going to say, I wanted to talk a little bit earlier about the choice to run the double flex, running the Mei and the Pharah. I like the hit scan coming out from Jerome because obviously Inari is much more comfortable on the hit scan. And in a lot of situations, especially on the defense, this works. However, with the kind of area control that Rigby is trying to take, especially trying to play into the Rhine, using Mei walls, using icebergs, using blizzards, and killing the entire team, like, it seems like the double flex tends to work better in those situations. Now, instead of running out Ryan, you do see Jerome pulling out the Orisa, which seems to be working, but they are taking a little bit too much damage. There's a Deadeye. There's a cage fight.
Oh, no!
It's falling anyway. The Trank is coming out from Rigby to keep the rest of the team alive. While slowly, one by one, Jerome will fall to Rigby.
Yeah, Prestige can't do a whole lot in a 1v5, especially with all that online, but Piggy does have the amplification matrix. Ollier just needs to get to the point and hopefully get his ultimate online. Kitsune Rush could win them the whole thing. Piggy not quite able to get to the point to help out. Ollier needs to get there with the Kitsune Rush, but nobody's on the point after Cow Power falls. Rigby takes the map with just under 3 minutes.
What a terrifying setup for both of these teams, Jerome. Now their win condition is set, right? They need to full cap to keep themselves in contention, and if not, things might not look too well for them going later on into the series. Rigby, however, seemingly just doing as they always do, feeling so ultimately confident on the map. Obviously, the first area didn't seem the most comfortable, right? They had a lot of team fights that just did not go their way, falling back and forth over and over, and it did seem like Cow Power was putting up a very decent fight into Nazo. It just worked out that they were able to break through that, and once they broke through, they were not stopping.
Yeah, the thing is, they had that spawn advantage and were able to make those swaps really quick. Jerome wasn't quite able to, and the swaps they did make came a little bit too little too late. And really, they don't have an answer for the Zen and Juno in the backline. I mean, the Mei is always right there just to help them out in particular. And I mean, the Reaper and the Cassidy are good, but if you can't get those picks, there really isn't a point to run either of them because you're just feeding that ult charge. But it does look like Cow Power is going to be rolling out on the Mauga mirror, and maybe that might help him stay alive just a little bit longer and prevent Nazo from just kind of running around like a madman.
Already this first fight off to an interesting start. Have Widow on the Widow. Did see Hanzo on the Hanzo earlier, but did decide to go for that Mei swap. So far, the Widow has not found anything, which is kind of allowing...
Nazo goes down early to Inari. Just so much damage from the Mauga. Not a whole lot you can do, but with Widow sitting up there dealing a lot of damage, there isn't a whole lot that you can do about it, but now that Prestige is up there, he is going to take that one down. Point is currently ticking for Jerome a lot faster than Rigby got it ticking, and that's going to allow them to push forward a little bit. He's right behind Nazo. That is one dead tank, and that almost looks like a free point for Jerome if they're not able to get forward. Hanzo is able to take out Prestige. Cow Power, though, finishing off Destroy, and that is a pretty good stagger for the start of this next point.
What a great first fight for Jerome. Obviously, that loser's pick working very well in their favor. Definitely seems that King's Row just works out better. They're better at running the Mauga. They're better at running the front-facing brawl than Rigby is. They're showing it, obviously, with that faster cap, with the faster push, with the defense that they've been able to put up thus far into this team.
Deadeye comes out. Is it going to find anybody? No, it doesn't, but it takes him down low. Widow actually goes down to it. Didn't realize it was still up. Looks like the Blizzard is coming through, and it's going to be enough to take out Cow Power. Ollier also going down quick, but Prestige in the back line is going to take out two. Can he manage to stay up? Gets the TP out, manages to get around. Piggy is still alive. How is this happening? How is this working? Piggy goes down, but Nazo is going to be staggered. What a stagger out of Prestige.
Prestige
and
cannot
what
die.
A sacrifice from Piggy. 0-7, Piggy. That was one heck of a hero play.
I hope that Nazo knows that you can just keep shooting him until he completely disappears from your screen. His hitbox is still entirely vulnerable, and I think if he did keep shooting, he probably would have died. Instead, he got the TP, he got the med, and despite all odds, Prestige survived.
Yeah, Nazo is going to go on a little bit of a revenge tour with the help from Orbital Ray. Widow now on the Cassidy duel. Geenpunk going to take out Ollier, and that is a team kill for Rigby. Jerome, though, 4 minutes left to push the cart, and a few ultimates to work with. You got the cage coming up, hopefully to counteract the cage from Nazo, but that Transcendence is really going to put a hamper on your good time.
You also have
cages.
That Cole, which I was going to say, you know, the fight win for Rigby was long overdue. However, this is actually a much better situation having the point so far away.
No!
can be pretty detrimental, but it doesn't seem like it matters too much. They're finding pick after pick. Denari, Peach, Cow Power, each doing their part to get things moving along. It might be a fight loss for Rigby, and it might be a point capture for Jerome.
Yeah, Hanzo is going to go down. Destroy left on 21 health, not quite able to get into it. Nazo, can he make it back with the charge? Transcendence comes out to contest, and they do. They're contesting, forcing the orbital ray as well. The stomp comes through from Cow Power. Prestige finds one, but Piggy is going to get kicked in the process. The point gets captured for Jerome, and they have a lot more time left to work with. They got to capture this point in a minute to stay on pace, and with the looks of things, they can probably do it. Nazo goes down to Cow Power too. It is Hanzo left on the point with Widow matching the Reaper. This Widow is really looking to try and, well, diff the other players. I mean, I don't really have another way to put it. They tried to play Cassidy, they got diffed by Inari, and now they're playing Reaper, hoping to diff that, but I don't know if that's going to work out so well. Hanzo did go down to Prestige, and oh no, the backline's wide open, and Keen Punk is going down to pay the price.
Hanzo is still trying to face this, but Jerome is not letting him through as easy as he'd hope. He's alone out there, only with the help of Hanzo, and obviously there's not much on the play for that. That might be a full count. The contest does come out. The touch from Rigby, but Inari is going to be the first to find two.
And they have more time. Wow. More time on the clock.
Unfortunate ending for Rigby there.
That might just be what Jerome needs to beat them. Like, don't try to counterpick. Just play their characters better.
Exactly. It all comes down to that. Like I was saying before, Inari is much more comfortable on that hit scan on the defense. It seems to work out. And, you know, Rigby tried doing a very similar thing as they did on the offense, but Jerome figured it out. You have to change things up, or otherwise the team is going to be able to adapt, as Jerome did, to be able to push through and, you know, completely sweep you off your feet.
And we saw a little bit of adaptation from Widow playing several different characters, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to play the characters that they find good. Soldier's pretty great, but you can't really take use of the mobility or the vertical mobility. That tends to happen a lot with maps like these. And then you play Widow into characters like Reaper, and if you let him get anywhere close when you don't know he's there, that's pretty much a one-shot kill. And also, the Malcolmir was very distinctly in favor of Cow Power.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
again, Jerome knows that brawl way better. So whether if it's on Orisa, whether if it's on Queen, and whether if it's on Mauga, it seems that they're always going to prevail 9 times out of 10.
It does look like they're going to be bringing the Soldier back out. Widow is going to try and make it work from the looks of things. And it looks like the Hanzo is on the table as well. Destroy looking for an early pick with the orbs, but nothing to find here. Everybody's sort of playing it safe. And against Maugas, you almost have to. I will say Destroy's Discord orbs just have not really been getting the amount of value that you'd like to see from them. Just not quite able to get them onto Cow Power, but it does happen every now and again. But Inari with the early pick. There goes one source of healing. Prestige finding Widow, and it looks like Nazo is going to be forced back as his supports are being hunted down by the large Samoan man.
The defense from Jerome has just been unbeatable with this Mauga. I mean, this comp is just perfect, right? Prestige and Inari on signature characters, but also the Reaper into the Soldier is never going to work unless if you hit full heads. And, I mean, so far, it doesn't really seem like Widow has been able to do a great job at that.
Inari goes down,
Inari for the first pick, and the stomp to follow up with that. Yeah, but there's not enough damage going on to any particular person to really clean up that fight well.
But it does get cleaned up in the end. That is several characters gone. Prestige left to clean up the fight. He finds Hanzo, but unfortunately, Nazo and Geen Punk are still there, still kicking, and we are 30 seconds away from Rigby's overtime.
Could be an opportunity for a full cap for Rigby, but Jerome is on their way back. Do get hit with the stomp. Do you see the E's come out for both Maugas to keep them up? It will be a full cap for Rigby with only 20 seconds, including overtime, to push that cart. The real question is, will Jerome really let them? They have quite a few ults to play with, almost have that Blossom online, almost have that Deadeye online, as well as the Call and the Orbital, which again are really the win conditions for these teams. Rigby doesn't have that Orbital and might not be able to get anything done without it.
Happens. Ollie goes down, but the Blossom is in, but the Transcendence is there to stop it. Anti-grenade. How did that guy get antied? I don't even know what just happened there, but it happened. Hanzo manages to find the one pick, and only one came out of it, but that was a support ult. That was 3 ultimates from Rigby. Jerome still has 2 to work with, and depending on how this goes for Jerome, this could be the end of Rigby's push.
I mean, despite using 3 ults for Rigby, they still have 2 very important ults to play with into this next fight with that Trank. Oh, sorry. With
Trank,
the Visor and the Orbital, which can do some big things. Obviously, if Soldier picked the right perks, which I'm assuming are Stimpack, running with that Orbital, it should just allow Widow to melt things, but it doesn't really any damage is going out for Rigby as Jerome completely stops all over Rigby's offense. That's going to be the end of that overtime round for Rigby, going into round 4 now for a chance to Jerome to finish things out.
Yeah, that uncontested orbital ray is incredibly hard to fight into, especially if you're playing someone like Malga, who requires a lot of damage being put out. I have no idea where that anti-heal came from. Like, I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I swear I saw someone purpled there.
Yeah, it might have been Soldier. His perk Stim Pack allows him to shoot faster with a debuff of getting antied. It can be cleansed, but they don't have a Curie, so...
I mean, Kiriko really hasn't found a ton of playtime outside of Jerome, but I will say what it has seen, it has been really well, but I just think that Juno is a little bit better when it comes to this. Jerome has a pretty good shot to get through this. They just have to push it a little bit farther. They got 30 extra seconds on the clock. As long as they're able to run forward, run the Reaper, run the Malga that they have shown they are really good at, they got this in the bag. And if Widow picks Widow again, anything can just about anything can happen. Prestige as the eye in the sky, the Reaper on the ledge. He's basically Batman. He's Batman. He's Reaper. He sits on the edge of the building with his gravelly voice. Emo. But into the fight we go. Lots of damage being put out. Nazo really early on, not playing the Malga Mirror, but instead opting for the Orisa. But the Reaper in the backline, does it get seen? Yes, it does. Destroy on the hunt for this Reaper, and Hanzo is going to find it, but Ollie are finding Widow. Both support, both DPS from Jerome are gone. Cow Power unable to push forward, and that is going to be a fight win for Rigby.
And pretty convincing fashion too. Definitely didn't seem like we were seeing that much amount of competition from the other side, but maybe offense is just not Rigby's strong suit. Now, obviously, we have a minute 35 left here. It's too much on the line for this map for Jerome, who before showed that they were really good at this offense. Obviously, that Death Blossom is not at a chart that they really like it, considering the amount of value that they've been able to find from it before. And they don't really seem to have enough space to let Prestige farm that well.
Yeah, and finding 2 kills this early on is not what you want to see. Widow brought down low, but with the self-heal, he can get right back up. Geenpunk taken down low. Hanzo finding the final pick onto Prestige with the perk. Ollie going down, and Cow Power. Hanzo just showing off that May is not going to let anything slide past.
No, it definitely seems that Rigby's defense has tightened up a little bit since round 2, which great thing for them, right? They needed that. It didn't really seem like they were holding up too well into Jerome's offense. They also have the ults to play with here. The ice, sorry.
The Blizzard?
The Blizzard, yeah. The Terra Surge and that Trank from Destroy allows a lot of opportunity for sustain, but maybe it doesn't even matter anyway. Do you see that Trank coming out? But 2 kills already found the Orisa E right in the face of the Deadeye, denying any value out of it at all. And that's going to be another team kill for Rigby.
Man, Jerome is struggling to find ults. They're just not getting enough damage. They're just kind of falling over.
4 seconds to do anything. The Terra Surge did not. Prestige has the touch for the overtime.
Oh, but he gets a headshot early. The wall comes through, and Nazo acting like a mega evolved Aggron and acting like the wall. Rigby pulls out their second round win, bringing them to match point.
Oh, despite all the competition that Jerome brought to this map, it was not enough at the end. Rigby, despite their not great defense, admittedly so, going in to most of their defensive round and letting Jerome take a higher cap time. It seems like everything ended up working out. You know, I'm sure some Rigby fans in the audience were on the edge of their seats watching how this was supposed to be a little nerve-wracking for them, but that is why they are here. That is why they are at the seed position. That is why they are continuing to fight until the very last second.
Yeah, and as you can see, we got a lot of people here today competing in state esports. We have 8 different teams in Overwatch alone, and we still have Super Smash Bros. Going on. We have Rocket League, I believe, tomorrow. We have a lot of events happening in the next few days, and honestly, we're really grateful that they chose to come here because it's always a bunch of fun getting to see everybody come out and play.
Absolutely so. I'm still reeling at that round 4 for Jerome. How I honestly was crossing my fingers. I was like, hopefully they can push through this. Their offense with that Malga comp had seemed really, really good, or was Rigby's defense slipping? I feel like there are a lot of situations where one team is just not playing to the best of their ability, and that makes another team look better. In this instance, that happened to be the situation maybe with Rigby's defense that was really able to tighten up when it mattered most.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate that it had to end off like that. I mean, you got really close. I mean, that's the closest we've seen anything so far. I mean, every single fight so far has pretty much been a 3-0. But New Junk City might just change that. An off-kilter pick. No, not very many people pick New Junk City, but that might just be what's needed to throw Rigby off. I mean, there's a lot of spaces that you can take fights that are really weird. Maybe it's a little bit better place to do a lot of your comps. And it might be match point, but reverse sweep is still on the table. I'm just putting it there.
That's true. Now, again, as I was second, when I thought push was map 3 in the series, I didn't know it was Flashpoint. A lot of things can change in these stranger game modes. It all depends on how each team fight is played and the neutral play in between those team fights that will allow each team to succeed. But it makes sense why New Junk is coming out, right? We've seen these teams run the Orisa. We've seen these teams run the Mei, the Reaper, the Cassidy, the Malga, all characters that are extremely strong on these different points. So it makes sense. It's suited really well for both of them, regardless of the loser, right? I could see a situation where Jerome ends up taking this even in tight competition or easy competition, but I can also see a situation where Rigby just continues to do what they do best.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Jerome is able to adapt, it feels like they haven't really been able to adapt to the Mei. Like, the Mei seems to be what is really screwing them up. Every time Hanzo has not been playing Mei, they've been winning. But then Mei comes out, and then they're just not quite able to deal with it. Because, I mean, you have a character with 300 HP, can heal themselves with an ice block, has a wall ability, can kill you in 2 hits. Really, really hard to counter that if you don't quite have the right team comp, and especially when it can damage, when her healing can damage you as well. That also really hurts in a lot of scenarios. But it looks like we are running with the same compositions, except we got a little bit of a swap. We got a Widow on the Hanzo.
Wow.
Seems like a little counterintuitive playing the projectile as the hit scan, but I mean, I'm not Rigby, so I can't tell. But Hanzo finding an early pick on to Pikey, and Inari soon to follow out of Nazo. Prestige trying to find picks, but the front line is left unattended, and that is going to be a fight win for Rigby. Cow Power, last one standing. Does take one with him, though.
Yeah, Widow, I don't know if they're too comfortable on that Hanzo, but did some pretty decent damage that allowed the rest of Rigby to clean up pretty well. Already starting this fight very, very well. And of course, with as much damage as Rigby was able to do, that might mean that those ults are going to be up a little bit faster. Playing into this main spot with Blizzard is a nightmare.
Honestly, just playing up in this spot with a May is a nightmare because you cannot get back. Prestige finding that out the hard way, getting taken down low, but Power is able to just go right past. Cal, but unfortunately falls to the Widow. Inari and Prestige, though, finding both the supports. Nazo is alone trying to find Ollie here, and he finds it, but Widow is once again finding himself under fire from two sides. Takes out Prestige, but unfortunately Pikey is going to finish him off. Inari goes down. Oh, past the pop the terror surge. No, Pikey, don't go in. He gets it, and the Widow, and he manages to capture the point.
I do love the effort of popping the terror surge for survival. Obviously, if you don't have your fortress cooldown, that is a very easy way to get it. But even then,
why would you do that with one person
alone.
there?
Moira has the health advantage. You can't zone that well.
Yeah, especially if you can just stand outside of it as well. Prestige getting taken out before he can pop the Wraith, though. That's going to put a real damper on what they're able to do. Cal Power trying to get the stomp. Oh, the Jedi manages to find Destroy, but unfortunately he falls as well. Nazo falls to Ollier. Can he manage to stay alive for just a little bit longer? Cal Power still sticking around in the back line. Widow trying to get something done, but nothing really comes of it. Hanzo manages to find Pikey, but unfortunately for him, too many people, not enough time. Dean Punk forced out, and Hanzo is either going to be staggered or he's going to find someone to bring him out, and it looks like it's going to be a stagger.
Yeah, I mean, these fights that have been going so well for Jerome are exactly why Flashpoint is so important. You know, if you've been having a rougher time on the more normal maps,
he gets jumped!
for you to turn it around.
Oh, no! Oh, man, you hate to see it trying to push forward. Just can't get to it.
What a cage fight. And Jerome only needed one ult to finish that point off. That leaves them with 3 more to take to the next point, with Rigby only having that Trank and Orbital up. And while that could be big things, Jerome so far seems to be much better at using those ults offensively. Or maybe just fully relying on an Ari to do everything. Obviously, Gene Punk is out once again.
Prestige and Pikey are both soon to follow. Hanzo is in the back line again, but unfortunately for him, Inari is going to be able to get it done. Transcendence and Terra Surge both coming out. It is going to chunk down Cal Power's health just a little bit, but Ollie is still alive, but I spoke too soon. He is no longer still alive. A Deadeye, from the looks of things, comes out, gets speared off, but not before finding 2, and Nazo is going to go down as well.
Yeah.
No one's captured the point, but Jerome has full control.
Not great control from Nazo, probably throwing that whole point for Rigby, honestly. If you think about it, in a 2v1 scenario, you don't really have your cooldowns up, your supports up, but you have access to point. I'd say just typically fall back to point, wait for your team to be able to regroup. They couldn't do that in that situation. Allow Jerome to melt through you, even if you did take one down. And now you're probably going to have
sees Widow, and it is on go. But Nazo finds Ollier without a support, but both supports go down to the Death Blossom. Your DPS is not going to be a ton. Blizzard comes through, but unfortunately, the entire team is dead. Nobody can capitalize, and Widow is the final to fall. Prestige finally feeling himself today.
Prestige is on a roll, and was there ever really any doubt? That Blossom was massive, and it seems like he's really good at finding these holes that Rigby keeps leaving open. And just
but unfortunately Nazo also found a hole.
Yeah.
Shoved him right into it.
And that happens as well. It is the life, the duality of man for play.
Cal Power does find Widow, though. Pikey getting taken down really low, destroyed, but the point captures. They weren't able to get there in time. Ollie and Inari both finding kills, and the orbital ray from Dean Punk is wasted. Nazo left incredibly low and staggered for the next point. Jerome will have almost free reign of this next one.
I mean, sorry, Rigby, but it looks like it's somebody else's time to shine for right now, and Jerome really figuring out what went wrong on King's Row with this Malgacomp and just fixing everything. Honestly, it's been working way better. Cal Power has been able to find much more valuable stomps, much more valuable cage fights.
Oh no! What are you doing, dude? Zen has no movement. Oh, poor Destroy. Oh, that's an unfortunate pick from there, going into the third map, or to the third point. Prestige goes down to Widow, evening it out, but Punk soon to follow. Big source of healing gone. Hanzo on the Junkrat, following soon after. The Terror Surge comes through, it helps Widow find one, but it is just him left once again. And that is going to be a point capture for Jerome, but Rigby does get a little bit of percent left on it.
Yeah, that 21% could mean something for Rigby, but these chokes are also really hard to fight. And with the ult timings right now, Rigby doesn't really have a big chance. They only have that Trank up, and all of their other ults have been used. Meanwhile, Jerome almost has that Orbital up, almost has that Cole up, and sometime almost has that Blossom up in some time. And with how much pressure Prestige has been able to put onto Rigby backline, they might not even get a chance to fight point again.
Oh, the turret form from Bastion is going to find Pikey, but out comes the stomp. Hanzo is out of position, and that's one dead DPS. Two go down, Nazo soon to follow. Punk and Destroy.
So clean,
all of them.
Full team kill for Jerome. And only use that Orbital. Again, Jerome been really cleaning up their ult usage and their ult timings, only figuring out how to play around one ult. Or really, it's more of a confidence thing. Maybe more ults tend to come out when you're not as confident about the way that you're playing. And Jerome, I must be feeling extremely confident about how this has been going.
Yeah, I mean, especially getting 2 picks there. Nazo does go down. Out comes the Riptire. Destroy goes down, though. Where is that Riptire at? It's right there. It only finds Pikey, though. In overtime, Hanzo needs to touch, but he biffs the concussion mine. Jerome puts their first point on the board. We are at 2-1 and in potential for backward sweep territory.
What an upset for Rigby, who really just did not have much presence on the map at all. There were a couple times, especially back in first point, where it seemed like some things were going to go their way, but Prestige and Inari, again, the power DPS duo, just finding too much for Rigby to take care of. It's fun. Obviously, they're still holding that map point, but in Flashpoint, you can't let yourself make those tiny little mistakes that kept happening over and over. You know, getting hit by Discord, melting yourself, finding yourself in 1v2s and an inting, getting staggered over and over, especially, you know, the staggers that have been coming out that were more at the fault of Nazo. Rigby was not able to clean up. Right? Yeah. They looked so messy.
They looked really lost a lot of the time, and I feel like part of that is because Jerome decided to switch up their playstyle a little bit. You didn't see as much conglomerated stuff. You saw Cassidy on one side, you saw Reaper on the other, and then Mauga up the middle. So you had to divert attention from one to look at the other. And then every time Widow tried to take an off-angle as Soldier, you had Cow Power just look straight at him, push shift, and go.
And I think what's super nice about this Mauga comp for Jerome is that Nazo, in the earlier maps, just had a really bad habit of letting the tank walk past him and then just walking into the rest of their team and leading Rigby into charge and just wipe out the backline. Mauga, you can't do that as easily because you have a stomp that's lets you charge back really easily. You have that E for extra survival for you and your team. And when it comes down to it, if you don't have an answer to that Mauga, you're going to continue to find nothing into this comp, at least in the perspective of Rigby.
And even when they had a answer to it, they had the Bastion, they had the Reaper a few times. They just weren't able to find anything because of what you were saying. They're trying to peel right past the tank and go for the supports. But unfortunately, this isn't a pistachio we're looking at. The shell is adaptive. It's almost like a... It's almost like a hermit crab because like you can almost break the shell, but it'll just find another one and then run right back at you.
I love that analogy. I think, and that's exactly how you're supposed to play Mauga, and the fact that Cow Power was able to come out after playing, I mean, a bunch of different characters earlier on today, between the Junker Queen, between the Diva, between the Orisa, the Rom, the Reinhardt that we saw. Mauga finally getting picked and showing absolute dominance on the court, I think, is teaching Jerome a couple things about what they need to do to potentially pull themselves into grand finals.
Yeah, they do still have a great shot. They're one map down. Got to win 2 more. We got a best of 5 on the horizon. I mean, we're already past where a lot of these games went. I mean, even a 3-1 is way better than the 3-0s that we've been watching. So overall, no matter what happens, it's going to be an interesting game.
And if there was a pool order more beneficial for Jerome in this situation, it would be this one with push right after Flashpoint and another opportunity to kind of show that comp is still working, allow them to find this domino effect, right, to win team fight after team fight, and hopefully show why they're the number 3 seed.
Yeah, I mean, and New Queen Street being a little bit more flank route heavy is going to help out with Prestige. Maybe not use as many abilities to get to where he needs to go. Get out a lot easier than he normally would be able to. But it's all going to come down to this map. Are the Trojans going to be able to put it back in the briefcase and take that all the way to the grand finals? Or is Jerome going to snatch the handlock out of that? Or they're going to snatch the papers out of that briefcase and take it over to themselves? We're just going to have to find out.
I can't lie to you, Bryce. I am a little bit nervous about how this map is going to go. More so because Jerome has definitely been winning my heart over as the underdogs in this story in some way. Obviously, again, I mean, the underdogs to me, maybe some other teams were expecting this to happen, but I look at the paper and I see, okay, Rigby's number 2 seed. They're the favorite to win. But they're here to show that they're not everything. Jerome has been putting up a great performance, and it seems like they've only been getting better throughout the day. So if these guys are endurance runners, that might be what they need to not only prevail in this reverse sweep in the series if they're able to find New Queen Street, but potentially even take down Bishop Kelly during the grand finals.
Yeah, they are really the hill to climb. This is just a small little pothole for either of these teams. Bishop Kelly has kind of proven over the past few years that they are an incredible team, and from the looks of things, we're seeing a little bit of a different comp out of Rigby with the Ramatra and off the Zen, which is kind of weird to think about. But on the Kiriko, basically Zen with a teleport. I mean, you deal a lot of damage. You don't really let others deal a lot of damage, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Hanzo with the Cassidy trying to get something done, but Destroy is going to be the first to fall. Inari taking a lot of damage, but Nazo is going to fall really fast. Widow trying to get something done on the Sojourn, but isn't going to be able to get in. Geenpunk still alive, able to top off Widow. And he's going to have to back out because Jerome is pushing up, and Cow Power is going to get the stagger onto Widow just to end things off. Little spit in the face.
Yeah, that is a really bad first fight for Rigby in terms of their chances of winning. In terms of the damage that they've been putting out as well, obviously, you see Hanzo trying to mirror this cast for Inari, and maybe not finding the same amount of value. You do see Nazo take it.
Nazo just got 3.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up. That's fine.
Hey, it's all it takes. All you need is one run. But with that one push, they were able to get it almost to the checkpoint, and Cow Power wasn't able to be farmed for ult.
That is still a very interesting situation. Obviously, you do have that Deadeye up sooner for Hanzo than you do for Inari. And when you're getting up to that half point at New Queen, that's a great way to make space, considering that everything goes the way that it's supposed to, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're able to push forward around this lane,
but
keep
Piggy
them off
gets
the long.
picked early. What a pick from Widow, able to get into the back line and deal so much damage, but Nazo is being left alone at 100 health, barely bouncing back up, and Cow Power is not going to be able to stay in the fight. Prestige with the Blossom finds 3! Nazo on the receiving end of a triple this time, and Jerome is able to keep it pushing in their direction. Geenpunk is going to be staggered, and that is going to hurt just a little bit more. Jerome might just get to the checkpoint before Rigby's even able to get there, and Prestige setting up in a little bit of a cheeky spot, checking into his hotel room. Doesn't know that the Malgus there, though.
I mean, a good opportunity for Prestige to farm some damage, to start working on that Blossom charge once again. And even though Rigby has 5 ults up here, it doesn't really seem that Jerome is giving them the room that they need to utilize anything.
Oh, but out comes the Orbital Ray. Hanzo is going to find it, and Jerome's Orbital Ray comes out as well. Ollie are finding a better pick with Hanzo. Nazo also going down. Geenpunk soon to follow, and the rest of the back line is forced out. A lot of ults left on the table for Rigby. No one really wants to spend anything right now.
This is not looking great for a team that, at least that I thought, was favored to win this, right? And it only looks like it's going to get even better for Jerome, who almost had that Blossom up, who almost had that Deadeye.
What's he gonna do? Nothing about the Reaper behind him! Oh man, the phone is ringing, but no one's home. Nazo pops the cage. Nothing happens out of it. Just takes too much damage, especially with the Cow Power cage as well. Inari finding Widow, and that might just be it. You don't have very much time if you're Rigby. Prestige looking for the most obvious Blossom of his life. There he goes. Nazo trying to get to the point, but taking too much damage, is able to get healed up, stuns everyone else, but Coalescence is more than enough to heal it. Jerome evens things up in less than half the time given, bringing us to map 5.
My jaw is agape. Bryce can see it because Cam's not on right now, but it is quite the show right now here at the desk.
I will say though, Nazo with the play of the game, pretty good play of the game. Just bang, just stepped on both of them.
The one opportunity that Rigby had to turn things around, and they just didn't find another one. Jerome, over and over and over again, like I was saying at the beginning of the map, able to find that domino effect to just continue finding fights that worked in their favor over and over and over. I find it super interesting as well that Nazo was actually the first to bring out the Mauga in these maps, but Cow Power more so took inspiration from that and is outperforming them now.
You think you can play Mauga? I play Mauga.
Yes,
I don't just play Mauga. I am John Mauga.
Obviously, I'm glad that Jerome is in this spot now. It definitely seems that they've been finding their footing both in cohesion as a team, but also on stage, right? I can't imagine how much pressure either of these teams are. And into map 5, right, where now one team is fighting to prove, guys, we're not that bad. Totally, we're not worried about getting reverse swept. And Jerome showing some underdogs can prevail.
Yeah, I mean, going into this map, we saw a lot of mistakes being made from Jerome, but it almost seems like the opposite is now true. So many ults were wasted or just not used from Rigby. Like the Mauga ult at the very end from Nazo. What are you doing?
And I mean, like, I mentioned it back during their match earlier today, and I'm going to say it again. Prestige has absolutely been the man of the match for, I think, every single map in this series so far, even the ones that they lost. Prestige has been over and over fighting off angles, finding kills, finding blossoms that completely shift how anybody expects these fights to go. And I think that overall, out of anything else that has been important in these maps, has been Jerome's win condition.
Yeah, I mean, you get one pick. You get a pick on Pygie. But then 2 of your guys fall because the Reaper in your backline wasn't taken care of. It's almost the opposite issue of what we had in the first 2 rounds. Widow has not been able to get the picks. It's now Prestige getting the picks. So how are they going to sort of remedy this? And Route 66 might just have what they're looking for. I mean, not exactly a highly coveted map by any means, but it is always a fun one to watch. There's a lot of places that you can hide. There's a lot of places that you can just overall be a little bit of a rat when you play. I mean, if it were New Junk City, I'd make the joke that you can be a junk rat, but I mean, it's not. So unfortunately, I can't make that joke. But moving into round 5, for the whole quesadilla, all of the beans in the bowl, for everything, or not quite everything, for the opportunity to get everything.
Yeah.
Map 5.
Route 66 in particular is a difficult map to push, but you know what? It also works
super well for the comp that Jerome has been running with the Cass and the Reaper, with the Mauga, and if we're running the same Juno Moira backline, I mean, it seems like every single map that Jerome has been finding big success on has been in their favor. Obviously, we did see something happen really well on Kings Row, but they just weren't able to break through. Hopefully, without the extra added part of the control point, Jerome will be able to show how comfortable they've becoming throughout the series so far.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how everything shakes up. Route 66 is sort of notorious for being more of a poke map. We've seen a lot of Sigma, a lot of Winston, a lot of characters that can poke you out from a distance and deal a lot of damage. Ashe and Widowmaker, also really good picks here. And we've seen Hanzo and Widow, not the characters, the players. They really like those long-range picks. So, are they going to be able to get something done, or are they going to fall flat on in the face of Mauga? I mean,
well, I certainly hope for the former. I mean, obviously there is no bias here. I have no relation to either of these schools, but Rigby doesn't want to get reverse swept. I know what it feels like to get reverse swept, and it does not feel good. It does not feel good to have that much momentum going into a series and then just to have it completely pulled away from you. But I think that's what makes Jerome so special in this matchup. Obviously, they weren't having the nicest time at the beginning of the series, and now to be all the way back at a map 5 really shows the amount of competition that they aim to bring to the stage from the very beginning.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. Are they going to change things up? Are they going to work with what they got? I mean, Cassidy is from this map in particular, so it would fit. He would get the home field advantage buff of 0%, you know, but it's a buff, so it's a good thing.
Yeah.
But jumping in to the game, who will be on attack? Who will be on defense? We don't know, but we're about to find out. It looks like Jerome is on defense first. And rolling out with the same thing that's worked for them up to this point.
I am a little curious about how this is going to turn out for them. Again, this map really caters well to their defensive comp. Some people play Ashe or Sojourn, but I feel like Cass, with his damage fall off, does wonders on this map. And if Inari is continuing to be the hit scan that he is and finding those headshots, that Prestige can go in, find off angles to finish off. I mean, it might be the same train wreck that we've been seeing for these past couple maps.
I mean, not to mention all the nooks and crannies you can hide in as Reaper as well. Looks like Hanzo with the Widowmaker looking for an early pick here, but
oh
no.
My goodness!
Oh, everybody's there. Do they see them? No, they don't. And Inari is going to find the first pick on Hanzo. Geenpunk soon to follow. Talk about a jump scare. The entire team was loaded into the shipping crate. You'd think they'd be human trafficked if you saw that in real life.
Oh, I wasn't actually expecting a spawn hold. I mean, from how I've seen these other maps being played, right, it seems like there are some positions that are being practiced, but the spawn hold coming out from Jerome to delay that push is going to be big things for them if they actually win fights.
Same with Prestige, 2 characters down, and the spawn hold is not going to work super well for him. Geenpunk is going to go down, though, but now that Cow Power has the Discord Orb, it's going to be fairly easy to tear him down. Widow with the Reaper was probably what ended up winning that one, and I mean, the spawn hold can work, but it's just not the best pick, especially on a map 5 scenario. You want something where you can concretely hold somebody.
Well, I don't also hate the spawn hold in this situation because what it allows you to do is delay how much time that Rigby has to play with on their first area and maybe even later into the map.
Oh, Ollie's going down low and he goes down. Pikey is not quite able to see him. Nazo is going to run through the back line just like he was doing earlier. Destroy goes down, but with no supports, it's really hard to keep a tank up. Inari finds 2, but it's not going to be enough in the end.
A second team fight won, and might be the area for Rigby, possibly being able to cap with about 4:45 on the clock. Prestige is going to find that touch, though. They do have, Rigby does have the Terror Surge, does have the Death Blossom, so
has enough to pressure Jerome off of the point, but will it be enough?
Oh, Widow getting taken down low. Out comes the Death Blossom. Doesn't find anything. Inari with the Deadeye as well. Going to find another pick. Destroy in an awkward spot, but he is still going to find Ollie and Inari. That's 2 down. And looks like Nazo is going to help find Piggy. And Destroy is going to finish off Cow Power. Prestige, the last one there, isn't quite able to finish off the Zen. And that is the first point captured.
With the way that Widow popped Blossom there, I was a little concerned that Rigby wasn't going to win that fight, but I'm glad that things worked out. And obviously, they set themselves up in a situation where they might be able to succeed later. Obviously, Hanzo is building that Blizzard, and we've seen it do big things for Rigby in the past. They also had that Trank for the counter ult, which is probably going to end up being in response for that cage, right? Cow Power loves to go for these dives, loves to cage the backline, and Trank might be able to do enough for him.
Widow getting taken out early is going to hurt, but so is Cow Power being taken out that quick as well. Hanzo with the dive up with the ice block to help him stay up for just a little bit longer. Prestige taking the duel against Destroy, and it looks like a Destroy loss, unfortunately for him. But, I mean, Prestige also had a little bit of help, so he can't really be fully to blame. Geen Punk goes down quick as well, and Widow can't quite stand up. It is Nazo against Prestige. Hanzo finds Inari, and it is a little bit of an ult dump here. Cow Power is going to use the cage, trying to pressure out a few more abilities. Hanzo going to be able to block him off, but the payload is still stopped. It is not moving, and Hanzo has just staggered himself immensely.
What a good stagger, too, and what a good position that Jerome has put themselves in, right? 2:45 left on the clock here, so plenty of time for Rigby to finish the second half of this area, but maybe they don't have the resources that they need yet. Jerome has 4 more ults to play with, while Rigby is still working on building that Terra Surge. Popping that orbital here, too, so might see a lot coming out. The Deadeye coming out from Jerome.
Down. Geen Punk also goes down even through the Ray. They still have a 1-player advantage, but out goes the Transcendence. Another huge supportive ultimate just gone with the wind. Cow Power also goes down. Ollie trying to stay up, but unfortunately for him, Destroy is able to hit that really well, and Piggy is not quite able to get out of there as well. Nazo able to push forward and get his own ultimates on the table. Jerome was not able to do anything with that ult advantage.
And I mean, 3 ults committed from Jerome. That's just not what you want to see in a lot of situations, especially not right here. You do see Prestige trying to hop on, maybe stall for a little bit, but it just doesn't seem like they have the sustain needed to fight into Rigby.
No, they don't have the sustain, and plus their supports are being picked off first, which is not helping at all. Piggy was the last one alive, but wasn't able to get anything done there. They needed to use a Coalescence or just something in order to keep themselves up, but just too much damage coming through, not enough time.
And trying to fight that last point is always really bad. Fighting out of the choke, even if it's not being held, it just puts you in a really bad position because Rigby is way better suited for a defense, able to play from a much wider variety of angles that you don't have access to if you're coming out on defense.
Yeah, Prestige looking for another backline flank. No one sees him, but he's not that sneaky. Destroy finally manages to finish him off, and so does Widow. Both characters are actually traded out. Destroy is going to go down. No supports for Rigby. Out comes Inari, goes down to the Terra Surge. Hanzo trying to find a pick here, but unfortunately for him, Cow Power has the backup that he does not. Able to hold Rigby. Just over 2 minutes left, and honestly a good spot to hold for 2 minutes, especially with the ults they have.
Yeah, I mean, 4 now from the side of Jerome and only 3. And maybe from the way that these fights have been going, it could be that that orbital is going to be out faster for Jerome if they're able to. That could mean long enough stall to prevent anything else from happening. You did see Prestige try to walk in for the Blossom, but Rigby was ready to defend it with the Trank. You do see the cage fight coming out from Cow Power as well, but no sustain. Their supports are down. The ults, the Coalescence coming out from Jerome as well. That's 3. Or 2 at least committed.
Oh no, that was 3. that was Hanzo's, Widow's, and Destroy's ults all committed. Jerome still has 2 to work with, and they only committed 2 themselves. Both orbital rays are going to be up here fairly fast. Destroy looking to get a little bit of damage off on that off angle. The cart is getting relatively close. Prestige almost going to find one. Doesn't quite get it in time, but now that that block is burned, there's nothing stopping Prestige. He manages to find Hanzo before going down, but Nazo with his ultimate is able to keep him up. And Cow Power finds Geen Punk, falling himself to Widow. Destroy looking for a kill on Ollie, manages to find it, and it looks like it is just up to Piggy to keep this point to himself. Not quite able to get anything done with it. No ults really to use. Cow Power moving up onto the Wrecking Ball. Prestige goes down, and he's not quite able to get there. 39 seconds capped for Rigby.
I mean, even with how strong their second and third points were for Rigby, it still feel like a lot of these fights ended so choppy with either overcommitting ults or, you know, too many people dying and only winning these 5v5 or 5v4 fights with 2 players left alive. It's good that Rigby was able to get this full cap. It definitely seems that pushing the card is more in their favor, as we saw in Kings Row, right? But I am a little bit nervous about how this defense is going to go for Rigby.
Yeah, especially with that really fast spawn kill out of Jerome. They know how to move fast. They know how to hit hard. And we saw them cap with more time on Kings Row. They weren't quite able to get to where they needed to go. But that does not count them out quite yet. It does look like the same composition is going to be rolling out on both sides, though. So a little bit of the same old that we've been seeing quite a bit here, but a lot more damage that can be put out from the side of Jerome. So how is that going to be used to their advantage?
I'm also very curious to see if Rigby decides to go for the spawn hold play as well. Obviously, if they are able to win fights in that front, it is going to delay the amount of time that Jerome has to play with on this push, but it really seems like Widow is actually pushing up.
What is Widow doing? You don't make yourself known. You just lost all your element of surprise, and now you're going to get taken down really low with the Hanzo orb. But on the Zarya. Huh.
Okay.
Interesting pick into the Mauga.
I actually don't hate it. Cow Power is very used to just holding down both mouse buttons, and with Zarya Bubbles, you can get a lot of free charge for that.
Yeah, but then you add in the Reaper, and then you also just lose all your health and your bubbles at the same time. So it's going to be kind of a lose-lose. Cow Power pushing in, Destroy going down quick, and Nazo just getting shredded. Man, it doesn't matter if those bubbles make you immortal if you just get burned through them anyway. Hanzo quick to go down as well, and just as quick as the first point, Jerome manages to get the cart pushing really early on.
The Jerome assault is too much. They already are still on that 3 minutes, and it doesn't really seem like anybody from Rigby is going to be able to touch. I think I did see a TP.
Oh, Prestige is in the back line. Oh, dude, what are you doing? Unfortunately for him, Destroy does catch on to his shenanigans and is able to sort of keep them at bay, but Nazo is going to go down before anyone can get back. Cow Power still sticking onto the cart. Piggy's going to go down. Hanzo also finding a pick. Inari trying to find kills, but Cow Power is going to go down to Widow. If Prestige would not have done that, they might have been in this. They still have just a little bit left to push.
What a last fight there, about 225.
Oh wait, no! Prestige gets the point!
Still up and back.
He got it! He capped it! Nobody was on the point and he just got it. I was questioning his motives, but nope, he was not bought out by Rigby. He had a plan.
Wow. Well, Rigby, I'm sorry, but you guys are bums.
Oh, Widow.
Can't let that happen. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Widow goes down. Both Reapers have unfortunately gone down. Prestige did use his ult at some point, but we didn't see it in the kill feed, so it kind of went unnoticed. Hanzo trying to take an off angle, but is stomped by 2 people, forcing out the ice block. And that is going to be another team fight win. Or no, it's not, because Cow Power is going to go down. Same with Geen Punk. Not very much healing. But also, Jerome is starting to lose players left and right.
Oh, and there it is, the first kill coming out. Hanzo does find 2 to follow it up, and is going to make this a little bit harder for Jerome.
to push. A good thing anyway. They're doing a good job with these ult timings. Obviously Jerome has 4, but Rigby is about to have this Blossom to work with. And
he got blocked by the ice. Widow goes down and the blizzard comes out, but everybody's getting frozen and there's just not a whole lot you can do there. 2 ults spent from Jerome, neither of them really finding any use. Terra Surge coming through, doesn't find anything. Nazo can't find anything but the Transcendence? Interesting time to use Transcendence, but I mean, one less ult for Jerome to worry about, I suppose. Yeah, that was a really weird overcommit of ults.
Yeah, Rigby popped 4 there, and that's never really a situation that you want to do. Not only because it takes more time for you to build ults later on, but you're fighting now into 2 ults, could be 3 depending on how fast Inari is able to charge, right?
Yeah, and especially with Destroy getting stomped and just rolled over, but 2 with the Blossom and a 3rd on Prestige. Inari taking out Geenpunk. Nazo taken down low. He does go down before dying, but Cow Power, the only one left on the point. Widow is the last man standing, and he gets staggered heavy.
That is rough.
That is incredibly rough.
And we saw the Blossom come out from Widow, so now Rigby has absolutely nothing but that Terror Surge that they're still working too hard to charge. Meanwhile, Jerome and Blossom, or Jerome and Prestige, basically have their ults at this point, which should allow them to finish this cap if Prestige goes for the CP Blossom.
Oh, yep, he does.
Yep.
He baited out the spear, and he's like, I can do this now. Cow Power finding one on Hanzo. Ollie does, unfortunately, go down, but they still have one support to help him out. Nazo finds it on Inari. Can Cow Power finish it off? Nope, Nazo is just dealing too much damage. Inari goes down, but Cow Power is still in it. He's just got the piggy pocket, and that's going to be enough to capture that 2nd point.
Yeah, 320, much more time than Rigby had at this point of the map, and with a little bit more of an advantage as well. Obviously, you know, we did use that Deadeye and the Blossom towards the end of that last fight, but we're already halfway on that Blossom, and Cow Power is very close to that cage. Rigby does have about 3 or 4, maybe 5 ults lined up to try and hold this defense for as long as they can, but they need to make sure that they're not popping all 4.
No! Hanzo gets taken out early, and that is going to be a lot of damage off the table, especially for how much they've been relying on him. Transcendence is also forced by the cage. Cow Power just taking a little too much damage, but that's a huge ult off the table, especially with Death Blossom available. Not even going to have to use it. Geenpunk goes down. Out comes the Terra Surge. Finds no one. Oh, wait, no, he walked into it. Oh, no. Inari, you saw that, and you walked into it. And Prestige also walks into the bullets. Piggy manages to find Nazo in the end. It is 3v3. The Orbital Ray gets popped, hoping to even things out. And from the looks of things, they should be able to finish this off, but out comes the other Orbital Ray from Rigby. And honestly, at this point, you just need to finish something off. People are staggering way too much on both ends, and it looks like Rigby is going to be the one to take the day.
But even with that fight, when they still have quite a bit of time to hold this down, and not as many ults, I don't think I saw the Blossom come out from Widow before he swapped the Bastion. So that is even more time that we're waiting for more ults to be online for Rigby. Meanwhile, Jerome is holding down that Cole and that Deadeye, right? Should allow them the offensive pressure that they need to full cap this, but only time will tell how this ends up for them.
Oh no! The highest noon finds Destroy and Geenpunk. Hanzo taken down low. Widow finds Ollie, but left on 38 health. He can't do a whole lot. Cow Power on the hunt for this Widow, and he is gone. Rigby has 2 ults to work with. Jerome might only have 1, but all they have to do is push them off the point for a little bit of time. Destroy is now on the Lucio. Cow Power taking a lot of damage from Nazo. Out comes the Coalescence, but the Blizzard comes through as well. It finds 4. Ollie, Inari, and Prestige all cleaning house. It is Widow left, and Jerome manages to capture with a 10-second lead.
I mean, no words, no notes. Once again,
Jerome just showing how useful that Malga is in their comp, especially since Nazo decided not to mirror the Malga for that defense and decided to bring back the Orisa, and it just didn't work too well, as it hasn't since Cow Power switched to that Malga. It always seems that their Thompson, as well as these opening picks that allow the rest of Jerome to collapse on Rigby, have been found to no answer, right? Rigby has not had any defense that has made these offenses from Jerome convincingly competitive.
Yeah, I mean, this goes for both sides. Both sides are using way too many ultimates when they shouldn't. I mean, I get it in the moment. You think that it's going to win you the day, but then again, you're using the cage with four people alive on the enemy team.
Press Q
and
moment.
Two. Yeah, it's a press Q moment. And that goes for both sides. Rigby was frequently using all of their ults when they had them. So it was like, you guys need to slow it down a little bit, take your time, but from the looks of things, we're seeing the exact same composition out of both sides. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I suppose.
Yeah, and I mean, the spawn hold play coming out as well is going to be super important on running on that clock for Rigby. They only have a minute or so to work with, and that is not a lot for this first point. Usually teams, unless if they're just straight wiping, need at least a minute 15, and if these spawn hold fights end up working out with Cow Power finding this first one on Widow, the full freeze coming out on Cow Power, but Ollier taking out Hanzo, it's going to mean some really bad things for Rigby on this map 5.
Yeah, they just knew how to play this one. I like the spawn hold a lot more in this scenario. You can actually make some use out of it. Cow Power with the same thing again, looking for Geenpunk, manages to find him. Can he stay up through it? No, Widow's going to find the pick. Pig is going to go down as well, but Prestige in the back line is going to finish it out. Nazo taking tons of damage in the process, trying to take out Prestige, isn't quite able to do anything. The charge javelin is going to bring him down low, but Nazo does end up walking away at the end of the day. Javelin Spear does come out, Cow Power rushing back, Widow does find Prestige. We are in overtime, and Ollie is going to be pushed off the map. Jerome's going to have to regroup, but they have a lot more to work with when it comes to ultimates. Cow Power not looking so hot on his percentage, but Prestige at 82 on a potentially fight-winning ultimate is going to be great. Destroy with 83 on Transcendence, though, might just be what they need in order to win them the day. Inari looking for an early pick. The cart's rounding the second bend. Cow Power looking for a potential dive onto Destroy, but out comes the Prestige. Oh, Deadeye! It manages to pick Widow. Destroy forced to pop Transcendence early, and Nazo trying to keep himself in the air. Terra Surge comes through. Who's it gonna fight? Finds two. Both the supports go down. Out comes the Death Blossom. It doesn't find anything. Out go. Oh, Jerome is all gone. No DPS to work with. Hanzo has Blizzard left to work. Has Blizzard left to use. Ollie still has Ray, though. That might be what they need in order to keep them in this.
I mean, hey, you said it already. Both of these teams really needed to focus on how they were running ults, and it seems both teams are doing a better job. Only 2 fights were used between the Terra Surge and the Trank for Rigby, and the Deadeye and the Blossom for Jerome. Now, we do also have that Blizzard, that crowd control ult up in time for this next fight. But it does seem like that orbital should be up in time for Jerome, maybe to collapse on the rest of Rigby.
No. Cow Power goes down, same with Inari. Destroy might have gone down as well, but Prestige is not able to get any picks. Orbital Ray forced to be used. Geenpunk goes down. That's an Orbital Ray out of the picture. Widow manages to get a pick, has managed to get picked. Nazo, it is just Nazo and Prestige with Ollie to back them up, and Prestige is going to tear through the tank. Jerome manages to finish their defense, not only not letting them get to second point.
Now, I really, really don't want this to be a repeat of King's Row.
But it might be.
But it might
be.
It might be. There is a non-zero chance.
I feel like the ultimate usage was a little bit better from Jerome's part on this one. I mean, sure, you had 2 ults canceled. Or you only had 1 ult canceled, and that was Prestigious. But every other ult found a pick. I mean, Deadeye might not have done a whole lot, but that Orbital Ray was what won them the day, and taking out Geenpunk before he could get his, that was incredibly important.
Now the real question is how Rigby ends up playing this defense, right? Because they don't go for the spawn holds as aggressively as Jerome does, but I think that they really should consider it, right? Jerome found so much value off of doing those spawn holds, at least 2 team fights to run down that clock for them and just put so much pressure on them for that overtime. However,
it overstayed its welcome.
Yes, it definitely did, and not having that group respawn definitely killed Jerome's momentum that they had on that defense. It seemed just to work out for Rigby over and over again. I don't know if they decide to play this as risky or if they're just going to let Jerome go and do their thing.
Looks like Widow is going to be doing the same thing that he was doing earlier. Just trying to get an early pick, and Destroy also looking for something early, but unfortunately for him, the orbs aren't going to do a whole lot. The orb is going to force Widow out early. Prestige also being forced out. So much damage being put on. It seems like the Reaper threat has kind of been figured out by both of these teams, and they are the first in and the first out when it comes to these team fights. Hanzo having to use wall early, trying to block off the Jerome team, but nothing comes out of it. Geenpong brought down low. He's down. Prestige and Inari both go down, and it is just Cow Power left on the point. That is unfortunate. That is what they've been wanting to do this entire time, and Cow Power has to take the plunge.
Unfortunately, staggered just a little bit, but still has about 30 seconds to fight this. The only ult that is close to allowing Jerome to fight this effectively is that Deadeye, and it's only halfway up, right? Meanwhile, Rigby is already 85 on that Trank and is going to have a lot of sustain for any fight that Jerome throws at them.
Yeah, Nazo just able to deal a ton of damage with that charged spear. Inari already feeling the pain from it, is able to get back up. Ollie goes down early to Widow. Just what's been happening to Geenpong is happening to them. Widow finds another in Inari, and Cow is soon to follow. Geenpong is able to do almost whatever he wants in that fight, and with overtime ticking down, Jerome needs someone to touch, and it's just not going to come. And Rigby manages to take it in a 3-2 win. What a nail-biter.
Rigby saving themselves from the reverse sweep, and Jerome putting so much pressure to the plate to unfortunately slip off the gas. It was a repeat of King's Row once again. It doesn't seem like escorting anything in round 4 is in the favor of Rigby, but a very well played match nonetheless.
Yeah, there were a little bit of, it was kind of dirty in some places, but well played overall. And honestly, we couldn't have asked for a better semifinal matchup, and I believe, if this is to be believed, that the next matchup should be even better.
Yes. Ideally, I don't know how Bishop's game went a little bit earlier, but obviously, why am I blanking? Sorry. Obviously, things went, I won't say perfect for Rigby, but this is a well-deserved ending for them, right? You know, they fought incredibly hard during this series. They're going to be able to take themselves to the Grands, and obviously Jerome knocked out of contention, but still in contention for 3rd or 4th place. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams for right now, but I kind of want to see what is going on in other places.
Yeah, I mean, we have a quick interview with Riley in the battle arena itself that we are looking forward to give you before we jump back to the studio. We will catch you guys in the final round of Rigby versus the winner of round 2 of the other side of the bracket.
Mike's not on. Mike's not on. Mike's not on.
This is Dawn with Ideal. We're going to let Dawn kind of explain a little bit about what Ideal is, and we have a couple of questions for you.
Great. Thanks for letting us be here. So Ideal is Idaho's official 529 college savings program. You can use it for more than just college, and it's money that you can save in a tax-advantaged way. It can be used for K-12 tuition. It can be used for college, trade schools, apprenticeships, and at that level it can be used for tuition, room and board, books, and other supplies. You can...
No audio?
Got it. All right. Riley, great job out there. We will find out more about that as well. Hey, I'm Doc. This is Landon Hunt. Twitch, Landon HNT. If you're a Fortnite player, when you end up in the kill screen while you're waiting to reload because he and his squad just took you out. So congratulations, first of all, bringing Bora High School their first essential state silver medal in Fortnite. How's that feel?
I mean, it's pretty awesome, and me and my friends were definitely really excited.
Okay, so who's on your squad? It's trio.
Yeah, it is a trio. I have a friend, Damien and Malik, and we've just been buds for a while.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. So help folks understand a little bit more about how a season of Trio Fortnite works in the high school. It sounds like there's about 25 teams that play regularly.
Yeah, so we play once a week on Monday. We get there, start playing, practicing around 3:30, and our first game starts at 4:45.
Okay, and how many maps do you play? How many drops?
We drop 2 times. There's 2 games, and that's just it for the week, just 2 times a week.
Okay. So it's pretty good, and these are closed, and it's kill race primarily.
I mean, yeah, placement is good. After top 16 teams, you start getting, or like around top 16 players left, you start getting placement.
You get kind of placement points like track points or swimming points or whatever. You know, a win is worth more than like exponentially more than second or whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but definitely kills are really important.
Just those eliminations help to just pad your stats a bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Very cool. So for you and your squad, how did the season go? I understand that that once you got into state, there was 1 missed lobby, not any fault of your own, but that's the snowstorm in Fortnite, so to speak. If you miss a lobby, you can't get those points.
Yeah, so there is 6 state games, and our first game we got the victory royale. Second game,
let's go,
around 2nd place. Third game, 2nd place. In our 4th game, we just had a connection error, and we just didn't get in that game. But our 5th and 6th game, we were dropped to about 4th place. We came back. We got 2nd place, and we were only down by like 10 points. So
you're in it. I mean, you're in it, absolutely. And that is one of the things that happens in these games. Sometimes that, connections, or we've had it happen before where, controller cable dies when we're on stage at a, an event. Those kind of things happen. But your team played really, really well. Help the folks, because almost everybody plays Fortnite. Right? I play Fortnite. I'm the sweatiest 53-year-old Fortnite player you've ever seen. Help them understand when you're playing a threes game like that, where eliminations are important, so you can't hide in the bush the whole time, and placement is important. What is the strategy for you and your team? And season's over, so we're not giving anything away.
Yeah, so me and my team, we would try to just loot up and then kill, because we know we're pretty much the best in the lobby. You got to stay confident. We know we're the best. So we got our loot. Right as we got our loot, we got some mats so we can just have some builds, and then we started running around the map just looking for people, because placement, anybody can camp in a bush, but what sets us aside is our kills.
Right.
Okay, if we have more kills than everybody, then that's just how we keep getting higher and higher.
Now, early on in the map, do you drop and thirst right away, or do you down somebody and then just kind of bait out the teammates, see if they're going to abandon them or not?
Well, first, we just try to pick our one. So we'll each go after one. And then if one person gets hit hard, we'll slowly go to that guy, pick that guy off. But sometimes if we do knock one, we try to get that finish right away.
Yeah.
And then maybe he'll come back, try to get his card so we can go reboot him to get him back in the game. Sometimes it matters what kind of position we're in. We could sit there and wait for him to come back. But mostly we don't care about that one kill. We'd rather just go get a few more kills.
So nerds at home, this is a high-level strat for you. You can knock and block. You can card guard if you need to. But you have to just be aware. If this fight takes too long, you're about to get third-partied.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't card guard. Come on, kids. Don't card guard. All right. So they're taking notes at home like they do. You had a new season drop from your regular season to your state tournament. So didn't you guys drop in a new map?
Yeah, there definitely was a new map. And honestly, we practice at home, but we didn't practice that much together. So we kind of use that time before the match to practice together. But we are friends, so we talk about the game in class all the time.
Oh, yeah, there's no reason to pay attention in class. You talk about the game.
Yeah, we do. We all have good grades. So, but just the switches in the map, the different POIs and the different guns, we kind of had to get adjusted to it. So it was a little bit difficult. But, I mean, we've been playing the game for so long, we've adapted to new seasons all the time. So it's kind of just mechanics at this point.
So, I mean, people can check this out, of course, on your Liquipedia page, but what's your preferred loadout right now? I mean, what's your 5?
So first, it matters like what my teammates are carrying, but normally I go AR, shotgun, and I'd love the sniper, but if I'm not having a sniper, I'm going to have like another heal. So I'll have a sniper or a heal, and then I'll have you got to have a movement, because if you're in a bad position, you've got to get out. So you got to have a movement.
So shockwave or
grappler.
Grappler, yeah.
Yeah, and then a heal. So if I'll have my number 1, AR, shotgun, sniper, say shockwave, and some minis. Just something to heal, yeah.
Something to get up quick. A jug if you got it.
Yes.
Which came in again, which was really nice. The big old jug. Your rival, it seems, all season was Timberline, and they ended up with the dub at the end of the season.
Yes.
What made that rivalry so good between Bora and Timberline?
I mean, Timberline was a good team, and so was Waihi. Waihi was really good. They were really good comp. But, I mean, they would just, it'd just be between us. Like, normally, we know their name in the chat. We see their name in the chat. We're like, dang, they're doing good. So then we just have to keep doing better. We got to either find them or do better than them. In Game 6, we saw them in the chat. We saw these people fighting. We just kind of connected it. And we're like, this is Timberline. We've got to kill them. And we did wipe the squad.
That's awesome. Okay, so for folks who are, I mean, I'll get you out of here on this too. So for folks who are trying to understand like where this fits, you're an athlete,
yes,
right? You're a varsity baseball player. What else?
I'm a varsity baseball player, and I've been varsity wrestling for 3 years.
Let's go. Okay, which doesn't surprise me at all. When we were talking before, I'm like, yeah, that totally tracks, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, we're recruiting people for esports that have been, varsity football team captains, right? Yeah. And there's like, I'm ready to be done with football, but they'll come play Overwatch for us. Kel McGurkin, the most successful Kellen in Boise State history, was an esports player. Sorry, Coach Moore, but that's basically it. Are you going to update your jersey here from the Woodson to the Genty?
I mean, maybe.
You just peel off the 4, I think, and then you have it.
Yeah, and just got to take off the back.
Oh, that's true. All right. Well, you should go that route as well. But for folks who don't understand, what does the grind look like, and how does it work with school, other than strat meetings while you're in, say, AP Bio?
Yeah, so like my parents are really pushing school on me a lot. So like I'm a straight A student.
Good for them.
I have a 3.8 GPA. And I do school, that's my main priority. Mm-hmm. But then I always just get my homework done, and then I either have my sport, but I normally I get done like at sport at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
I can game till like 9 o'clock, then 9
the key is you got to get the school, you got to get it taken care of, and then you do these other things.
Yeah, but school is definitely important, but gaming is really fun. So
yeah, it is. Have you thought at all about going to college and playing the games?
Yeah, I mean, it's always thinking about it's always impossible, but just like playing for esports now, it's definitely an idea, and I'd love to do it.
Okay, all right. Well, we're going to have some more conversations about that. Oh, one quick thing. You just went to the Fortnite Pro-Am.
Yeah,
you went and watched it in L.A.?
Yes, I did.
What was that like?
It was really fun. I've played with some of these pros in the cups. Like 2 days before, we played an open cup with a lot of these pros. But yeah, it was a really good experience. Just watching all these pros, learning from them.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a break. Thank you so much. This was so stinking cool. Now I want to go back and watch some more of those matches, and then probably cue some.
Let's do it.
Just for research. I got to do it as a coach. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take you to that third place match, which you're going to see. Let's see if they can rally a little bit. They were on stage not liking it. They're going to get a new opponent after losing. Let's see if they can do it. And don't go away. Seriously, say some nice stuff and chat about this guy, and we'll tell him afterwards. We'll see you back in just a sec.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting, or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Life happens. Lucky for you, the new ICCU Central Plus checking account comes with benefits, including cell phone protection.
Wait, through my ICCU checking account?
That's right. Along with a whole lot of other benefits you might need. Because being human is a full-time job. Idaho's Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. Is finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase one. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. We're hanging out here in the studio. It's been a crazy day so far. We've seen two really good matches, more matches to come. But before we jump into our third fourth place game on the stage, we're here with Dawn with Idaho Ideal, one of our incredible sponsors of this event. Wanted to give you a chance to explain to the people what Ideal is, and we can get into a little bit of how it can maybe help them get ready to come and be at Boise State at some point.
Great, thanks Riley for the opportunity. We're really enjoying our time here. So Ideal, we are Idaho's official 529 education savings program. We help people save for education in a tax-advantaged way. You can use us nationwide for K through 12 tuition only, for 2- and 4-year colleges, for trade schools and apprenticeships, and at that level you can use it for tuition, room and board, books and supplies. You can also pay off student loans with it, and now you can also roll it into a Roth IRA if you don't use it for any of those other things.
Holy cow, that's a lot of benefits.
You bet.
Okay, so tell the people, when's the best time to start thinking about this?
You know, the best time to start is when your kiddos are 0 to 5, but any time you start is a good time to start. It's never too late. Honestly, you can still get the tax benefits if you're an Idaho taxpayer, if you put it in and take it right out just to pay tuition for this upcoming semester. So any time is a good time to start. If you start early, you have a longer time for it to grow in a tax-advantaged way. The growth on it is both state and federal tax-free.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's pretty good. So, I mean, there's really no reason to not just go ahead and do this. So, are there any stats or studies about how it affects kids, to have this kind of a backing when they're getting ready to go to school?
You bet. Studies show that if a child has $25 in particularly a college savings account, they're up to 7 times more likely to go on to higher education and 7 times more likely to finish. So that's a pretty staggering statistic.
Yeah, that's hardly nothing, right? $25 and that's going to get 7 times more likely to get a degree. That's incredible.
It doesn't take much to start. Grandma and grandpa can set up the account. Mom and dad can set up the account. Aunt and uncle can set up the account. And if mom and dad set it up, grandma and grandpa can put a gift into it and get the tax benefit for it for any contributions that they make.
Okay, so you're saying it's a great Christmas gift or birthday gift or something?
Exactly.
Oh, very nice. Okay, well, where can people find you?
So if they go to idsaves.org, they can learn all kinds of information about us.
Okay, awesome. And then if they're here in the venue, where can they find you?
So we have a booth right out front, and again, we're Ideal Idaho College 529 Savings Program.
They've got all sorts of cool pencils and all sorts of goodies to give away, so make sure you come out and find Don and the gang, and they'll get you taken care of. Okay.
Come by and see us.
There we go. Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We'll be hopping back into some really awesome Overwatch matches here pretty soon.
Thanks, Riley.
Yeah.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Go ahead.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Flashing!
One enemy remaining.
Flashing!
Satchel out.
Dropped. Grenade. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Off your feet!
Gotcha, fun. My turn.
Last player standing.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
No more.
Left. One enemy remaining.
Spike planted. Trevor! Ready.
Gotta go. Go, go, go. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I'm out of here.
Focusing. Stopping fire.
One enemy remaining.
Blue Ribbon Painting. We're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Life happens. Lucky for you, the new ICCU Central Plus checking account comes with benefits, including cell phone protection.
Wait, through my ICCU checking account?
That's right. Along with a whole lot of other benefits you might need. Because being human is a full-time job. Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. Is finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase one. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio. We have just come off one of the most exciting rounds of the night, the winners semifinals of Jerome and Rigby. Rigby ended up winning 3-2, which secures their spot in the finals. However, there is one more game that needs to happen before we can get to the main event for Overwatch tonight. That is the third and fourth place matchup. I'm your host, Bryce Jensen. I'm here with Kaz Phoenix, and we will be calling a little bit of the action from here. But here's my big question here. Jerome had put on a great showing in their first and second place matchup, and they are going to be going up against Skyline High School to determine third and fourth. Skyline, a little bit of an unknown here. I don't know a whole lot about them, but I've seen their skills enough to get to this point in the tournament so far. So how do you think this is all going to pan out?
Well, I'm definitely a little curious about... Oh, okay, it's not Skyline. I was going to be like, really? Skyline made it? That's real interesting. Skyline, in particular, since we're talking about them anyway, was kind of... I mean, obviously they played their hearts out for sure, but a little bit of a no-show. I believe they went about 3-3 during their regular season and went 1-3 in Pacific Quals. So noise from them was pretty dead on the server coming into this, and it already seems like, Blackfoot is making quite the statement in that 7th and 8th place matchup since we saw them earlier on the main stage. But talking about this 3rd and 4th place match between Jerome and Compass, Compass is actually a team I don't know that much about. I think it is pretty funny that the seeding is turning out like this, where the 1st and 2nd place teams are in grands right now, and the 3rd and 4th place or seeded teams are in the 3rd and 4th place slots respectively. But I think that from the performance that we saw, I don't think that Jerome is going to have too much issue against Compass, especially since they played some much harder teams earlier on in the bracket. Compass had ended up playing Bora, a team that was, expected not to have a terrible performance in their run, but, things turn out the way that they do.
And I mean, Bishop Kelly 3-0ing them is also probably not the best indicator of their skill, because I mean, it's Bishop Kelly. They're the #1 seed. They went undefeated in regular season, and overall, they're kind of the Titan to topple when it comes to this tournament. And overall, this tournament sort of played out like we were all kind of expecting, but we won't really know how this will all pan out until we really get matches underway. But to call the action, we are going to throw this right over to the lovely casters on the desk, and they are going to take it away from here.
Hello and welcome to the Boise State Arena, as we have done a little bit of swap up from the studio to the desk. And can you blame us after such an incredibly insane match with Jerome now having to come in, as mentioned, they did not manage to win against Rigby, and so they're going to be coming up against Compass. Now, the challenge here, right, that we're getting into right as we get into this matchup is coming off of just such a rough loss. That is a mental headspace shaker. And now going in to contend for your 3rd place potential, that's a weird reset to have to accomplish.
It is a bit of a weird reset, but here's the other thing. They went into that 2nd place match the underdogs, in my opinion, going up against an undefeated Rigby and then taking them all the way to Game 5 overtime on that escort. And I feel like for them, that's a huge accomplishment in their books. So now they're going into this 3rd, 4th match looking for the trophy. They're looking to try and take home something.
Yeah, and as we're getting into this matchup, we'll see that they're going to be jumping in to control on Samoa going up against Compass. Now, we haven't seen Compass on the stream at all today, so just for a little bit of background as we're getting ready to go into it, Compass is another one of the, more, solidly ranked teams. Jerome's been a bit of the wild card. They had a rough season, came in, have been really strong showing, but Compass has been one of those teams that is a little bit more of a even record. They've gone in just overall positive win rates, but not as strong as Meridian Tech was, BK and Rigby High School. So they're going to probably be, we'll see how they match out, but it definitely feels like a better matchup for these two than, having to come in as a underdog wild card against one of the undefeated teams. Now it's a matchup between these two teams who have similar expectations for the win-loss ratio, both being at 1-0.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how Compass actually comes about this. I mean, like you said, first time on the stream today, first time in front of a crowd. We're going to be able to see how they perform under that pressure. And for the side of Jerome, I mean, this is their 3rd match on stream, on stage. They're at this point, they're in the flow state.
Yeah, they're comfortable.
They're used to the sound, they're used to the cowbells, and they're used to the pressure, especially in these series, these lengthy ones at that. So now they're going to be going to this Game 1, hoping to kind of continue the momentum they've had through these past 2 series.
Yeah, and we'll get another change of scenery once again for this matchup. Big fan of the fact that the Overwatch games have had a lot of map variety, for those who are just joining us in. Overwatch has so many different maps for all the different game modes, and so the fact that we're getting to look through all of them, especially some newer maps like this one, is just nice to be able to get some of the monotony out. And of course, there's really been no monotony. These games have all been intense back and forths, and I'm excited to see how the skills and strategies that Jerome has been building up through this tournament play into a team that, all of us on this stream have not seen anything at all. So we get a little bit of surprise here as we are jumping into this matchup.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe Compass will be the kryptonite to Prestige here.
That's true. Prestige is still the big menace on the team for Jerome, continuously taking like hit after hit for the team, whether it be holding the line or knocking out big players. Like every tank beware, and I mean he's on Reaper, so that's the expectation, but he has just been so insane on that, and that also to credit then the supports as well, because a good Reaper needs a good backup. And as we get into this, we're going to take a look at the lineup, and you know, we are going to see the Reaper versus Reaper matchup as we run into this first control point. Jerome here getting on the point, getting some control with Compass having come around from the side. Prestige up at the front here as they're looking for those first engagement rooms. Reaper versus Reaper trying to find those corners as Pidge takes down Monkey Jack. Oliver, 3 players going down on the side of Compass, being pushed back, and Genji being the only one left here, giving Jerome some time to recoup and get the control point capped.
Very quickly is Jerome going to keep up that momentum, just like I was talking about. I mean, they've had 2 series under their belt already. They know what to expect from each other. They know what to do in certain moments, and right now they're going to continue that. Already getting sight, already getting some percentage on the board. Now that all they have to do is just push back Compass from their spawn and get some more kills on the board.
And they are not holding back, immediately moving forward, trying to keep some space between them and the point. But Monkey Jack is going to get stunned. Compass trying to find room with the tank, trying to create that space for the team, but it's not going through it. Nari taking down a support, and that is going to be the pedestal that slowly causes Compass to crumble in this fight here as Cow Power just pushes forward, knocking back the team. They're going to have to go for another reset before they can think about taking the point from Jerome.
I mean, they've got to figure something out. They've got to approach this, I think, at a different angle here. They've got to utilize a lot of each other here, and I think as they're trying to wait for ults to build up, it's going to be a matter of time before they can start to build sort of a plan against this offense-heavy attack from Jerome.
Going in once again, trying this side view. Cow Power is just going to charge straight into the action. Monkey Jack is going to go down again after a swap onto another character, but it is to no avail. Prestige and Cow Power just eating through the line here, and Inari on the cleanup. That is another team kill from Jerome. They are not letting up against Compass right now.
They're not going to let up, and they're not going to let up with their positioning either. You can see how far pushed up they are. They are ready to just fight at spawn against Compass here. They're not going to give them any chance or any look at that site going forward.
Yeah, 81% on the clock, and it is going up. Compass is sweating here as we're taking pot shots from the side. Inari getting the ult out, able to take down both supports. Devastating blow to Compass, and they are feeling it as now another goes down. Prestige, however, taken down by Compass's Reaper, so a little bit of breathing room from them there. But it's not going to be enough as they are going to have to try and contest the point, and it is the last player there, overtime, running out, and the objective secured for the side of Jerome.
Did not waste any time on this first try, and just like that, they've already got 1 on the board, but now it's going to be round 2. Let's see who can take it. Let's see if Compass can make a comeback here. Let's see if they can reorganize themselves and try to get an attack forming.
Yeah, Dartmouth tried to get a teleport into that middle zone there, just find any point to stall out the objective for the rest of their team to make it, but Jerome was ready and was able to shut it down before anything could go through. Now, that is a pretty rough spot for Compass, but a big morale boost for Jerome, getting to get a point on the board after having to go up against just some of the intensity that Rigby had. And so now going into this, that confidence is going to be building once again, and Compass needs to look at that and find the chinks in the armor.
Yeah, we're going to be going into this next one, though, and hopefully we can see Compass kind of have a different dynamic going into this one. They got to try and figure something out, try to get a few players key off the field, like especially Prestige and even Cow Power on that Malga. Just got to get them off the field so you can try to limit what they can do.
Compass is taking another rough hit with all players down except for Koho. He's trying his best, but the teleport is not going to save Tracer here, and there's going to be another team wipe from Jerome. It was looking good at first, but just was not able to hold strong there.
Looks like we're going to be continuing here.
Prestige, the sneak attack!
Oh, but it didn't last too long. Dartmouth is going to be able to get him, trading that one out. But still, Compass needs to make their way to...
Ooh, and Ari taking the pot shots onto the team from the air, like from the back. Cassidy's sniper shots are pretty painful, and that is going to be another knockout on the team. There are 2 players left for Compass. They're trying to look where they can, but trying to keep space as well so Jerome can't knock them out.
I gotta shout out the healers here for Jerome. They're doing so much work to try and keep Cal Power alive, and especially their DPS players. They're doing an amazing job keeping these players alive and keeping their attack going for as long as possible to continue to keep this site.
Oh, taking more pot shots. Inari seeing the tank in the door. They're going to try and push up. Monkey Jack trying to find some space. The Reapers going after each other, but it's not enough. Dartmouth and Jixlow go down. Kono and Monkey Jack follows through, but the ultimate Death Blossom is going to be a big clear out onto Compass, and they all go down once again. Prestige showing once more how rough going up against him can be.
Yeah, just dropping one of his many 3Ks on this game. Yeah, I mean, he's a menace on the field. He doesn't want to let anybody live, and he is making sure that it stays that way. He's putting down damage right now. And right now, Monkey Jack, he's fighting for his life. He's already at half health, and it's going to be tight here, but it doesn't look like he might be surviving.
Oh, Cow Power going for the double combo, and Prestige jumping in, and even the supports joining in on that one, getting the knockouts. Once again, Compass just has been unable to leave the spawn area, and at 99%, we're going to see another control point capped for Jerome as they're able to take this first area.
First one down in the books, a few more to go, but I gotta say that was dominant.
Yeah, that was a statement on the front of Jerome there. They were up against Rigby, they were facing some tough odds, and they are back and ready to go. And, you know, I like the shout out that Inari is getting. There's been a lot of plays of the game for Prestige and other characters, but we talked about Inari on desk and how many good snipe shots that they've been getting, and you know, just goes to show what's been happening with them. They have a great frontline and backline that is able to just knock through the crowd and then clean up with the team kills.
Yeah, and especially with a character like Cassidy, you have to be so accurate with your shots. It's not anything like maybe like a Lucio.
Yeah, you don't
like
have any
that, like,
targeting.
Yeah,
no.
that spray transfer kind of shots. But no, it's
a small little radius. Yeah.
Yeah, but their aim has been precise, and it's always on Cassidy, and it's been so fun to see because they just clean house with it.
Yeah, and it is benefiting them, obviously, as they are able to take the first map here and create a precedent for this third place matchup. Now, as we could see, Compass really just didn't have the room to work with. You know, like they were not given space at all. Jerome said, we've got this point, and now we are going to take this, and we're not letting you pass. So, question for you, do you think that's going to be the kind of name of the game, that they're going to have to deal with the space control, or more just a part of the nature of that type of game mode?
I think that it is kind of part of that game mode, but I think the other thing is that Jerome, basically, out of all 5 of their players, just builds a wall, and that wall is moving, and you cannot break through it. And in that one control, in both of those control games, it was just building that wall and pushing it back towards their spawn. And as soon as they hit spawn, they just held them.
Yeah, I think that part of why Rigby was able to do so well against Jerome is because they were taking out those key players. They had the room to work with it, and so for Compass coming up against them, it's really going to be watching out for those like key players in Cow Power? Am I forgetting usernames now?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Cow Power.
Our good old Mauga player, and our good old Reaper player at this point.
Prestige.
Yeah, Prestige. As we go on to Eichenwald, a little bit of a rollback from the very first game of the day. You know, I think we got some of my favorite clips so far of the day from this, with both of them related to Junkrat, actually, because we had the Winston jump up and the instant knockout from Junkrat, and then Brigitte smacking Junkrat and causing him to fall off the map, getting a knockout. So, you know, this is a fun map. It's got a lot of verticality and just a lot of different layers to the map. And of course, I think it has some of the biggest, like, holes where you can easily fall in, especially that bridge right before the second checkpoint. Such a like scary spot to be in, and it's where you see character swaps so consistently.
Yeah, and I also got to say, I mean, like another part that came from this map was that 4K with the rip tire there at the end with Jerome.
Yeah, the rip tire.
And they got the 4K to close out the map.
One of the most devastating knockouts I've ever seen for a team on an overtime run. Such a powerful moment, like as a team, you're like, if we can stay on this point, as long as there's always one person, we can get this checkpoint, and a rip tire takes it all away. But it's exactly the danger of a map like this. You know, there's a lot of space, and I mean, I saw a Junkrat just jump past, and so it's like exactly what we're talking about is like Junkrat and other characters with like bouncy abilities and big AoEs work really well on a map like this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was also curious going into this one. I'm like, are we going to see more Junkrats? Are we going to see more Rhines being played? Because I feel like this was the only map we saw both of those characters be played.
I mean, this is the Reinhardt map. You know, you as mentioned by Desk previously, like this is the map where you expect Rhine to some degree, and I think I see him outlined in red over there. It's hard to tell, but that that is Monkey Jack on the Reinhardt, so someone is doing that. And we've got Cow Power changing to Sigma now, as we're going to go in from the side here, not immediately going towards this bridge. Is such a big choke point for the attackers as they're trying to deal with Prestige on Junkrat here. Darthmouth going down. Yeah, just raining fire from above, and there's not a lot of room to work with as healers in the back line trying to keep safe. Reinhardt able to push up on the side of Compass, but Kono goes down, and that's going to be a rough spot here as they're trying to create some space and just getting pushed back once again by Jerome. Monkey Jack and Call Makarma going down.
They're trying to make a push here. They're trying to get something on the board, Compass, but they just can't get a kill to make room for themselves. And especially with Prestige just sitting there on the bridge, firing down shots, it is tough to make a push here against this heavy Jerome offense.
Now Monkey Jack trying to jump back in, but the Junkrat projectiles are just putting on the hurt. Moira also throwing out just negative energy. It's making things rough. The supports in the backline trying to help as Inari takes down both Konho and Dartmouth. Two players, both DPS down, leaving just the tanks and supports for Compass here, trying their best to find an opening, but Monkey Jack going to go down as well to Inari, and Inari on a streak here, going to roll forward and take down Brigida as well. Not wanting to let, looks like Prestige this time, be the only one going for those crazy 4K, 5K kill streaks. Inari just kind of showing why it can be so devastating to go up against them right now, and it's going to be a rollback for Compass, but swapping off onto the Winston, trying to get some more maneuverability in the Trank, but the ultimate is also going to be a rough spot as two ults go out, 3 players down, and a 10 kill streak for Cow Power here.
This is dominant, and I've got to know, I mean, the Prestige Inari DPS combo this whole day has just been so dominant. They can't be stopped. I mean, it's kill after kill after kill. And I mean, even right now, I mean, they're just not letting up. Right now, you can see that Monkey Jack switched over to a Winston, hoping that would change a few things, but right now it's just not adding up to enough. They're still fighting at this bridge point, and they're still not able to make it to point to try to capture any bit.
Oh, trying to find room, but the health is dropping too fast. Prestige knocking out some more players, and Cow Power pushing up once again to try and take out any players before increase that spawn time, increase that space between when they can actually go through. And with about a minute left on the clock, Compass is not in a good spot here. Now looking into that next engagement, Cow Power holding the line up farther. Ultimate's ready to go, and this could be a dangerous position as Compass needs to look. Orbital is going to go out, trying to give some extra health and damage as they move forward, using it to create some space for themselves, but they're going to get one thrown right back at them, and 2 players go down, 3 players go down. Compass down to their last 2 players, support and Dartmouth, but it's not going to be enough as they're going to get pushed back one more time to their spawn.
And with 40 seconds left, it's not looking good for Compass here on this first push. They just got to hope that going into this opposite side of things that they can hold just as well. against Jerome, but they know what they're facing up against, and they know the struggles ahead of them. But right now, all they can try to do is do everything that they can. Dartmouth, he has the Death Blossom, but I don't know if it's going to be able to come out in time. There it is. Oh, he's going to get one. Kono with another one.
And that's going to be a knockout there. Inari with 2, although we are getting some trades back and forth and a little bit more room near the point. There's a lot of resources lost, and unfortunately, it did not play out for Compass the way they wanted it. The time goes down, and round 1 is complete. Now Compass has to try and attempt to completely shut down Jerome in the same way that Jerome just shut down them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough thing to kind of reenact, but I mean, anything's possible, but it's going to be tough. This Jerome is really good on offense and defense. I feel like arguably their defense is better, but still their offense is going to be tough, especially with that Prestige and Inari combo on DPS.
Yeah, Jerome has, I think, shown the way to Compass for how to shut down a team at that bridge. So there are definitely a couple things that I feel like if they want to pull it off, they want to do it similarly. I mean, you just have to be knocking out those tanks, just denying space and really forcing them to stay back near spawn. I mean, Eichenwald is very infamous for these tight pinch points anyway. This is like one of 2 areas that are just brutal to get around. And so if you are going to hold a team and like deny them percentage, this is the place to do it. Like if you can stop them here, you can stop them from getting anywhere realistically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's all about making around this first corner. But Compass, they have to hold this first corner to begin with. Kind of looking at what we've got here, looks like might be the same going. Oh, we have Roadhog this time.
We're pulling out the other of the Junkertown buddies as we've got Roadhog here on the side. And a swap to Ana from Inari here, taking some pot shots from the back. Monkey Jack going down to Prestige, knocking out that tank and allowing room for Jerome to move forward to the capture point as Dartmouth goes down as well. They are holding strong for a little bit here, but they are going to be knocked out almost completely in this back area. Jerome able to get some heals and Prestige just going all out. That is going to allow them to cap the point and end it right there.
That's all they needed.
All they needed. And with that, Jerome takes this second map here. Just such a quick thing, and yeah, we are going to get the play of the game from Inari again, which, if this is the clip I'm thinking of, I totally understand why. Yep. Just rushing forward into that knockout. And yeah, with that, that's going to be map 2. So we're now into match point here. Jerome holding strong with Compass getting their last opportunity to shut down Jerome's momentum.
And I think going into this third map of Flashpoint, I think that this just opens up the biggest possibility of opportunity. I think for Compass here, I think what they could do is just really shut down Jerome. I think that they have the capability to do so. I think that they can absolutely do it. It's just a matter of getting to those points first and then holding them.
Yeah, Flashpoint is such a interesting game mode for Overwatch, especially with, like, you know, I've seen it in like other games, like Halo and Call of Duty have like those types of maps, and it's interesting in Overwatch just because of how different the game feels. And so I think out of all of them, it's probably one of the most, mechanically speaking, different. Like, you have to think about it in a lot of different ways because you need that mobility to get between the flashpoints that doesn't always translate to the other maps. And because of that, it's a strange one. But, you know, in the last matchup, you know, we had a Boise State esports player talking about it a little bit where we actually went to a different map than is the preferred one for the last flashpoint. And we were talking about it, and she mentioned that, you know, it could have been because people are less comfortable, we went to the Junkertown map. And so I'd be curious to see how this goes if we're going to get the Junkertown map. That was Jerome playing with them, and that was actually where they got their upset on Rigby. So I'm curious to see if Jerome will go with that again, or if that is going to be, if we're going to go to one of the more standard Flashpoint maps.
Yeah, like the first one that they played on, it was the Servasa, and they cleaned house against Blackfoot there and finished out that series. So maybe they want to repeat that.
Yeah, if they're more comfortable on Servaso, or if they maybe would be concerned that Compass would be just as comfortable. It's an interesting spot. You know, something that doesn't always get talked about is just like how much maps can influence that, especially if you have a preference or comfort zone. And so I'm curious to see if Compass is going to have like a more comfortable spot here in Flashpoint, or if they're going to get shut down again like they have been.
Yeah, and I think it'll be curious. Looks like we'll be going...
Yep, we will be going to New Junk City, yeah.
Back to it.
The less liked of the two maps, but it is the favorite so far on the stream. You know, we've seen this one twice. So that'll be, yeah, a fun one. I mean, I was talking about it in studio while we weren't on stage, that this is a map that I find very weird. It's just very weirdly structured, and not like in a bad way necessarily, but it's just very different. I've always felt very claustrophobic watching people play on this map. There are some open areas, but that big circular zone it feels so small, even though it is actually fairly sized. Yeah.
I was going to say, I feel like there's a lot of enclosed points compared to some of the others. Like, I feel like Servaso has a lot of open points. There's a lot of air movement that can happen between like flyable characters. There's a lot of movement where there's corridors and whatnot, but it's like there's a lot of enclosed stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot less opportunities for that. You see a lot more of the like sharpshooter characters come out. Like, I've seen, great for Inari, because I've seen a lot of really strong casty plays on that map.
Yeah.
But things like that. And yeah, but I would agree, like on the Flyers, you're not going to see them as much unless they really feel the need for some of that, because there are opportunities. It's just not going to get you as much as on like other maps or other game modes even, because, if we were on some of the other control point maps, like you would have a lot more room for like a Pharah to come out and, rain justice from above.
Yeah, for sure. It's just, it's a little bit of a different dynamic for sure. And I feel like I'm curious to see what kind of comps we're going to be seeing going into this one. I feel like we're still going to be seeing that Reaper and Cassidy play from Prestige and Inari. I'm curious to see what Cow Power does with the tank. And I mean, maybe Amauga comes out again. Maybe something else. I don't know. They started off.
We saw Junker Queen. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say they started off with Junker Queen on the day, so I wonder if we're going to go back to that or not.
Yeah, with that, since Compass is kind of backed against a wall right now, they either win this or they're out. Is there something that you would want to see from them going into this final matchup? Potentially final matchup?
Potentially. I think for Compass, they just need to, I wouldn't say hyper-focus, but they need to focus on those key players. So like Prestige, NR, and Cow Power. They need to focus on getting them out of the play so that they can worry about the others. And if they can't focus on that, focus on healers.
Yeah, get the healers out of the way. I mean, part of why, any DPS stays alive, just in general in Overwatch, right, is if they've got supports watching their back, keeping them alive. So if you want those DPS and tanks out of the way, you've got to knock out the healers. And so, yeah, I would say, you focus on those scary players. Don't let Prestige sneak up on you. But if you can't get Prestige, get the supports first, and then Prestige will fall. Yeah.
Yeah,
no, I mean, because after all, it's a team game, right? Like as much as we can talk about like one player being the MVP in Overwatch, you really can't do it without other people. There are some games like, like in Valorant, you can kind of get one player who can cause a snowball for the entire game, and you can kind of see that in Overwatch, but Prestige and Cow Power and a lot of those other, and Inari are holding strong because they're keeping their health up from supports.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was about to talk about. I mean, like, we see Prestige, and he's a monster out there. He's getting kill after kill, and he's getting streaks like crazy, but it's all because of his healers. Keeping him alive, keeping him in the play, keeping him able to make these plays and keep their offense or defense alive. Like you said, it is a team game.
Yeah, it is a team game at its core, and, honestly, like, this is a great spot for the Jerome team. They weren't able to get into the first and second place matchup, but they are in the third place, and, as we mentioned before, Jerome is a fully senior team. All of them are going to be heading out and graduating after this, so, this is a great hurrah for them, ending their matches right now on a potentially 3-0 win, getting third place. Great spot to be. And, they're going to be ending it off on New Junk City, so they'll want to pull up all the stops and just give us the full light show as we get ready to hop into this matchup.
Absolutely, and like you said, one last hoorah, going out with a bang, third place. That's still a trophy in your hands going home, and that is what you want to see coming out of this tournament, at least something in your hands walking home. And I think for Jerome, this is going to be a big accomplishment for them. I think they're going to be really happy with however this turns out.
Yeah, it seems likely to be in Jerome's favor, but Compass has, also at a 1-0 win rate comparatively, so we don't want to count them out just yet. As they were able to take a win, they might be able to continue that forward here, though, as they just, like we've been mentioning, they have to find the chink in the armor, they have to get out those key players, and this is the map for them to try and accomplish that. As we get ready, kind of looking at the characters, I do see a Roadhog.
I do see a Roadhog
fitting
as well
for this map, and looking at the rest of it, looks like we're going to see Ramatra. And the other new support. That's going to be interesting. We're one less Juno as we're jumping back into the firefight. Immediately going out, the hook is not able to go through. Orb of Discord being thrown out, creating some chaos on the side of Jerome here. Having to hide in the backlines a little bit. They aren't getting those knockouts as fast as they want, but they are coming. Monkey Jack taking down one player, but losing 3 on their side. Now holding down with 2 players left, slowly being knocked out by the Tracer here. Call Me Makarma is down to Anari, and Monkey Jack down to Prestige. Compass is knocked out, but the players are quickly returning to be able to continue the fight.
I feel like we're definitely seeing a really big difference in team comp here. I mean, Prestige on a Genji. I think that's the first time we've seen him on one today. And then Anari on a Tracer. It's just a little bit different overall, but I mean, it's still working out greatly. They still have that first point, and they're still racking up the percentages here, getting the heals up, and getting those team wipes onto Compass early on.
Having to deal with those nanites in the door is definitely slowing Jerome down, but they are trying to jump into the fight as fast as possible. Compass looking for their angles here. They've got some dangerous players, but they are getting knocked out. Prestige and Cow Power are taking down Dartmouth and Konho here. As the fight drags out a little bit longer than normal, the 5-player kill streak is still going to go through as Prestige pops off here, knocking out the last 3 players. Compass having to respawn and reset.
And by the time they get back here, they're going to be facing 2 different ults here. You got Inari and Prestige with ults, and the rest of the team fairly close to getting theirs as well. And there it is. Inari trying to flank out the backside, trying to get Junkrat early, but I don't know if it's quite going to land. Nope, they're going to go down. But still, Compass trying to fight for this first point. Not going to happen, so maybe in the next.
Yeah, next flashpoint is up. Both needing to reset and run over. Jerome having a bit of a headway on that compared to Compass. As they move forward onto this area here, they get to set up and start the firefight from the doorway. They get plenty of control of the space, though they don't get to immediately move up. Ramatra creating some room for the team here. Mr. going around the corner here as Prestige sneaking up around, finds the support in the backline, tries to go for them, but Pidge is taken down as they take down a player of Dartmouth as well. 1-1 here. Compass able to make a little bit more headway on the knockouts, but it's the same story as before. Cow Power and Anari and Prestige knocking out the Compass players here.
Unfortunate. Cow Power, you can see he just popped out his ult and gets 2 with it, adding on to that team wipe. Now looking at the side of Compass, you've got 2 ults on your side, potentially 3 if Konho can get theirs online.
And having the support is going to be good. As the players clash once again, taking a bit of a more backward approach here. Prestige does have Dragon Blade, and he's going to activate it, going straight for the kill onto Konho here. Knocks out one, is not able to find another, but does create a lot of chaos. Dartmouth is able to actually take advantage of that instead, taking down both Anari and Prestige, getting onto the point, and Cow Power, although he takes down the tank, isn't able to fully recover here. Lifeweaver able to back up, holding on, Moira trying to get rid of them, and they are able to almost get through, but the route is going to be halted here as the second flashpoint is taken by Jerome. So close, but not enough yet.
Not enough, but Compass is doing a lot better now. They're able to get these trades, get some kills on the board here. It's good against Jerome. Create some space, create some time. But now Compass, it all relies on this last flashpoint, potential last flashpoint. They just have to stop Jerome here and try to capture this.
And now Compass needs to find their strategy, more open area. They don't have to go through a choke point, but Roadhog trying to contest Konho here, and that's a weird spot to try and be in. Tracer looking for those opportunities, keeping health up. Calpower taking down Zenyatta here, and 3 players are out in almost an instant there. Prestige is able to get the trade, well, actually gets knocked out by Konho, and Calpower takes down the support. Moving forward into their area, Compass is pushed back again as the flashpoint goes to Jerome.
Goes to Jerome to start, but maybe we can see some last-minute heroics from Compass like we did on the last flashpoint. Maybe we can see them try to overtake that. I mean, they almost got the capture on the second flashpoint, almost got some percentage on the board, but right now they need to go all gung-ho on this and try to get some kills and try their hardest to get this. But with Inari getting 2 of them off, that's going to be tough.
The Cassidy ult going out, knocking out 2 key players for Compass, and another following. Calpower just holding strong in the back. Monkey Jack trying to hold on against all of these players back here. It's hard to do when you're outnumbered and outgunned here. Prestige helping clean up in the back. Dartmouth going down, and so does Zenyatta. And just taking pot shots from the back here is going to take out some more players. However, Kono getting another sneak around is able to get 2 players and is pulled back by Lifeweaver for some safety here. Just in time, too, as Calpower activates another ultimate here. And it isn't going to find anyone, but it's not going to be enough for Compass as Jerome wins this flashpoint, taking the match 3-0.
I mean, that's just how you're going to do it. That's how you're going to do it. You're going to carry that momentum from the previous 2 series, especially against Rigby. You played hard against them. You showed what you can bring to the table, and now you're just continuing it here, going 3-0, securing that 3rd place finish, and making sure to take a trophy home with you on your senior year.
Yeah, and congratulations to Jerome. What an awesome win to gain, and great play from Compass Academy. They had a tough opponent, and they held strong till the end. But with that, that is the 3rd place match done and over. Jerome taking home that trophy, and now we're on to the grand finals for 1st and 2nd place to be determined, and that is going to be quite the match to look out for.
That's going to be something that we've been looking forward to all day.
Oh,
I think it's going to be awesome.
These are the 2 teams that have been putting on quite a show throughout the day. We saw a little bit of Rigby. We know relatively how that, this intense matchup is going to be. Both of these teams have had such a strong record, but that is something that I'd love to hear more from the studio on and what their thoughts are going to be on these matchups going forward.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports studio, and with that last game, Jerome kind of put up the showing that we expected them to.
Yeah, I was like, I think it's going to be good. Compass has done a little bit throughout the day thus far, but that just did not look competitive in the slightest, and I felt so bad for Compass. Just did not seem to get any kind of breath or showing against such an insanely dominant team that Jerome was today.
I mean, and also you're coming off of the semifinal round. You lost 3-2. You're probably a little angry because you got that close.
Of course.
You couldn't quite pull it out. But, I mean, Compass just did not look very good in that series. And I mean, good. Congratulations for 4th place. Not a terrible placing at all. You're in the top 50%. It's more than what the bottom 4 can say. But Jerome kind of did what we expected them to do, and they took that 3rd place. And now, now it's moving on to the finals. The 1st and 2nd place, Bishop Kelly and Rigby High School. And even in these clips, you can just see the dominance that Jerome kind of showed. There were a few interesting character picks from the side of Compass, but other than that, that game is pretty much in the books now, and we get to look forward to the number 1 and 2 seeds.
Yeah, Bishop Kelly versus Rigby High School. Rigby, who was on main stage a little bit earlier for their grand finals qual against Jerome, and honestly did not have a super easy time. You know, it did go to a map 5. Jerome held some pretty hard competition, and it almost looked like we might have seen Jerome take that. But, you know, Rigby did ultimately prevail, trying to maintain their series record that they were carrying since the regular season. And I mean, they looked very strong, and I don't know how Bishop's games have been going today, but if the numbers are accurate of the performance that they're putting up, Grands is going to be really, really scary for Rigby.
It sure is going to be one of those games that we all are looking forward to, but we're going to have to make you guys wait just a little bit longer. We are going to go on a short break, and we will be right back with the Overwatch 2 Grand Finals.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase 1. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Life happens. Lucky for you, the new ICCU Central Plus checking account comes with benefits, including cell phone protection.
Wait, through my ICCU checking account?
That's right. Along with a whole lot of other benefits you might need. Because being human is a full-time job.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
To another character, but it is to no avail. Prestige and Cow Power just eating through the line here in Inari.
Key off the field, like especially Prestige and even Cow Power on that Malga. Just got to get them off the field so you can try to limit what they can do.
Compass is taking another rough hit with all players down except for Koho. He's trying his best. They're going to try and push up. Monkey Jack trying to find some space. The Reapers going after each other, but it's not enough. Dartmouth and Jigsaw go down. Kano and Monkey Jack all follows through, but the ultimate Death Blossom is going to be in the backline trying to help as Inari takes down both Konho and Dartmouth. Two players, both DPS down, leaving just the tanks and supports for Compass here, trying their best to find an opening, but Monkey Jack going to go down as well to Inari, and Inari on a
Kono with another one.
And that's going to be a knockout there. Inari with two, although we are getting some trades back and forth and a little bit more room near the point. There was a lot of resources lost, and unfortunately it did not play out for Compass the way they wanted. Players, but they are getting knocked out. Prestige and Cow Power taking down Dartmouth and Konho here. As the fight drags out a little bit longer than normal, the 5-player kill streak is still going to go through as Prestige pops off here. Isn't able to fully recover here. Lifeweaver able to back up, holding on. Moira trying to get rid of them, and they are able to almost get through, but the route is going to be halted here as the second flashpoint is taken to try and be in. Tracer looking for those opportunities, keeping health up. Cow Power taking down Zenyatta here, and 3 players are out in almost an instant there. Prestige is able to get the trade, well, actually gets knocked out by Konho, and Cow
field, like especially Prestige and even Cal Power on that Malga. Just got to get him off the field so you can try to limit what the...
Compass is taking another rough hit with all players down except for Coho. He's trying his best, but they're going to try and push up. Monkey Jack trying to find some space. The Reapers going after each other, but it's not enough. Dartmouth and Jixlow go down. Kono and Monkey Jack all follows through, but the ultimate Death Blossom is going to be in the backline trying to help as Inari takes down both Kono and Dartmouth. Two players, both DPS down, leaving just the tanks and supports for Compass here, trying their best to find an opening, but Monkey Jack going to go down as well to Inari, and Inari on a one.
Kono with another one.
And that's going to be a knockout there. Inari with two, although we are getting some trades back and forth and a little bit more room near the point. It was a lot of resources lost, and unfortunately it did not play out for Compass the way they wanted. Dangerous players, but they are getting knocked out. Prestige and Cal Power are taking down Dartmouth and Kono here. As the fight drags out a little bit longer than normal, the 5-player kill streak is still going to go through as Prestige pops off here. Isn't able to fully recover here. Lifeweaver able to back up, holding on. Moira trying to get rid of them, and they are able to almost get through, but the route is going to be halted here as the second flashpoint is taken to try and be in. Tracer looking for those opportunities, keeping health up. Cal Power taking down Zenyatta here, and 3 players are out in almost an instant there. Prestige is able to get the trade, well, actually gets knocked out by Kono, and Cal...
They've had through these past 2 series.
Yeah, we'll get another... Hello and welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio to continue our coverage and look at the final match of the day, the grand finals, the last matchup to determine first and second place. And boy, will this one be a doozy. Calling all the action, my name is Audrey Norris with Danner Hill to continue our coverage as we've stepped back away from the desk to go back to the analytical side of things. This is going to be Bishop Kelly versus Rigby. Now, these are the two teams who throughout the season and throughout these games have been undefeated. And now, one of them has to take that loss. This is going to be the match that determines who can continue their streak and who loses it.
Yeah, and we've already gotten a glimpse of Rigby. We saw them play Jerome earlier today in that semifinal match, and that was ecstatic. I mean, Game 5, overtime, all the way to the end, and it was amazing. I mean, we saw the true potential of Rigby there, and this will be the first time we've seen Bishop Kelly on the stream as well. So we're going to be able to see, like, what's the other side of that coin? Like, what's their side of unstoppable?
Yeah, these are the two presumably unstoppable teams. We've seen Rigby. What are we going to see from Bishop Kelly? Now, the fun thing to note with Bishop Kelly is that they have an interesting opportunity today. If they win this, not only do they win Overwatch, but they won Valorant yesterday.
They did.
So Bishop Kelly has the opportunity right now to take home the gold for 2 days. So they've got a lot riding on this match, just as much as like every team, but a little more so because this could be an extra streak for them to keep. So I'm interested to see if Bishop Kelly's going to hold strong and get to celebrate 2 wins, or if Rigby's going to shut them down.
Honestly, I mean, I think either team should be happy with both. I mean, they made it this far in this tournament. They made it this far in like regular season playoffs and now into this tournament, all undefeated. Like that's some of the best things that you can ask for right now. But I mean, going into this, yes, somebody's streak is going to die and somebody's going to go home with first place. And for right now, Bishop Kelly's going to be fighting for everything, and Rigby's going to be trying to stop that.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup. Rigby has shown that they are not unstoppable, as Jerome was able to almost reverse sweep them in the match right before this. And so definitely going to have to be careful for Rigby there if they let, Jerome was able to break through. And so depending on how Bishop Kelly's matches have been going, we haven't seen all of the information on that. That could be the pain point for them on both teams. They are not completely immutable. But as we get ready to send this to the desk and get some further insight from them, predictions. We did one for the first match. We've got to do it for the last match.
Do it for the last one.
Who do you think is going to come out on top? And if you want, what number value? Is it going to be a complete sweep, or do you think it's going to have some back and forth?
What's the series score? Okay. Okay, I think I'm going to go with the oddball here. I'm going to go Rigby.
Okay.
I feel like what I've seen out of them so far is really strong, and I don't know how BK plays. I feel like I can go with Rigby here pretty confidently, and I'm going to say 3-1.
3-1. All right. So betting on a fourth game at the very least. All right. You know, I can see a back and forth happening for both of them, so I'm going to say probably, for the sake of it, and also I've seen Bishop Kelly play, so I think it could go to Bishop Kelly, and I also think 3-1 is a fair area that this lands. I really doubt this is going to be a complete shutdown. But those are our predictions, so I'd love to hear what the desk has to think as we get ready for this final match today.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. I am Bryce Jensen with my co-host Kaz Phoenix, and we are excited to bring you the final game of tonight in Overwatch between Rigby and Bishop Kelly High School. And honestly, I got to sort of reiterate what they were saying on the desk. These are both undefeated Titans. They have gone throughout the entire season and this entire tournament without losing a single time. But because our friends over in the studio decided to give a little bit of a prediction, I feel like we should as well. And I got to go against the grain a little bit. I'm going to say Bishop Kelly wins this one fairly handily. In the past, they have been known as one of the top two, usually Meridian Tech and Bishop Kelly, with Bishop Kelly typically running in that silver spot right behind them. So, in my opinion, I don't think we're going to see a lot of that change. In the season, they've shown to be really dominant throughout the whole thing. And the real question is, how will Rigby hang into it?
I think I have to agree with you for the most part, Bryce. I won't say it's going to be a complete sweep, but I feel like a 3-1 in Bishop Kelly's favor is a pretty reasonable prediction. If it is true that Bishop Kelly has been here multiple times, has been taking home that silver, and really the only thing that has been in their way is Meridian. Meridian's not here today, and they have all the opportunity in the world to show why they've taken silver so consistently. And we can go on to more of this later as we talk about map picks, but Rigby has not looked like they're in the strongest form today, and probably going to be a little problematic for them on stage in this grand final. We're going to be seeing Samoa come out again. Saw it for that third place map and first map of the series, and we're going to be seeing it again for the grand finals. Not a terrible map. It's very open, and obviously we saw Rigby running that Mauga comp a little bit earlier, and as you would expect, Mauga does have a little bit of a home field advantage on a map that is essentially built around his play style.
Oh yeah, definitely. But before we do get into this final round, we'd like to give one final shout out to our sponsors at Dairy West for not only sponsoring the Boise State Esports program, but also supporting this event as well. They have been a very good sponsor to us, and we hope for their continued support in the future. Plus, we still got a lot of milk out for everybody who is currently in the building, so feel free to grab some either for the road or to watch this up-and-coming match. Looks like we are going to be starting on City Center, and not a whole lot has changed from the Rigby composition from the looks of things. We got a little bit of everything.
Oh no, you lied.
From the Rigby.
Yes, it has
the
changed.
Rigby one.
Yeah, I see a ROM. Obviously, we have Hanzo on that May again, a very more of a comfort pick. And we see a Bastion coming out from Widow, which I think I only saw once. And then the BAP and Zen, which I thought I was going to see the BAP a little bit earlier, but looks like I might even not get to see it at all. Koopa's going to start off with that first on the Widow just to open things strong. You see Bishop Kelly running that Far Mercy, which could be absolutely lethal without the proper resources to take care of it. And it doesn't look like Rigby is able to right now. Flair finding himself a couple with the help of Jumpy. And already things are off to an electric start with Bishop on that first capture.
You know, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu from the losers finals game that we just watched. I mean, it was a little bit of a change up when it came to character selection, but the same thing happened. You take out a DPS first and the rest of the team falls afterwards. That Far Mercy, I mean, you have the Bastion with Widow, but he's just not quite able to do a ton. He gets co-op on the far, really low, but just nothing quite comes out of it. Hanzo, though, is going to help out just a bit. Jumpy's going to go down. Saki on the Mercy, having to back out, and gets taken out by Hanzo. Not the character, the player on the Soldier.
Yes. Yeah, I was a little bit hesitant about that Soldier, admittedly so, but already the cohesion between Hanzo and Widow is showing its strengths on the stage. It leads to a capture progress flip in the favor of Rigby. We do see Bishop with quite a few ults online here with that Deadeye pretty close, holding that barrage, holding Kitsune Rush very soon, and also holding Valk. Is putting Bishop seemingly in a really good position for a little bit later, but not if their Mercy is going to fall this soon.
Yeah, looks like Nazo's caught in a really bad spot. Isn't quite killed, but gets chunked down quite a bit. Out goes the flash grenade from Cassidy, dealing a lot of damage. Destroy is going to go down to Jumpy. They're down 2 players. Widow's going to be picked as well. And Jumpy on a spree. Flare, unfortunately, steals that last one, and Hanzo does get away. But Jumpy on fire, as the icon would suggest.
Damn, do I love a good cast. I paid my respects to Ina from Jerome a little bit earlier, and I think I'll have to do the same to Jumpy, because the things that we've been seeing out of this hit scan from Bishop have been unreal, finding that big 3K to completely turn around that fight for Bishop. But it already seems like things are going scary spot. You know, already taking off Mercy.
Oh, taking out a huge source of damage. Out comes the Kitsune Rush, and but it's blocked. 2 support ults come out. Probably not what they wanted to see. Gamepunk a little bit too trigger happy with it, but Hanzo with the visor. Is he going to find something? No, Valkyrie comes through, saves a bunch, but unfortunately Jumpy's just barely outside. Annihilation gets popped, and so does the Terra Surge, but unfortunately for them, Annihilation getting a lot more value. Gamepunk and Nazo, the only ones left. Gamepunk falls to co-op. We are ticking down to 90. Nazo goes down soon. 92% and counting. Can Rigby make their way back?
A little bit too much had happened for Rigby again. Something I was telling you in between the maps is that Rigby really needs to work on how they're using ults. If they want to hold contention against Bishop, they can't be popping this many ults like this. And the fact that they did, it did not allow them a chance to hold this contest for very long. That first point going straight to Bishop Kelly.
Poor Widow almost made it back to the point as well. Just a little bit too far in order to get back there. So many ults used, unfortunately nothing really stuck. The Bishop Kelly just used their ults in a better way. You had that Kitsune Rush to start things off. You used your Valkyrie to sustain just a little bit more, and Jumpy didn't even use his ult at all until the very end just to finish off a Reaper. But I mean, sometimes that's just what you have to do. You gotta wait around a little bit. Hope stuff goes your way.
Moving on to second point. One that is a little different per se. You're going to be seeing a lot more of this pokey stuff coming out, which is why the ROM, I think, was working so well in Bishop's favor. When you're not running that Mauga, your next best option is really to poke. It allows you to do a lot of damage from afar to start aggression very, very soon, where you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Already getting into a very tense team fight here with Widow doing so much damage from afar.
Man. But Nazo also getting brought down below half. Oh, but Hanzo not quite able to find a good way around, get the pick, goes down. Now it is up to the rest of his team to get something done. Nazo in a bad spot, getting destroyed. The res comes through. Co-op is back as soon as Widow put him in the dirt, and now Destroy is on his own with Hanzo there to back him up, hopefully let him out. And if a stagger comes through, that's not a great spot to be. No. Especially against Bishop Kelly, where they're willing to divert those resources in order to get those staggers.
But I mean, look at how much Bishop has already done in so little time. We just started getting progress for Bishop Kelly and Jumpy. Already have that Deadeye, and we almost already have that Kitsune Rush. And we already see 2 picks coming out on the side of Bishop Kelly, just refusing any kind of offense from Rigby and almost holding them in their spawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bad spot to be. It's hard to push into. It's even harder to push out of. Hanzo taking a lot of damage off to the side, and no one's really been able to keep him up. Destroy has had to be forced off of his favorite pick of the Zenyatta. Truly dark times if that happens, I know. Nazo pushing in, gets a lot of damage, but just gets burned. Co-op goes down, and Hanzo getting the pick, but the res comes through. It doesn't even matter if you don't pick the Mercy. Messenger taking out Hanzo, and the Annihilation does all the rest.
It was a lot of work for Bishop Kelly, using 3 ults to get through that, but a still very convincing fight win. The only thing that I do happen to be concerned about is how is this leaning itself into the next fight? Rigby is about to have 4 ults to play with here, and we know how they like to use their ults when they have a lot of them online.
Yeah, I mean, we got Jumpy. Jumpy has his Deadeye, so he could maybe weather the blow just a little bit. Out comes the Reaper, trying to get a pick onto Messenger, but Hanzo is not quite able to get anything out of there. Oh no, Co-op taking a lot of damage from Widow. Orbital Ray comes out, Deadeye as well. Widow can't make use of the Orbital Ray with his visor until that Deadeye's gone. Luckily for him, it does go away for enough time. Rigby manages to capture the point. Hanzo pushing them back into their spawn, and Rigby only used 1 ult there.
Yeah.
Gotta give him a hand.
I was going to say, I gotta give them the credit for only using 1 ult there when they had multiple up.
Oh no, Widow's in a bad spot, 25 HP, just barely able to get out by the skin of his teeth. But Co-op uses the barrage. Both supports are gone. Nazo falls to Flare. It is a 2v5 on the point. Deadeye comes through, or no, Death Blossom comes through. Does not matter. Messenger with a few good headshots is able to clean it up with the knives in his pocket. Soggy and Co-op just cleaning it up, and Bishop Kelly starts this game with the first round victory.
I mean, a perfect last fight for Bishop Kelly to bring this a little bit further into the series in their favor. A first map win is obviously where a team like BK really wants to be right now, and I don't think there was really any hesitation from anybody both in the arena and on stage about how this was going to go. Each fight that Bishop won was, I won't say a slaughterhouse, but they did not give Rigby enough room to breathe, for sure.
Incredibly convincing.
I'm thinking like 5 different ways just to say that every fight win was a convincing one, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways that, Rigby did a great job taking the advantages they had. I mean, Bishop Kelly overused ults in that second to last fight. They just weren't quite able to find the picks like we were talking about earlier. It was almost the same problem that we saw going up against Jerome in the semifinals. In the semifinal rounds against Jerome. Nobody was able to get picks. Nobody was able to find support backline kills. Plus, I mean, Pharah Mercy is incredibly powerful, and then you don't shoot the Mercy, so you just get the Pharah res, and then you're back to square one. Mm-hmm. So it's almost a lose-lose situation if you're not shooting the supports.
Yeah, it all fell apart, and it was mostly due to the hero choices, right? I think that Bishop Kelly's comp really allowed them to just walk right at Rigby with pretty much no hesitation, right? You have the damage boosted Pharah because of Pharah Mercy, and obviously we did see an attempt to counter it with the Soldier, but we didn't see a ROM come out, which maybe could have helped with Vertex to help get the Pharah out of the air, to help collapse on her, and Soldier is not exactly great at dealing with Pharah Mercy because that's 2 flying objects that they need to take care of on their own, as well as not getting shot by the rest of their team, and being able to take angles like that isn't the easiest thing all the time, and so it allowed Coop to really get a lot of value for not a lot of effort.
Yeah, I mean, if they ran something like Cassidy or maybe Baptiste was playing a little bit more DPS-sided, I mean, you did have the Juno, so it's not hard to imagine a world where the Bap was playing a little bit more heavy-handed with his gun. Mm-hmm. But in the end, it just didn't quite work out that way. We're going to have to see where Map 2 goes. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can play it, but I guarantee you that Pharah Mercy is either going to be a mainstay or it's going to be a one-time thing. And it looks like Eichenwald is up next for Hybrid.
Some familiar faces here in the map pool. Eichenwald, a map that Rigby was pretty comfortable on into Jerome, if I remember.
Oh, no, they played Kings Row.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of the third place map, I think. Yes.
I think it's like they flipped the script because Eichenwald is never played and Kings Row is always played. So it's like, what happened? What made you all love Eichenwald all of a sudden?
Well, I think the verticality that Eichenwald has surprisingly might end up working much more in Bishop Kelly's favor than it does in Rigby's, right? You know, we already saw the aggression that Jumpy has with that cast. We already saw Coop's Farah, and those are the kinds of things that helps you win fights on Eichenwald. However, we also know, if I recall correctly, it is a loser's pick situation, and I would imagine that Rigby is feeling a little bit more comfortable on the Eichenwald than another map. Say Kings Row.
Yeah,
right?
True. They did almost lose on Kings Row. So maybe it's a little spooky, a bad omen maybe. They're not going to take the chance one way or another. But we got to kind of get Kings Row out of our heads. It's now on to Eichenwald. Are we going to see maybe a Rhine duel? Because we have not seen a Rhine duel yet today, and I think that would be kind of fun. And I know they can hear me on the stage, so I think it would be really funny if you did a Rhine duel. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know?
I unfortunately think that BK is probably going to be pulling out the ROM as they did before, which is not a bad option. I've been seeing ROM a lot more in these kinds of comps where you're forcing yourselves through chokes, and you know there's a little bit of hierarchy with how fast you can do this. It's like Mauga, Orisa, and ROM for these weird floor comps. ROM is pretty slow, but can get the job done whether or not you're fighting into a Reinhardt. We already know that Bishop Kelly is very comfortable on that ROM comp, so I don't really expect too much to change. I might see a very similar comp on Eichenwald as we did on Samoa.
Yeah, that's true. We might, because there is a lot more aerial mobility until you reach that third point, if you did want to play Farah. But honestly, it would really just depend on how far it gets pushed in that first round. If Bishop Kelly are pushing first, I'd imagine that they'd pick that Farah just to jumpstart a little bit of a giddy up and go, if you will. But I guess we're just going to have to wait and find out. Bishop Kelly currently leads 1-0 in this Grand Finals. Trojans are really looking for a leg up in this competition. But will this be where they find their footing?
Yeah, Rigby's taking quite a bit of a hit after the last map. Samoa did not go as nearly as well as they would have hoped, I'm sure, and are now looking to turn things around in a map that hopefully they're feeling a little bit more comfortable on. I know that this was more so Jerome's very, very much comfort pick, and we've seen how Rigby plays on these hybrid maps. You know, sometimes their defense doesn't show up that great, but their offense tends to be pretty good on these first points. Hopefully, those expectations aren't subverted. Or, I mean, from the perspective of a BK fan, hopefully they are, right? Obviously, we want to go for that full hold. The more time that we can take off them, the better.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a Ramatra duel here. Farah Mercy coming right back out, and the Echo from Rigby. Definitely an interesting pick, something that we haven't seen quite yet, but the Zen is back out to play from Destroy. Maybe it'll help him out just a little bit, especially with this Echo, giving the Echo a little bit of a damage boost, trying to take out Coop and Gizmo, I guess, on the Mercy now. But we'll all just have to wait and see. Just a large mosh pit in the center. No one really able to get anything done, but Hanzo's caught out on the side, and Widow is also going to be burned down by Jumpy. Man, kind of weird going from the precision-based gameplay of Cassidy to I want everything in that direction gone when you play Bastion.
Now, I did honestly like the Echo. You know, I think Echo can provide a lot more contestation against the Farah, who has been causing a lot of problems, and even with the pocket would have to duck back and heal if they're taking too much damage. A good Echo can deal with a Farah Mercy pretty much no problem, but it didn't really seem like it was working too well for Widow.
Flares just running in. Nazo got one, but Jumpy takes out Geen Punk as well. Transcendence is popped, hoping to get a little bit of cart contention, but I don't understand this ult at all. Wait a second. Cassidy in the back line is going to force them back. Hanzo able to take a lot of the pressure off of that front line and at least get a tick. Oh, out comes the window from the Baptiste. Definitely one of the windows of all time. I mean, you can't really see a whole lot out of it, but Jumpy with the artillery barrage is going to allow Flare to finish off Destroy. Messenger is going to be revived by Gizmo. Jumpy also finding another kill, and to top it all off, Flare had to pop the Ravenous Vortex, and that is every ult from Bishop Kelly used.
Yeah, at least, oh no, every one.
Every single one.
Every single one. Very curious on that usage. I guess if it gets the job done, I feel like that fight could have gone much faster if Jumpy had just not given up so much space for that Trank, because really it was only 10 on point, and even with Hanzo in the background, again, the player, not the character, there wasn't a whole lot that, you know, people had to be scared of.
Annihilation coming right back out. Ice Block is forced. Jumpy goes down to Reaper. Messenger also goes down. Ravenous Vortex keeps on going, and Flare is going to fall to it as well. And that is going to be a point capture for Rigby, getting the cart pushing with just under 4 minutes to go.
Again, Rigby showing how confident they are on those pushes on S or on Hybrid, but how good is their push around this second area actually going to be? There are a lot of angles that Rigby has to care, and if they're not careful, they might be losing people like that consistently.
You can't shoot down as Cassidy. You're going to lose that fight almost every time. High Noon does come out, or no, not High Noon, but something dealt a lot of damage to Co-op, but he's able to finish off Destroy. And Gizmo with the pick on Widow. Nice little Reddit Lucio. Nice to see. Hanzo and Geempunk, though, still pushing this card, getting it to the bridge. This is the point you want to get it past, because it is hard to get past this one. Geempunk, though, can't really stand up to Messenger on the Baptiste, and Flare finding Hanzo is also going to stop that push with a stagger, too.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a rough fight for Rigby, for sure. Definitely have an opportunity to push this back, but the ult timings aren't right. I'd imagine just because of how low everybody else's ult charges are, Hanzo and Destroy might feel a little bit hesitant about popping their own ults, even if it would lead to a fight win. Meanwhile, Bishop Kelly has quite a few on the outcome. With Coop with that pulse online. Soon you see the amplification matrix coming out to hold down this angle as well.
Oh, and Tracer in the back line is going to take out Hanzo. Widow can't stand up to the front line pressure, and Destroy is going the wrong way! Why would you go towards them? You're Zen, you can't move.
A good fight. Very nice cleanup from Bishop. And even though that window did get used, it still leaves Bishop in a very good position for these next couple fights. Obviously, we're going to have that overclock up soon. We're going to have that beat up soon. And into what Rigby has right now, which is still only that Trank in the Deadeye, it's not a lot. I'd imagine if Hanzo wants to pop that, might see the beat.
Oh, no!
Who finds that pulse on Geempunk?
Oh, poor Geempunk. We've all been there.
And just because the old timings right now, I feel like fights like that, where, you know, one person dies and it staggers before a real fight can even break out, are going to keep happening until Rigby can get themselves in a situation to, like, convincingly take a fight.
You almost need to use one of your ults in this next fight to sort of bait out everything. Gizmo is 93 to sound barrier, Jumpy has overclock, and Flare has his Ravenous Vortex. There's so much they can use in order to bait you out, and all they have to do is use one at a time until you're cooked.
But there's also only so much time that Rigby can work with. Only 57 seconds left on the clock now, and although those other ults are climbing, they know they only have so much time to make a play here. There's probably going to be a lot of pressure in Castle to make something happen, and it doesn't look like it's coming out of Rigby too soon.
Oh, Flare got brought down so low, too. If it wasn't for that sound barrier, he would have been gone. Jumpy is going to finish things off. 30 seconds left. We got time for maybe one more team fight, but Nazo, unfortunately, going to be the last to die, and a wicked stagger as well.
Did see the beat come out of Bishop Kelly as well as the Annihilation, which was enough to find Flare two big picks in Castle, right, to really start that fight off strong for Bishop Kelly. When you're fighting in Castle against something like Annihilation, it's usually just an unnail. There's never really anything that you can do
with the
about
overclock, manages to get a shot off, but taken down really low. Out comes the satellite orbital ray, but nothing really comes out of the overclock. Amplification Matrix trying to get something done, and Destroy has gone to Jumpy. Widow goes down in his ultimate. Deadeye gets popped, hopefully to keep it going. Kart's been pushing. It's on the bridge. It's a little bit of deja vu right here. Nazo trying to get something done with the Ravenous Vortex, but nothing really comes out of it. Gene Punk goes down after taking out Jumpy, but out comes the Pulse Bomb, and that's going to be the end of Nazo. Kart gets pushed right to the beginning of the bridge. More than doable for Bishop Kelly.
And this, mind you, was the exact place that Rigby, was this where Jerome had gotten Compass? About 103 meters out?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, it was the first match. It was Blackfoot.
Yeah. So a little bit of deja vu in terms of how Eichenwald has gone for some teams today. Seems like 103 seems to be the number that these teams are successfully getting to. But from the way that Bishop's defense really happened, I don't know if I'm too concerned. As I was talking about with Rigby's defense, Hybrid has always seemed really weird. Like, their offense always works really well. You know, they seem to excel in that front, but when the defense comes to play, it doesn't actually come to play.
It seems to fall over like a boiled noodle.
Exactly.
But I mean, they've learned from their mistakes. They saw how it almost cost them the championship. Maybe they got a few practice games in during the break, and they're practicing that just a little bit more. And from the looks of things, we're seeing the Kiriko come out. I didn't see a Zen. So it's going to be Gene Punk and Destroy on two completely different characters that we've not seen them on before. The Kiriko and the Ana. We actually haven't seen Ana all night, or all day. It's not night. I don't know why I thought it was. It's like 3 o'clock. But here we go. Attack for Bishop Kelly. They got to push it 103 meters, which is almost to the end of second point. But from the looks of things, Jumpy is now on the Sojourn, off of the tried and true Cassidy pick. Nazo getting a early block with his javelin spin, and honestly, almost brought Jumpy down to death, but unfortunately for him, nothing really found out of it. Just a lot of mid-fighting, but Nazo finds Jumpy to start off this fight with Bishop Kelly at a deficit.
I will say I was a big fan of trying to take the right room control because if you can find a pick, you know, things end up working really well. You usually are able to topple on the rest of defense, but if all 5 of your team are going through that choke, it's never going to end well for you.
Yeah, Nazo just holding that down, and Azarissa, pretty much nothing can get through him. Bastion, Widow trying to get the flare down. He's asleep, but the reach with the immortality field is going to keep him up. Nazo's going to go down, and so is Gizmo. Widow soon to follow. Bishop Kelly finding themselves in the lead, and unfortunately for Gene Punk, he is being assaulted from 3 different angles, and that is going to be a capture for Bishop Kelly, unless Rigby can get there in time. But, yeah, I mean,
doesn't really look like it. They're going to find that cap pretty soon.
Unfortunately for them, the robots on their team have a speed limit. It's like one of those limiters in cars. You can't go any faster than that.
Yeah, though both teams here have an opportunity to either stall this hard or push this even faster. Bishop Kelly has quite a few ults about to be online as soon as his door comes down, but Rigby is, well, almost with full team ults. We saw a very similar situation when Jerome had played Blackfoot, and it seemed like for a while Jerome wasn't able to push through this choke, and maybe we see the same thing with Rigby's defense into Bishop. We already saw that Widow come out.
Nazo getting taken down low. Widow gets oh wait, Jumpy manages to get Widow. Gene Punk jumps off the map. Oh no, Jumpy goes down to Nazo. Same with Gizmo, and that is a wasted annihilation from Flare. The Terror Surge comes through to finish stuff off. Messenger goes down. Co-op finds Destroy, but it is pretty much just Flare and Gizmo against the world. Wait. Co-op is still in this. Flair is taking out Nazo. Just when you think it's over, people are still finding kills.
That insert an ego edit for Coop here, fighting an Orisa all by their lonely self. That's
yeah, he's got to add it to the Taj.
Yeah, that is
to the montage.
That's some bad things.
What is Hanzo
some
doing?
Even worse things for Hanzo, taking quite a bit of damage from Coop there, trying to iceberg and using all of their cooldowns on point. They just can't live this without the support of their team.
But Nazo rolling out on the Mauga is able to find Messenger. Destroy and Hanzo, though, are both going down. That's a lot of healing out of the way. You still have Gene Punk to help you out, and Gizmo almost gets the Ajax, but manages to get the sound barrier off. Coop and Flair are both able to finish stuff up, and an unfortunate post bomb will end out the second round. Bishop Kelly takes the lead 2-0.
I mean, outside of the gate of the first push, it never really seemed like Bishop was letting up for even a second. It's kind of what you would expect from your first seeded team, a team that had brought contention to the best team in the state for years in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you'd expect out of them, but, I mean, Rigby was able to push it quite a distance, getting to a point where they actually had to try a little bit and get up and get going. So I got to give Rigby a little bit of credit for keeping them there, but in the end, a little bit of staggering, a little bit of inting just kind of cost them the game, and you can't really have that on the main stage, especially now that we're at match point.
Rigby has seemingly tried to find ways to organize themselves, because I won't lie, they are still looking very cohesive as a team. It doesn't look like the more unfair matchups that we've seen earlier today, where it just doesn't look like the team has the cohesion down, because Rigby very much does. The only issue is that Bishop Kelly has that cohesion down way better and knows how to pick apart the way that Rigby is holding either their offense or their defense, whatever is required of them, in order to find these game-turning match wins.
Yeah, it all will come down to this next matchup. Can they find out a way to break that cohesion, get some key kills? And we started to see that go really well for them, and it just unfortunately didn't come at a great time, especially when they could not finish out the fight and just let them keep trickling in, let them keep coming to the fight and not really finishing things up. It's like mopping your house and then continuing to pour water when you're trying to mop it up. It's like it's a losing battle.
It's like cleaning up water with a damn towel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, as I had mentioned before, I wish it was a little bit more of a surprise to me that things were happening like this, right? But again, Rigby has not been in their greatest form today, but if there is any opportunity for a comeback for this team, it would start here at Flashpoint on New Junk City.
The turning point for the last game they played, and what could be the turning point for this one as well. It all depends on what they want to happen here. Will Bishop Kelly get a little bit too overconfident and maybe give them an extra point? Maybe start the reverse sweep? I guess we'll just have to find out here. Does look like it is going to be Servasa, though, instead of New Junk City. But we've seen a little bit of New Junk City. Go back to Servasa. Take it back to where things all began. Seems like a poetic way to end things off.
Of course, of course. I am a little bit curious about this map pick, though, because it is loser's pick.
Oh, wait, no.
It's New Junk, so RB roll.
It is New Junk.
Happens like that. It does happen like that. Okay, so now I'm not confused by the map pick. This makes total sense, and I have nothing else to say. Only thing that I am a little bit curious about is that, again, Bishop Kelly has been really good at this rom-com, and a really good rom-com that Bishop Kelly has been presenting can be pretty lethal to a Malga or an Orisa comp, both of which Rigby has been running throughout the bracket today.
Yeah, and from the looks of things, they're going to be breaking out a Hanzo and Junkrat, Rigby is. And more to that bread and butter Orisa that we'd seen a lot from them in the past with a little bit of Zen, maybe? Oh, no. Yep, we are going to see Zen. We're going back to square one. Hanzo, not on Hanzo, but Widow on Hanzo. That makes total sense. Junkrat Junkrat taking a lot of damage in the beginning before the fight can really even begin. Ooh, headshot from Widow, but nothing can come out of it. Gene Punk able to keep his teammates alive, but Widow taking out Messenger is going to put a hamper on Bishop Kelly unless they can find a kill here. Flare taking a lot of damage in the process. Lucio healing isn't quite enough to get him going, but Gene Punk is going to be the one to capture this point.
Yeah, Rigby for that first fight when they're looking pretty good. Did see Widow with that opening pick that kind of just allowed Rigby to topple over the rest of Bishop. Speaking of which, you're running a little bit of a more normal comp for New Junk, which is very divey, right? You have that clean for shout speed. You have the Sojourn for that long range of
no, Gene Punk. Right? Oh, poor Juno gets taken by the bleed. But Messenger did use Suzu on no one in particular, which allowed Destroy to get the pick. But unfortunately for him, co-op was more than enough to take him out. Nazo unfortunately caught out on his retreat, and he is going to be the last one in on the revive screen. And unlike Gizmo, showing off his Lucio surf skills, he can't get back as quick.
And not to mention, Bishop is looking pretty secure in themselves for this next fight. That pulse could be coming up at any second now, as well as the overclock, right? And though the capture percentage is only still climbing for Bishop, it could be that they're in a position to take this next fight. Hanzo has no cooldowns to fight here, for example.
Luckily, Nazo is there to back him up, but he's going to find one. Hanzo and Widow are both going to go down. Nazo is still in the fight with Destroy, but with Zen healing, you're not exactly in a position to brawl it out, and Co-op was willing to take full advantage of that. Doesn't quite see Destroy hiding under the bridge. He's playing like a little bit of a troll. He's got to collect the toll. If he's going to get anything out of it, he's going to get some ult charge, but no one wants to push in, so he's not going to get any toll today. But Bishop Kelly looking really good on their ults, all three ults currently, as they capture the first point.
Now, a lot of what I'm scared of, at least for Rigby, is the competition, right? Widow... Okay, so that's actually funny that Widow just got that kill, because that's exactly the pairing that I was going to talk about. Widow's main competition is Jumpy, and if Jumpy's going to keep hitting rails, is keep hitting shots, and being a threat to Rigby, it's going to be hard for Rigby to hold themselves down. But
I mean, you're talking about competition, but then you have Gizmo going crazy on the Lucio, but it's just not enough to keep him out. Widow finding those picks is incredible. We haven't seen it quite as much tonight on the Hanzo. I mean, not the player, but the character. We haven't seen a lot of that Hanzo. We've seen a lot of this Hanzo, but. Man, why do you guys name your names after characters? That just seems intentionally confusing.
Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Bishop going into this next fight with almost 4 ults here. And though Rigby is about to have very similar, it really just depends on what comes out first. And at first is going to be that Kitsune rush with no answer, allowing Flare to find not 1 but 2 kills to open up the stage a little bit more for Bishop Kelly to take reign.
Oh, Messenger getting down low. Luckily has the Swift Step available. It is now just a Zen and Orisa against the world. And that is unfortunately not enough to take on Bishop Kelly. Actually, no, they used Sound Barrier during that exchange too. They had to use 2 to compare to Rigby's 1, which means Hanzo and Widow both have their ults. Gene Punk close to his as well, and Destroy, of course, with the Transcendence, able to withstand just about anything. But, I mean, Flare does have Rampage, which could be a death sentence to any sort of push with... Actually, it's kind of bad into both of Gene Punk and Destroy's ults, and here it goes. No ults were used, but Hanzo is going to go down to Co-op. Destroy is going to fall to the bleed. Co-op's going to get hunted down by Widow, but there's not a whole lot you can do if you're Rigby here. You can try and hold on, but Jumpy taking out Hanzo is going to be more than enough.
I mean, you have to give credit to how coordinated that was from Bishop. You saw Coop hiding in the back line, completely quiet until that Rampage came out, and as soon as it did, the entire team of Bishop Kelly was able to collapse on Rigby in that main. And it's really hard to fight outside of that, right? Rigby's been holding that Deadeye for a while, been holding Dragons for a while, and have not really been able to cut up Bishop to find a fight win like that of their own.
Yeah, and after Bishop, and since Bishop Kelly has taken this second flashpoint, they are 1 point away from taking it all. So, Rigby, they got to lock in, man. They gotta try something new. They gotta use their Dragon Strike Deadeye combo. They gotta take out Gizmo, who seems to be a real pain in the neck to both of their supports. Reddit Lucio for the win. I respect the Reddit Lucio, but I mean, they just got to find out how they're going to get through. Widow just taking too much damage as the sniper and forcing a lot of resources out of Gene Punk in order to keep him up. Flare is able to weave all of the arrows. Jumpy getting down really low. Co-op, though, with the pulse bomb, decides not to go in. He's going to have plenty of opportunities. Nazo, looking for the run in, manages to take over the point, and out comes the overclock into the fray with his 150 charge perk. That's going to make things a little bit harder, but Destroy with the Transcendence is going to stop that right in its shoes.
Yeah, unfortunate that overclock didn't really do its job, but sometimes you can't play an offensive overclock like that, especially if they're holding us up.
Oh, Dragon Strike through the Kitsune Rush is going to take out Gizmo. Nazo is going to be antied. Hanzo, Widow, and Gene Punk, all of them are going down. Once again, Orisa and Zen against the world, but it's not enough in the end. Point gets flipped back to Bishop Kelly, but not before Rigby manages to put almost 50% on the board.
I mean, who needs a main support anyway? My Lucio died to Dragons. We'll just kill the rest of the team. It's okay. Yeah, that's the kind of thoughts going through Bishop Kelly's mind right now.
We're down players. Just kill them.
Exactly. Just hit your shots. I mean, you never really have to worry about anything if you just shoot the enemy.
Yeah, if you just click heads, that's all you gotta do. Oh no! Destroy. I think he scared Co-op just as much as the other way around. Misses the pulse bomb, unfortunately for him, but it is the 1v1 for the Sentry right here. Co-op is going to end up winning it, which is a little unfortunate, but that means one less player for the team. Saddle Orbital Ray does come down, matched by Beat, trying to get things done. People on such low health, but Co-op is back in the fight. Gene Punk getting taken out. Hanzo with the boop kill. Messenger also finding one. Jumpy with the overclock. That is almost a team kill for Bishop Kelly, and that puts the series away. 3-0. Bishop Kelly, your state Overwatch 2 champions. Wow. And you can hear the energy in the air.
That is, I mean, absolutely an impressive showing from Bishop Kelly. It's like I've been saying all day. Flashpoint really just comes down to who can consistently win their team fights, who knows how to run these compositions, and who can play their roles better. And overall, it definitely seemed that Bishop Kelly had that over Rigby High School. Finally breaking the 4-year streak of Meridian Technical and making a new name as state champions, Bishop Kelly High School. Taking 2 golds and 2 different titles now.
Yeah, that's impressive in and of itself. And now we'll just have to wait and see if they're in contention for any more than 2. But what a great game. I mean, I don't really have anything else to add just to that game in general. I mean, everything was displayed right there on the field. And how about you? Do you have anything else?
I mean, it was a shame to see how things had devolved for Rigby. It definitely seems like they held contention and, made it much farther than a lot of people maybe have expected, especially with how that last matchup between them and Jerome had gone. But, congratulations to both teams for having made it this far. Congratulations to Bishop Kelly for, taking that state title. And now we're going to dismiss back to the studio for an interview with the Smash players as that bracket has finished up now.
Hello and welcome to the Boise State Esports Studio. Now, before we get into the Overwatch action, and first of all, what an awesome ending match for the Grand Championships, we're going to take a little bit of a turn and actually get a chance to check in with the Super Smash Bros. Players as they've been competing at the same time. We have Wood River with us right now, who was able to take 3rd place in the tournament, and we just want to check in, see how they're doing, and hear some fun stories about their journey today. Now, the first question I like to ask, since since, you know, the primary stream didn't really get to hear much, is what were some of the big challenges of the day for you? Anything interesting you had to overcome?
Yeah, so I think, honestly, the biggest challenge was fighting Bora specifically. We fought him game 2, going out. We won our first one. We feel really good. And we already knew from some talk from the other teams that Bora was really strong. So we ended up losing that game and then ended up getting third in the end. But that was a big struggle. We put up as much of a fight as we could have. So.
Yeah, Bora was the big point. We heard a little bit before this that they have a player that was the one who was kind of the challenge, but, you know, to be prepared and watch for that, that's a good thing to always be with. Following that up, obviously you were able to get through third place. Is there a thing that you would say was like your big reason for getting here, like a player that you'd want to shout out, or like a moment that you felt was like that clicking point?
Ooh, so last year we had a player graduate, his name was Angel, and he told us that we better win a trophy to make it up for him because we got like 7th last year. So that was definitely the main motivator. But the other thing is we promised our coach a trophy, so we had to come through with that. So it's the main thing.
You promised a trophy to the coach, and you got through to it?
In the school yearbook.
In the school yearbook, yeah.
There you go.
It actually says in the yearbook that they're bringing home a trophy.
Oh, that's so. Hey, you were able to follow through on the yearbook then, yeah? Do you have any other like thoughts on that to add in?
No, they just worked so hard. I know 2 years ago when Titan came in, he missed state by a hair, and he was determined, and he really came back, and he kind of built up the whole team from there. So, I mean, it's just a lot of hard work these guys put in.
That's awesome. I mean, you know, with all of that, you want to be able to come home with a trophy, be able to have that improvement. So to be able to get there, that's incredible.
Now, is this, I mean, you guys got third place this year. That's awesome. You guys made top 3 in the state. That's going to be awesome for you guys. Now, is that going to be a goal going forward into next year? Or are you guys going to try and strive for further?
Next year, I think we're definitely going to try for first. You know, fighting Bora, that's the main thing we're worried about next year. We don't know what grades the players are or, you know, what other teams are planning on doing, but the goal is definitely for first next year.
That's awesome.
Do it.
Yeah, and is that a goal for you all? Are you all not seniors, or is some of you going to be graduating?
Juniors,
so all of you are juniors. So
one more year.
Yeah, so that's the goal going forward then, is to get your final hurrah going into your senior year. Exactly. That's awesome. Is there any final thoughts you have for us in the studio?
No, I don't think so, no. I'm proud of how the day went. Next year we got first for sure, so.
A lot of fun.
All right.
It was really fun.
Yeah, committing to first, going to put that in the yearbook next year that we're coming home with the first place trophy.
Yeah. Flex it on all your friends at home.
All right.
It was me.
Well, confidence from the coach, but yay, you got the third place trophy this year, and congratulations on that win. You'll be able to take that home, and you know you had to work hard to get there. So awesome to hear from you, and congratulations again, Wood River.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase 1. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. Is finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. comes out of the blue.
Right back to the Boise State Esports studio as we just got to do an interview with the players who have been competing in Super Smash Bros. For their state championship all day. We spoke with the third place team, and now we're going to get a chance to talk to the first place team, Bora High School, who had to fight their way all the way to the top. And we get to hear a little bit about their story, some of the challenges, some of the fun moments, and players who stood out. Calling all the action is going to be me, continuing with my good friend Danner here, as we have the entire Bora team here to tell us about how this went. So, as you know, we weren't able to see it from this mainstream. I'd love to hear what some maybe of the challenge moments in this were for you. Any like memorable hard points that you guys were like, how do we get past this?
Well, round one was definitely our hardest round, I think, for sure. We had to play, what was it? Burley, and yeah, their Kazuya was really, really, really good, and we thought we were going to lose on the first round, actually.
Yeah, so, the Kazuya was the big one there.
Insanely good, yeah.
The DLC characters, they have that. Yeah, I mean, I can see that, right? So first round was the big challenge. After that point, you know, felt better. Were there any, like, off of that moments, do you have that feel pretty good going forward? Like, do you have any cool moments where you guys felt like you really had good team plays, or a specific player you want to shout out?
I'd say, so the main player that really played, I'd say the most, would be Bluka. She kind of hard carried us a small amount, I'd say. What was it? Last match you went 9-1, and then game 3 9-1 again, yeah?
Yeah.
9-1. So yeah, you that's a lot of stocks to take and only lose one stock yourself. Wow. What were you playing then?
Bayonetta.
Bayonetta. So you were taking stocks with Bayonetta. You know, we heard before this that you were the player that everyone was watching out for. So MVP of the game, that's what we heard. With that though, were there any like other moments or other like things that you'd like to shout out, like cool specific moments within the game, not just like, you know, characters?
It felt really, really good after we beat our first round.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, we were sweating for sure.
Yeah, big nervous moment. And then your hurrah at the end. Any other thing?
Yep. And, I mean, from what we've been told, you guys only dropped 2 sets out of the entirety of the bracket, which is awesome to hear. I mean, 1 in your first round and then 1 in your grand finals match. And I gotta ask, with those 2 dropped, do you think that there were any sort of, like, big pressure moments in any of the tournament that really kind of made you guys, I don't know, nervous about what could happen next?
Yeah, I'd say round 1, definitely the big thing was like we did not want to like go out round 1, but it was like extremely difficult. When we were in the finals though, we only dropped because my coach told me to play Rosalina.
I'd say really, like, because I didn't play that well because this is one of my first tournaments. That round 1 really had me sweating probably the most. It was really, honestly, quite nerve-wracking to watch Blue against that Kazuya, because that was about last hit, last stock, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, you hit that down tilt and then back air, and it just worked, but yeah.
Yeah, so I'm hearing we're throwing the coach under the bus for the first one. Any thoughts about that?
Well, I have to defer to Coach here, because I was over here, because my Overwatch team was over here, so we'll defer to my assistant coach over here.
Yeah, I mean, it was like the last one. Might as well try out some characters, because like Bluka is incredibly dominant with most characters that she plays, and there are characters we're working on as well, because we have a massive tournament coming up tomorrow, so might as well try out all the characters, see what we can use in our repertoire, see what we can unlock, what could be strong feats for tomorrow, as well as just like there's gonna be some fun in grand finals, right? Like everyone got there for a reason. Might as well as like have at least some way fun hurrah about it, right?
Right, it can't just be all work. There has to be some play, yeah.
Because like the Bayonetta like has shown time and time that like it's super dominant. There's no point of like just going through clean sweeping again, might as well, like, okay, try this character, see how it goes. Like, we still almost won with it. Like, we only had 2 stocks left to take. So it's not like we did horrible with it. It was just like we didn't get the win in the second game. Okay, third game like of the series, clean it up.
Clean it up, yeah. I have a question for all of the players again. Are there any seniors on the team this year? Are you all, yeah.
Yep.
So all seniors. So this is the final hurrah for you all.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, what are you planning on doing after this?
Okay. So what I'm planning to do is continue staying in Boise. Probably going to go to CWI, but I'm going to show up for like some of the BSU tournaments and local tournaments just because I want to get practice in and actually get good at the game.
Yeah.
I plan to go to beauty school and become a hairstylist.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
I plan to go to BSU and be part of the marching band, so that's pretty cool.
Swapping over to the marching band. Not
There you
gonna.
go.
Yeah, and well, but that's awesome though. Regardless, you know, getting a final win as your like last hurrah going into other opportunities in life sounds like a great thing. Are there any final thoughts from the coaches or the players?
I think the only thing like I had noticed is like the tournament was like super fun. I do feel bad for Burley just on the like we didn't like read up on the rules correctly, so I had like multiple coaches inform me. They're like, hey, with how seeding works, like you guys actually kind of threw your guys' points away by like giving up a lot of points to like because it went off the stock count. We didn't even know that. So from us like dominating all preseason early on, and then when it came to like qualifiers for state, we essentially just like went from first seed to basically second to last for state. And then so that made what equivalently would have been a finals match round 1. So even when everyone else was like doing up their round 1s, you still had everyone circling around it because like whoever wins this is winning the tournament. Which like was a fun, like get it out of the way, awesome. But like, I feel like Burley next year is going to be a threat and is going to be a very fun team to watch.
Yeah. So you guys are saying, you know, besides Bora, watch out for Burley next year because they might be the next runners up for the tournament. Well, that's awesome, and hey, always good to shout out another team. But thank you so much for joining us in the studio today. Congratulations on the win, and especially for you guys being seniors, that's a great way to end off the season. So thank you, and let's take a quick 5-minute break as we continue on, or well, top 5. Oh. It was like
Nazo got one, but Jumpy takes out Geen Punk as well. Transcendence is popped, hoping to get a little bit of card contention, but I don't understand this ult at all. Wait a second, Cat gets chunked down quite a bit. Out goes the flash grenade from Cassidy, dealing a lot of damage. Destroy is going to go down to Jumpy. They're down 2 players. Widow's going to be picked as well, and Jumpy on a spree. Flare unfortunately steals the strike through the Kitsune Rush is going to take out Gizmo. Nazo is going to be antied. Hanzo, Widow, and Geen Punk, all of them are going down. Once again, Orisa and Zen against the world, but it's not enough. The immortality field is going to keep him up. Nazo is going to go down, and so is Gizmo. Widow soon to follow. Bishop Kelly finding themselves in the lead, and unfortunately for Geen Punk, he is being assaulted from 3 different angles.
Character. There wasn't a whole lot that, you know, people had to be scared of.
Annihilation coming right back out. Ice Block is forced. Jumpy goes down to Reaper. Messenger also goes down. Ravenous Vortex keeps on going, and
Life happens. Lucky for you, the new ICCU Central Plus checking account comes with benefits, including cell phone protection.
Wait, through my ICCU checking account?
That's right. Along with a whole lot of other benefits you might need. Because being human is a full-time job.
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting, or tackling a commercial project, we got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Welcome back to the Esports State, Boise State Esports Studio as we continue our coverage. You know, you think we would be done with Super Smash Bros. As we did just interview the first team, but we've got our second place team here. We're going out of order today. We're having a little bit of fun with it, and now we're going to check in with Rigby High School as they get to take the second place trophy home for Super Smash Bros. Continue to call the action. We're here with them in the studio to hear about their challenges, their victories, and any funny stories they'd like to share with us. So, to start us off, I wanted to ask everyone, what was the challenge point of the tournament? Like a moment that you were like, oh, this might be the point, and like, how did you get over it?
At the very end, it came down to us fighting Bora, and it came down to us fighting Bluka in the end, and Game 1, I went in. I was prepared, but I wasn't physically prepared. And Game 2, they almost didn't play me, and that scared me a lot. But I ended up getting to play, and we still didn't win. I didn't take a single point, but I think we did pretty good.
So you felt pretty good up until that final matchup where it was the, going up against Bora and Bluka, who we keep hearing about so far. Yeah.
And sometimes that's not even the worst thing. I mean, you fought your hardest, and that's awesome. But right now, I want to jump over to Coach. What was something that you feel like you're the most proud of these players from today? I mean, taking home second place, what do you think is the best that you've seen out of them today?
Yeah, we've earned second place this year, but we've been fighting for this position for these results for the last few years. Mm-hmm. We're a very young program, just like every other program in this state competition, but we've had some really bad luck the past couple of years because of scheduling issues and things. And I know that these guys right here sitting on this couch have been fighting so hard because they know they're the best. Mm-hmm. And they showed up this year. And every single week when they did their competitions with the opposing teams, not a single one of them disappointed myself or each other as they played their hearts out. And today I think those results showed. Very talented young men who, just showed up and represented Rigby.
And here's the thing. During the normal season, we had some issues too because our school was hit with a ransomware attack. So we could not play at the school, right? So we just had to play from my house and just hope that it went well. And
there's never been an easy run for these guys, so we're really happy with everything they did.
Yeah, so not even tournament issues, but seasonal issues as well. That is quite the uphill battle that you guys had to face with that. We talked about challenges, though, but are there, any memorable moments from the tournament that you'd like to share? Like, any cool things that you would just like to shout out?
Specifically just from today, I came in expecting all the schools to just very much hammer Rigby, but after each game, every single team, they were super, super awesome, and they cheered for Rigby all the way to the end. And after every single game, they said, win it for us, and we did our best. We took it to second place.
So you guys kind of got to carry the momentum from every match into that second place victory. That is so awesome. Yeah. Now, I have one final question for you all. Are any of you seniors this year? All right. Yeah. So you two are seniors. You're going to be heading off. This is your kind of final hurrah. What do you plan on doing after this?
I just barely submitted my mission papers. I'm leaving soon. And then after that, College of BYUI, and then ISU Nuclear Engineering.
Awesome. Wow, you've got plans.
I'm in a band, so I'm going to take a little year, see how that goes. I'll probably go to school, get my generals done in spring-ish, and then after that, I'll probably try and do something related to computer science or cybersecurity.
Awesome. So both of you planning on figuring out your degrees and all of that. For those of you who are going to stick on the team, what's the goal going forward?
Well, probably to win. Winning's obvious.
Right, yeah.
For the most part,
just to keep improving. Like, improving's all we really can do at this point.
Yeah, no, improvement is huge, and it's just having fun. That's what it all boils down to. It's just having fun, having a good time with the people that you're with, and that's really all I have to say,
Yeah.
And winning.
And winning.
And winning.
And winning. Winning's huge.
Well, to end it off, I'd like to offer this trophy to you, Coach. I mean, you guys earned it. So very well deserved.
Congratulations, boys.
Regardless, congratulations to you guys. You guys earned a second place in this year's state tournament, and here's to first next year.
Yeah.
Forward to it.
Yeah. Congratulations, Ruby. Thank you for spending some time in the studio with us, sharing your thoughts. It's awesome to hear from you guys as you had to work hard to get here. So thank you, and have an awesome day and a great, continuation, especially for the seniors. Good luck. And for the rest of you, we are excited to see how this goes for you in championships going forward.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio as we continue our interviews, but we're going to be jumping back to the main game of the stream, Overwatch. And to start us off today, we are going to be doing the third place trophy for Jerome, who had to fight hard all the way for a majority of the time on the stream to get to this place. So, you're the team that we've been watching throughout the stream, throughout the day. You kicked it off with us, and now we're going to get to hear about the challenges, the fun moments, and some of the silly ones as, we hear about all of this. So, to start us off, I love to ask just what was that challenge moment for you guys where you realized you had a tough choice or some issue you needed to figure out, and how did that go for you?
I would definitely say it was the second map on Kings Row. We love Kings Row. It's always been our map. And really losing to Rigby there was a big hurt on us where we really wanted to win. So that's where we had to decide, hey, we're messing up really bad here and we need to do it. And we decided that really in those tough moments when we're just in there is when we shine best. So we decided to just push everything towards running forward, pressing W key, and just getting in there and forcing us to get those kills because we're struggling to get picks.
Mm-hmm. Now I gotta ask, which one of you is Prestige?
That would be me.
How did you stay alive in so many instances where you probably should have been dead?
I'd have to thank my supports, especially Gus.
only reason I'm alive. Also, Reaper has crazy lifesteal, but I'd have to thank my supports. The only reason I can live.
Yeah, I mean, as we're watching the clips, we can actually see one of those moments right there that you're talking about, crazy survival. And you were mentioning Kings Row. That was one of the biggest back and forth matches of the day, where it was just looking insane. And so I can see why that would have been a tough moment. You know, you said you like the map, and so, you know, home, like a comfort zone, having to fight so hard can be tough. From the coach, do you have any like moments you want to shout out or like share that you thought were cool?
The Winston death. No, I'm kidding. When we won both the Flashpoint and then the fourth map, Push, it went very quickly. They changed up strategies, and it was very nice to see. I couldn't be more proud of them, honestly. So, yeah, those two moments, those two games.
Yeah, I believe the Flashpoint map had everyone on the edge of their seats. That was the moment where we were all like, Jerome is holding on and holding strong, and that was a cool moment. Is there any players that, you know, we mentioned Prestige, we've mentioned a couple things. Are there any shout-outs that you guys want to give as a team to like a player that you thought did something insane?
I would like to shout out our support with also Pidge7. Coming in today, when we first booted up the computers, we looked at his career profile, and he had 19 hours logged into Overwatch all time. So he broke the 20-hour mark today, and so we think we did really good, especially with him, and we're proud that he was able to lock in for us.
We finally unlocked Wrecking Ball, and from there we were just like, wow, that's crazy.
Still doesn't have comp unlocked yet.
You don't have competitive unlocked.
No, I have not played a ranked game.
Well, you kept everyone alive, so hey, that's a great shout out. So that's a good spot to be. I do, because it was funny, and we, you know, the clip got played a couple times. Do you want to bring up the Winston moment?
We were just starting where we felt like we were slowing down too much and that we weren't getting anything done. And so my DPS here, Julio, Inari was telling me, quick, we gotta go fast and start a fast fight. So I instantly jump, and everyone is not with me. And
yeah, I'm still like behind the choke point still. I tell him, he's like, okay, we gotta take it fast. And I see him jump in. I was like, oh, I didn't think he was actually gonna listen to me. So he like instantly dies. He just melted.
So, okay, yeah, that's awesome.
I would also, not saying that it wasn't entirely my fault, but we were playing with open queue settings, so my health was actually reduced at the time because we had an open queue tank health. So I was like at a 15% health nerf.
Yeah. So that is the moment that you're gonna hold on to for a little bit, of jumping in, team not being there for you, and the instant wipe on that spot. But that's okay, because you know you guys ultimately were able to work through the day and get all the way to third place, despite, you know, some of those hard moments. You held on and you kept going.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, you guys fought your butts off today. You guys well earned this trophy. Third place overall. You guys did great today. I mean, we got to see pretty much all of your games today on stream, which was amazing to see, and you guys fought off. You guys were great.
Mm-hmm. And if I remember correctly, all of you are seniors, right? Yeah.
Yes. That is true.
So this is your like final hurrah, and you were able to hold strong and get the third place. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of it, to that, so we made the team the very last game of signups. Mr. Flores, our coach, he was at a conference here in Boise. And we told him, hey, we want to do Overwatch. You know, can we still sign up? And he's like, yeah, we can totally sign up. So this is literally the last minute team. Just the fact that we made it to state is just like a huge achievement for us, because I mean, as we said, like, Rodolfo here, Pidge7, he has 20 hours in the game, and so it's just like really amazing to see that, you know, our efforts worked off, and even though it wasn't second or first place, it's still really a good achievement that we made it this far.
Yeah, that's awesome. As your seniors, what are your plans for the future? Anyone going to continue esports, college, other thoughts?
We could just go down the...
Mm-hmm.
I'm joining the National Guard Army. Become a Seabird, and I'll just be here stationed in Idaho doing part-time.
Nice.
And going to college.
Well, I'm joining the U.S. Navy. I'm going to go for electronics technician and hopefully get stationed somewhere cool. Maybe play esports for the Navy or something like that, but I definitely do want to keep esports in one of my hobbies.
I'm also joining the National Guard.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
joining in as a combat engineer, so I'll also be stationed here in Gooding.
So I'm not joining. I'm not really sure what my future looks like in esports, but I know I'm planning on going into engineering later, but don't really have a very good plan so far.
And I won't be joining any of the Army either. Still up in the air of what I want to do. I'd like to do esports. Definitely something I want to look forward to. Just haven't found where exactly. So.
Yeah, well, there's always room for esports. I mean, even in the military, they do have programs for it. But that's awesome to hear. And, you know, congratulations once again. That's a hard-fought victory and a great thing to take with you as you continue into the future. So thank you again for joining us, Jerome. Congratulations on your win. And it's great to have you here in the studio with us to share some of your stories and thoughts.
Thank you so much.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase one. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. Is finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Hello and welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio for another interview, continuing the trend of getting all of the information and all of the here's cool stories from these teams. We are continuing the Overwatch series here now, as we just went from third place now to second place, hearing from Rigby as we continue this series. Now, Rigby is in a fun position here where they've actually managed to get not only one silver here for Overwatch, but one for Smash Bros. And gold for Apex. So you guys are on a streak so far, and from what I've heard, also looking at Rocket League tomorrow. So we're here to hear about your challenges, stories, and fun moments. So to start us off, is there a moment today that you guys were faced with a challenge that you were like, oh no, what do we do, that you'd like to share with us that you had to deal with?
Yeah, going against Jerome, there was a lot of really good moments where we're like, okay, we got to change up our strategy. We got to just, think very carefully. Otherwise, we're going to lose this. And we went 2-2, in that 2-2 match. It was really close. But in the end, we won.
Yeah, you were able to get through it and hold on. But yeah, Jerome was a tough point there.
That was a really tough game, and that was actually a really entertaining game to watch as well. But I got to ask, throughout the whole day, what was the funniest moment from you guys?
The funniest moment was when we were going against Bishop Kelly. This guy right here, every time he'd kill someone, he'd go like, "Oh, take that!"
Well, we noticed when we sat down that the other team was very excited, so we just wanted to kind of keep that up whenever we got the kills. We thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, you wanted to match energy and keep it going. Yeah, that's awesome. Throwing it to the coach, is there any moments that like you want to talk about or players you want to shout out, just cool things from your perspective?
I mean, one of the big things was seeing Ben over there on that Zenyatta destroyer. He had some crazy clutch moments. Like there was an overtime moment on Route 66. The Reaper was ulting right on his face, hit that Zen kick, got him off point. They were able to kill him and secure the overtime there, get him some more payload progress, which was absolutely huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just hit a button and then he went flying.
I mean,
as simple as that.
It's as simple as that, right? That's how esports works. You click a button, someone goes flying, you either save someone or you knock them out. That's the goal.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Playing against our Reaper was really fun because I was basically just like looking behind us the entire time because he was like, I don't even know, he was so...
He was very sneaky.
Yeah, sneaky. He was just always behind us like 24/7, so like I took it upon myself to just try to ping him as much as possible. Just, I don't know, like, yeah.
Yeah, and going against that Reaper, we had to, you know, be like, we had to really up our comms. If we didn't ping where the Reaper was going to be, then we're like, oh yeah, we're going to die.
Yeah, so the Reaper was one of the bigger like menaces in the game then, huh? I mean, we were watching it and we could see how often the Reaper plays were scary for all the teams. And I mean, I remember there was a mirror at some point and, you know, that was adding to the chaos as well. So yeah, that's awesome to hear. For this team, are there any seniors? No. All right. For those of you who are seniors, I'm curious, what's the plans after this? You kind of get this final hurrah with the silver, like, second place. What do you want to do after this?
I mean, I've always loved video games, so I'm going to keep playing them. And I don't know, maybe Overwatch, we'll see. Kind of see where it goes, where it's headed. Maybe I'll keep with it, and maybe not. Got a lot of games under my belt that I can play, so I got a lot of options.
University of Idaho, baby.
Going to the U of I?
That's about it. Just play games there. Rocket League, Valorant, whatever.
I just play. That's my whole thing. I play. I'm controller. I'm a controller player.
You're a controller player.
I turn aim assist off too.
You turn aim assist off on a controller.
I don't like it. It doesn't help.
Well, hats off to you, man. You know, that's a bold choice for a controller. Most people just don't even want to mess with that. But that's great to hear from all of the seniors that you guys want to continue with the gaming. I mean, hey, you've worked hard, you deserve it. Why not keep playing, right? For those of you who are going to be sticking around, goals for next year besides winning, obviously.
Probably one of the things that we do really need to work on for our next year's team is probably communication. Because we did have good communications, but I feel like we could have done a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, hey, you can always improve communication. It's the name of the game in a team setting, but that's awesome to hear from all of you.
Well, I'm the only sophomore, so they're all gonna abandon me in 2 years. So I'll just be all alone. And yeah, freaking, you're all unks, by the way. So yeah, I'll probably end up being team captain my senior year. So I don't really know what I'll do then because it's so far away. But
No, that's all right. But what I do want to do is I want to present Coach with your third trophy of the season. Much deserved, much rewarded. You guys did a great job this season, getting your third trophy, being able to put that one in the case.
Yeah, congratulations once again. You guys fought hard for your victory, and you know you had some really entertaining matches. So it was awesome to see you guys. For those of you that are leaving, you know, congratulations and good luck with everything. For those of you who stick around, we're curious to see where you go. So that's it for this one, and thank you for joining us in the studio. We have, I believe, one more interview to go through.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters, you're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning. Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket. Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Home is where you hang your hat, snuggle up, hide out. Home is when you're with the ones you love. It isn't just a place, it's a state of mind. At Idaho Central Credit Union, our home is Idaho. We grew up here, and we're proud to help more Idahoans with their home loan than any other financial institution. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe home is where you make it.
And welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio. One final time, I promise, this is our last interview that we've got. And we are going to be interviewing the best of the best from the Overwatch this year, Bishop Kelly, who was able to take home the first place medal. Now, I'd also like to highlight that they did also win Valorant yesterday, and so they get to kind of continue that streak and see how it goes into Rocket League the next day. But we do have the Overwatch Here team and their coaches to talk about some of the challenges, fun moments, and cool stuff that happened during this tournament. To start us off, I just want to ask, what was a challenging moment in the tournament that you guys were kind of just like, oh my goodness, what do we do? And what are your thoughts on that?
I'd probably say the biggest thing was our mental going into this, because we have always struggled with certain characters. More specifically me, I get tilted a lot at certain characters, but I think that, just overarching that problem, I think that's how we were able to do so well today.
Another thing we would work on would be the fatigue in championships like this, because we have to go through 3 games. And with a lot of work like that, you get a lot of adrenaline going. We have to work on that. That was probably really challenging for us.
I mean, you guys did great today, getting 2 first places over the course of 2 days. Now, I got to jump over to Coach Sarazola here. Now, I feel like every year your program is growing more and more and more, and I got to ask, is this your most successful year on record?
Absolutely. Well, without a doubt, this is one of the most successful years. I've taken that Valorant team, and I've taken this Overwatch team over 3 years, and they've only gone up, and we've hit a summit, but we still keep climbing, because you can win multiple of those.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, goals for the future then. That's awesome.
Exactly.
For the players or for the coaches too, if they want to, is there anyone you want to shout out personally, a cool moment or cool just in-game, out-of-game throughout this tournament, someone you want to recognize?
Yeah, well, there are so many things that I could touch on. So proud to have been able to coach these guys. Really excited to see them actually, win the states. Today, though, just seeing them all persevere through those 3 games, namely Samuel Messenger 126, just playing through all sorts of tech problems, even in the grand finals, where stuttering on the computer, and yet he's just playing through it. Barely mentions it once, and then we can't fix it, so what? He keeps playing, he keeps winning. It's fantastic. It's so fun watching him.
Yeah, challenges in and out the game, and you're still holding on. Any shout-outs from the players?
I mean, I just got to say Matthew here, just about right behind me. I got to say he's probably the most consistent out of all of us. Just his role as a DPS, I've never really seen him on an off day.
Yeah, holding strong for the team. That's awesome.
That's awesome to hear, guys. I mean, you guys fought your butts off today. You guys got first place again. And to that, I got to offer you, Coach, this first place trophy once again. Add that one to your tally. Put it in the case.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Well, now this is your sign to get one, it sounds like.
It is.
But with that, one final thought I had. Are any of you seniors on the team?
Yes, we have 2.
All right, so you two, this is your final hurrah then. You're getting your last moment, and hey, a pretty good one to be able to celebrate. What do you guys plan on doing after this?
Each of us is going to college. I think we're both considering sticking with esports as we go to college. But for now, you know, I've been working 3 years for this trophy, and I'm just glad that I've been able to be with this team for that long.
Yeah, take some time to savor it.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Michigan State University.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of. Samuel said most of it. I'm going to University of Utah, but considering like going on with esports stuff like that, and then being here after getting second place last year due to a couple like absences with our players at states. Yeah, and being here and being able to kind of redeem what happened last year from few of us particularly. I mean, they know who they are. Particularly, just a couple of us. Being able that redemption, it means a lot to all of us. I know, and then kind of this our last chance as this entire group.
Yeah, that's awesome. For those of you who aren't seniors and will be sticking around, goals for the next year besides winning or continuing the streak.
I'm just trying to look for a college to take me. I may not be an academic weapon, but I could be a weapon on the battlefield.
Okay. So increase the esports skills. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I'll take over that lackluster of an answer. But what we're planning to do with the loss of these two is we're going to start filling in some subs for their roles because we already have a support lineup, but we're still working on our other DPS to kind of get them to where we are. So that's our biggest plan for next year.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm kind of nervous about next year because I'll have to fill the footsteps of this great man right here. But I think with some practice, we should still be able to do pretty good next year.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to look forward to, and a team to, most of the team sticking together. It's not like you're losing the entire team, but that's still awesome. And, congratulations for those of you, heading on. Good luck. And for the rest of you, we're excited to see you as we continue these state championships and see where you head and how it goes. Whether or not you get to keep the streak alive or if another team might be able to challenge, your current pretty strong reputation. But thank you for joining us in the studio. It's awesome to hear from you guys, and congratulations to your win once again. For that is all we've got for interviews right now, so we are going to close that out.
Thank you. Flair is just running in. Nazo got one, but Jumpy takes out Dean Punk as well. Transcendence is popped, hoping to get a little bit of card contention, but I don't understand this ult at all. Wait a second. Cat gets chunked down quite a bit. Out goes the flash grenade from Cassidy, dealing a lot of damage. Destroy is going to go down to Jumpy. They're down 2 players. Widow's going to be picked as well. And Jumpy on a spree. Flair, unfortunately, steals the strike through the Kitsune Rush is going to take out Gizmo. Nazo is going to be antied. Hanzo, Widow, and Gene Punk, all of them are going down. Once again, Orisa and Zen against the world, but it's not enough. The immortality field is going to keep him up. Nazo is going to go down, and so is Gizmo. Widow soon to follow. Bishop Kelly finding themselves in the lead, and unfortunately for Gene Punk, he is being assaulted from 3 different angles.
Character. There wasn't a whole lot that, people had to be scared of.
Annihilation coming right back out. Ice Block is forced. Jumpy goes down to Reaper. Messenger also goes down. Ravenous Vortex keeps on going, and